Not one of the great manufacturing centres in which he predicted proletarian revolution would mature. These remained, instead, stubbornly quiescent. The Commune was in fact the last and greatest example of revolutionary and traditional Parisian radicalism. It was a great failure, and socialism suffered from it too because of the repressive measures it provoked. Yet Marx made it an important episode in socialist mythology. The ultimate effects of this must be recognized to transcend both its own failure and the incoherence of the arguments with which Marx justified this view of it. In one way or another, the revolutionary tradition deeply affected many European countries by 1870. Only Russia seemed, except in her Polish lands, immune to it. The French Revolution turned out to be another of those experiences which, like feudalism, Renaissance, or Reformation, decisively shaped Western Europe and passed Russia by. Although Alexander I, the Tsar under whom Russia met the 1812 invasion, had indulged himself with liberal ideas and had even thought of a constitution, nothing seemed to come of this. The formal liberalization of Russian institutions did not begin until the 1860s, and then its source was not revolutionary contagion. It is true that liberalism and revolutionary ideologies did not quite leave Russia untouched before this. Alexander's reign had seen something of an opening of Pandora's box, so far as ideas were concerned, and it had thrown up a small group of critics of the regime who found their models in the West. West European experience prompted some of the Russian officers who went there with the armies which pursued Napoleon to Paris to make unfavorable comparisons with their homeland, and this was the beginning of Russian political opposition. In an autocracy, this was bound to be conspiratorial. Some of them took part in the organization of secret societies, which attempted a coup amid the uncertainty caused by the death of Alexander in 1825, the Decembrist movement. It collapsed, but only after giving a fright to Nicholas I, a Tsar who decisively and negatively affected Russia's historical destiny, at a crucial moment, by ruthlessly harrying political liberalism. In part because of the immobility which he imposed upon Russia, Nicholas' reign was more formative than that of any other Tsar since Peter the Great. A dedicated believer in autocracy, he confirmed the Russian tradition of authoritarian bureaucracy, the management of cultural life, and the rule of the secret police, just when the other great powers were, however unwillingly, beginning to move in precisely the opposite direction. There was, of course, much to build on already in the historical legacies which differentiated Russian autocracy from Western European monarchy. But there were also great challenges to be met, and Nicholas' reign was a response to these, as well as a simple inheritance of despotic means by a man determined to use them. The ethnic, linguistic, and geographical diversity of the empire, for example, had by then posed problems far outrunning the capacity of Muscovite tradition to deal with them. The population of the empire itself more than doubled in the 40 years after 1770. This ever-diversifying society nonetheless remained overwhelmingly backward. Its few cities were hardly a part of the vast rural expanses in which they stood, and they themselves often seemed insubstantial and impermanent, more like temporary, though huge, encampments than settled centres of civilization. The greatest expansion had been to the south and southeast. Here, new elites had to be incorporated in the imperial structure, and to stress the religious ties between the Orthodox was one of the easiest ways to do this. As the conflict with Napoleon had compromised the old prestige of things French, a new emphasis on religion was important in the evolution of a new ideological basis for the Russian Empire. Official nationality, as it was called, which was propagated under Nicholas I. Slavophile and religious in doctrine, bureaucratic in form, it gave Russia an ideological unity it had lost since outgrowing its historic centre in Muscovy. The importance of official ideology was to be from this time one of the great differences between Russia and Western Europe. Russian government has never since lost its belief in ideology as a unifying force, yet this did not mean that daily life either for the civilized classes or the mass of a backward population was in the middle of the century much different in its reality from that of other parts of Eastern and Central Europe. Argument went on, too, among Russian intellectuals about whether Russia was or was not predominantly a European country. Nevertheless, a decisive turn was taken under Nicholas. From the beginning of the reign, possibilities of change, which were at least being felt in other dynastic states in the first half of the 19th century, were simply not allowed to operate in Russia. In the long run, this was bound to exclude also certain possibilities of modernization, though other obstacles rooted in Russian society seem equally important. But in the short run it was highly successful. Russia passed through the whole 19th century without revolution. Revolts in Russian Poland in 1830–31 and 1863–4 were ruthlessly suppressed, the more easily because Poles and Russians cherished traditions of mutual dislike. The other side of the coin was the almost continuous rural violence and disorder of a savage and primitive society, and a mounting and more violent tradition of conspiracy, which perhaps incapacitated Russian society even further for normal politics, which depend upon a measure of shared assumptions. Unfriendly critics variously described Nicholas' reign as an ice age, a plague zone, and a prison. But not for the last time in Russian history the preservation of a harsh and unyielding despotism at home was not incompatible with a strong international role. This rested upon Russia's huge military superiority at a time when armies contended with muzzle-loaders, and no important technological differences distinguished one from another. In these conditions, numbers were decisive. On Russian military strength rested the anti-revolutionary security system, as 1849 showed. But Russian foreign policy had other successes, too. Pressure was consistently kept up on the Central Asian Khanates and China. The left bank of the Amur became Russian, and in 1860 Vladivostok was founded. Great concessions were exacted from Persia, and during the 19th century Russia obtained Georgia and a part of Armenia. For a long time there was even a determined effort to pursue Russian expansion in North America, where there were forts in Alaska and settlements in northern California until the 1840s. The major effort of Russian foreign policy, nevertheless, was directed to the southwest, towards Turkish Europe. War, in 1806–12 and 1828, carried the Russian frontier across Bessarabia to the mouth of the Danube. It was by now clear that the eastern question of the 19th century would be about the partition of Turkey, as that of the previous century had been about the partition of Poland. But there was an important difference. The interests of more powers were involved this time, and the complicating factor of national sentiment among the subject peoples of the Ottoman Empire would make an agreed outcome much more difficult. As a result, Turkey survived far longer than might have been expected, and the eastern question is still bothering statesmen, though its focus is now the Aegean and Levantine legacy of the Ottoman Empire rather than the European. Some of these complicating factors led to the Crimean War, which was much more important in Russia's internal affairs than in those of any other country. It revealed that the military colossus of the 1815 restorations now no longer enjoyed an unquestioned superiority. She was defeated on her own territory and obliged to accept a peace which involved the renunciation for the foreseeable future of her traditional goals in the Black Sea area. Fortunately, in the middle of the war, Nicholas I had died, and this simplified the problems of his successor. Defeat made it clear that change had to come. It was bound to require some degree of modernization of Russian institutions, if Russia was again to generate a national power commensurate with her vast potential, which had become unrealizable within the framework of her institutions. When the Crimean War broke out, there was still no Russian railway south of Moscow. Russia's once important contribution to European industrial production had hardly grown since 1800, and was now far outstripped by the Western countries. Her agriculture remained one of the most unproductive in the world, and yet her population steadily rose, pressing harder upon its resources. It was in these circumstances that Russia, too, at last underwent radical change. Though less dramatic than many upheavals in the rest of Europe, it was in fact more of a revolution than much that went by that name elsewhere, for what was at last disturbed was the institution which lay at the very roots of Russian life, serfdom. Its rise had been the leading characteristic of Russian social history since the 17th century. Even Nicholas had agreed that it was the central evil of Russian society. His reign had been marked by increasingly frequent serf insurrections, attacks on landlords, crop burning, and cattle maiming. The refusal of dues was almost the least alarming form of popular resistance to it. Yet it was appallingly difficult for the rider to get off the elephant. The vast majority of Russians were serfs. They could not be transformed overnight by mere legislation into wage labourers or small holders, nor could the state accept the administrative burden which would suddenly be thrown upon it if the services discharged by the manorial system should be withdrawn and nothing put in their place. Nicholas had not dared to proceed. Alexander II did. After years of study of the evidence and possible advantages and disadvantages of different forms of abolition, the Tsar issued in 1861 the edict which marked an epoch in Russian history and won him the title of the Tsar Liberator. The one card Russian government could play was the unquestioned authority of the autocrat, and it was now put to good use. The edict gave the serfs personal freedom and ended bond labour. It also gave them allotments of land, but these were to be paid for by redemption charges, whose purpose was to make the change acceptable to the landowners. To secure the repayments and offset the dangers of suddenly introducing a free labour market, the peasant remained to a considerable degree subject to the authority of his village community, which was given the charge of distributing the land allotments on a family basis. It would not be long before a great deal would be heard about the shortcomings of this settlement. Yet there is much to be said for it, and in retrospect it seems a massive achievement. A few years later the United States would emancipate its Negro slaves. There were far fewer of them than there were Russian peasants, and they lived in a country of much greater economic opportunity. Yet the effect of throwing them on the labour market, exposed to the pure theory of laissez-faire economic liberalism, was to exacerbate a colour problem with whose ultimate consequences the United States is still grappling. In Russia, the largest measure of social engineering in recorded history down to this time was carried out without comparable dislocation, and it opened the way to modernization for what was potentially one of the strongest powers on earth. It was the indispensable first step towards making the peasant look beyond the estate for available industrial employment. More immediately, liberation opened an era of reform. There followed a series of measures which, by 1870, gave Russia a representative system of local government and a reformed judiciary. When, in 1871, the Russians took advantage of the Franco-Prussian War to denounce some of the restrictions placed on their freedom in the Black Sea in 1856, there was almost a symbolic warning to Europe in what they did. After tackling her greatest problem and beginning to modernize her institutions, Russia was again announcing that she would, after all, be master in her own house. The resumption of the most consistently and long-pursued policies of expansion in modern history was only a matter of time. 4. Political change. The Anglo-Saxon world. No European nation has so successfully seeded the globe with its own stocks as the United Kingdom. By the end of the 19th century it had created an Anglo-Saxon world, which was an identifiable sub-unit within the ambit of European civilization, with a historical destiny diverging from that of the European continent. Its components included growing British communities in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, the first and last containing other important national elements too. At the heart of this world were the two great Atlantic nations, one the greatest world power of the 19th century, one that of the next. They were at first sight so different, and so many people found it profitable to keep on pointing it out, that it is easy to overlook how much the United Kingdom and the United States of America had in common for much of the 19th century. Though one was a monarchy and the other a republic, Both countries escaped first the absolutist and then the revolutionary currents of continental Europe. Anglo-Saxon politics, of course, changed quite as radically as those of any other countries in the 19th century, but they were not transformed by the same political forces as those of continental states, nor in the same way. Their similarity arose in part because the two countries shared more than they usually admitted. One aspect of their curious relations was that the United States could still, without a sense of paradox, call England the mother country. The heritage of English culture and language was for a long time paramount in the United States. Immigration from other European countries only became overwhelming in the second half of the 19th century. Though by the middle of the century many Americans, perhaps most, already had the blood of other European nations in their veins, the tone of society was long set by those of British stock. It was not until 1837 that there was a president who did not have an English, Scotch, or Irish surname. The next would not be until 1901, and there have been only 4 such down to the present day. Post-colonial problems made, as they did in far later times, for emotional, sometimes violent, always complex relations between the United States and the United Kingdom. But they were also much more than this. They were, for example, shot through with strong economic connections. Far from dwindling, as had been feared, after independence, commerce between the two countries had gone on from strength to strength. English capitalists found the United States an attractive place for investment, even after repeated and unhappy experiences with the bonds of defaulting states. British money was heavily invested in American railroads, banking, and insurance. Meanwhile, the ruling elites of the two countries were at once fascinated and repelled by each other. Englishmen commented acidly on the vulgarity and rawness of American life, but warmed as if by instinct to its energy, optimism, and opportunity. Americans found it hard to come to terms with monarchy and hereditary titles, but sought to penetrate the fascinating mysteries of English culture and society no less eagerly for that. More striking than the huge differences between them was what the United Kingdom and the United States had in common when considered from the standpoint of continental Europe. Above all, both were able to combine liberal and democratic politics with spectacular advances in wealth and power. They did this in very different circumstances, but at least one was common to both, the fact of isolation. Great Britain had the Channel between herself and Europe, the United States had the Atlantic Ocean. This physical remoteness long masked from Europeans the international potential of the young republic and the huge opportunities facing it in the West. At the Peace of 1783, the British had defended the Americans' frontier interests in such a way that there inevitably lay ahead a period of expansion for the United States. What was not clear was how far it might carry, nor what other powers it might involve. This was in part a matter of geographical ignorance. No one knew for certain what the western half of the continent might contain. For decades, the huge spaces just across the eastern mountain ranges would provide a big enough field of expansion. In 1800, the United States was still, psychologically and actually, very much a matter of the Atlantic seaboard and the Ohio Valley. Its political frontiers were then ill-defined, but imposed relations with France, Spain, and the United Kingdom. Nonetheless, if frontier questions could be settled, then a practical isolation might be attained. For the only other interests which might have involved Americans in the affairs of other countries were, on the one hand, trade and the protection of her nationals, and on the other, foreign intervention in the affairs of the United States. The French Revolution appeared briefly to pose the chance of the latter, and caused a quarrel, but for the most part it was frontiers and trade which preoccupied American diplomacy under the young republic. Both also aroused powerful and often divisive, or potentially divisive, forces in domestic politics. The American aspiration to non-involvement with the outside world was already clear in 1793, when the troubles of the French Revolutionary War led to a neutrality proclamation, rendering American citizens liable to prosecution in American courts if they took any part in the Anglo-French War. The bias of American policy already expressed in this received its classical formulation in 1796. In the course of Washington's farewell address to his friends and fellow citizens, as his second term as president drew to a close, he chose to comment on the objectives and methods which a successful Republican foreign policy should embody, in language to be deeply influential both on later American statesmen and on the national psychology. In retrospect, what is now especially striking about Washington's thoughts is their predominantly negative and passive tone. "The great rule of conduct for us," he began, "in regard to foreign nations is, in extending our commercial relations, to have with them as little political connection as possible. Europe has a set of primary interests," he continued, "which to us have none, or a very remote relation. Our detached and distant situation invites and enables us to pursue a different course. It is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world." Moreover, Washington also warned his countrymen against assumptions of permanent or special hostility or friendship with any other nation. In all this there was no hint of America's future destiny as a world power. Washington did not even consider other than European relations. America's future pacification role was inconceivable in 1796. By and large, a pragmatic approach, case by case, to the foreign relations of the young republic was indeed the policy pursued by Washington's successors in the presidency. There was only one war with another great power, that between the United States and Great Britain in 1812. Besides contributing to the growth of nationalist feeling in the young republic, it was during this war that Uncle Sam made his appearance as the caricature embodiment of the nation, and the Star-Spangled Banner was composed. It marked an important stage in the evolving relations of the two countries. Officially, British interference with trade during the struggle with the Napoleonic blockade had caused the American declaration of war, but more important had been the hopes of some Americans that the conquest of Canada would follow. It did not. The failure of military expansion did much to determine that the future negotiation of the boundary problems with the British should be by peaceful negotiation. Though Anglophobia had been aroused again in the United States by the war, the fighting, which had its humiliations for both sides, cleared the air. In future boundary disputes it was tacitly understood that neither American nor British governments were willing to consider war except under extreme provocation. In this setting, the northern boundary of the United States was soon agreed as far west as the Stony Mountains, as the Rockies were then called. In 1845 it was carried further west to the sea, and by then the disputed Maine boundary, too, had been agreed. The greatest change in American territorial definition was brought about by the Louisiana Purchase. Roughly speaking, Louisiana was the area between the Mississippi and the Rockies. In 1803 it was theoretically in French possession, the Spanish having ceded it to them in 1800. This change had provoked American interest. If Napoleonic France envisaged a revival of French-American empire, New Orleans, which controlled the mouth of the river down which so much American commerce already passed, was of vital importance. It was to buy freedom of navigation on the Mississippi that the United States entered a negotiation which ended with the purchase of an area larger than the then total area of the Republic. On the modern map it includes Louisiana, Arkansas, Iowa, Nebraska, both the Dakotas, Minnesota west of the Mississippi, most of Kansas, Oklahoma, Montana, Wyoming, and a big piece of Colorado. The price was $11,250,000. This was the largest sale of land of all time, and its consequences were appropriately huge. It changed American domestic history by opening the way to the trans-Mississippi West. The social result would be a shift in demographic and political balance of revolutionary import for the politics of the young republic. This shift was already showing itself in the second decade of the century, when the population living west of the Alleghenies more than doubled. When completed with the acquisition of the Floridas from Spain, the United States had, by 1819, legal sovereignty over territory bounded by the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, from Maine to the Sabine River, the Red and Arkansas rivers, the Continental Divide, and the line of the 49th parallel agreed with the British. The United States was thus already incontrovertibly the most important state in the Americas. Though there were still some European colonial possessions there, a major effort would be required to contest this fact, as the British had discovered in war. Nonetheless, alarm about a possible European intervention in Latin America, together with Russian activity in the Pacific Northwest, led to a clear American statement of the Republic's determination to rule the roost in the Western Hemisphere. This was the Monroe Doctrine, enunciated in 1823, which said that no future European colonization in the hemisphere could be considered, and that intervention by European powers in its affairs would be seen as unfriendly to the United States. As this suited British interests, the Monroe Doctrine was easily maintained. It had the tacit underwriting of the Royal Navy, and no European power could conceivably mount an American operation if British sea power was used against it. The Monroe Doctrine remains the bedrock of American hemisphere diplomacy to this day. One of its consequences was that other American nations would not be able to draw upon European support in defending their own independence against the United States. The main sufferer before 1860 was Mexico. American settlers within its borders rebelled and set up an independent Texan republic, which was subsequently annexed by the United States. In the war that followed, Mexico did very badly. The Peace of 1848 stripped her, in consequence, of what would one day become Utah, Nevada, California, and most of Arizona, an acquisition of territory which left only a small purchase of other Mexican land to be made to round off the central mass of territory of the United States in its modern form by 1853. In the 70 years after the Peace of Paris, the Republic thus expanded to fill half a continent. Nearly 4 million people in 1790 had become nearly 24 million by 1850. Most of these still lived east of the Mississippi, it was true, and the only cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants were the three great Atlantic ports of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. Nonetheless, the center of gravity of the nation was moving westward. For a long time, the political, commercial, and cultural elites of the eastern seaboard would continue to dominate American society. But from the moment that the Ohio Valley had been settled, a western interest had been in existence, and Washington's farewell address had already recognized its importance. The West was an increasingly decisive contributor to the politics of the next 70 years, when there came to a head the greatest crisis in the history of the United States, and one which settled her destiny as a world power. Expansion, not only territorial but economic, shaped American history as profoundly as the democratic bias of her political institutions. Its influence on those institutions, too, was very great and sometimes glaring. Sometimes they were transformed. Slavery is the outstanding example. When Washington began his presidency, there were a little under 700,000 Negro slaves within the territories of the Union. This was a large number, but the framers of the Constitution paid no special attention to them, except insofar as questions of political balance between the different states were involved. In the end, it had been decided that a slave should count as 3/5 of a free man in deciding how many representatives each state should have. Within the next half-century, three things revolutionized this state of affairs. The first was an enormous extension of slavery, whose support was a rapid increase in the world's consumption of cotton, above all of its consumption by the mills of England. This led to a doubling of the crop in the 1820s, and then its doubling again in the 1830s. By 1860, cotton provided 2/3 of the value of the total exports of the United States. This huge increase was obtained largely by cropping new land, and new plantations meant more labor. By 1820, there were already 1.5 million Negro slaves. By 1860, about 4 million. In the southern states, slavery had become the foundation of the economic system. Because of this, Southern society became even more distinctive. It had always been aware of the ways it differed from the more mercantile and urban northern states, but now its peculiar institution, as slavery was called, came to be regarded as the essential core of a particular civilization. By 1860, many citizens of the southern states thought of themselves as a nation with a way of life they idealized and believed to be threatened by tyrannous interference from the outside. The expression and symbol of this interference was the growing hostility of Congress to slavery. The growing political importance of slavery was the second development, changing its role in American life, and was part of a general evolution in American politics evident also in other ways. The early politics of the Republic had reflected what were to be later called sectional interests, and the Farewell Address itself had drawn attention to them. Roughly speaking, they produced political parties reflecting, on the one hand, mercantile and business interests, which tended to look for strong federal government and protectionist legislation, and on the other, agrarian and consumer interests, which tended to assert the right of individual states and cheap money policies. At this stage, slavery was hardly a political question. Most political leaders seem to have thought of it as an evil which must succumb, though no one quite knew how, with the passage of time. This political world gradually gave way to a more modern one, partly as a result of the inherent tendencies of American institutions, partly because of social change. Judicial interpretation gave a strongly national and federal emphasis to the Constitution. At the same time as congressional legislation was thus given new potential force, the lawmakers were becoming more representative of American democracy. The presidency of Andrew Jackson had traditionally been seen as especially important in this. The growing democratization of politics reflected other changes. The United States was not to be troubled by a proletariat of townsmen driven off the land, because in the West the possibility long existed of realizing the dream of independence. The social ideal of the independent smallholder could remain central to the American tradition. The opening up of the western hinterland by the Louisiana Purchase was as important in revolutionizing the wealth and population distributions which shaped American politics as was the commercial and industrial growth of the North. Above all, the opening of the West transformed the question of slavery. There was great scope for dispute about the terms on which new territories should be joined to the Union, a question bound to be raised as the organization first of the Louisiana Purchase, and then territory taken from Mexico, had to be settled. Was slavery to be permitted in the new territories? A fierce anti-slavery movement had arisen in the North, which dragged the slavery issue to the forefront of American politics, and kept it there until it overshadowed every other question. Its campaign for the ending of the slave trade and the eventual emancipation of the Negro stemmed from much the same forces which produced such demands in other countries towards the end of the 18th century. But the American movement was importantly different, too. In the first place, it was confronted with a growth of slavery, at a time when it was disappearing elsewhere in the European world, so that the universal trends seemed to be at least checked, if not reversed, in the United States. Secondly, it involved a tangle of constitutional questions because of argument about the extent to which private property could be interfered with in individual states, where local laws upheld it, or even in territories that were not yet states. Moreover, the anti-slavery politicians brought forward a question which lay at the heart of the Constitution, and indeed of the political life of every European country too. Who was to have the last word? The people were sovereign, that was clear, but was the people, the majority of its representatives in Congress, or the populations of individual states, acting through their state legislatures, and asserting the indefeasibility of their rights even against Congress? Thus, slavery came, by mid-century, to be entangled with almost every question raised by American politics. These great issues were contained so long as the balance of power between the southern and northern states remained roughly the same. Although the North had a slight preponderance of numbers, the crucial equality in the Senate, where each state had 2 senators regardless of its population or size, was maintained. Down to 1819, new states were admitted to the Union on an alternating system, 1 slave, 1 free. There were then 11 of each. Then came the first crisis over the admission of the state of Missouri. In the days before the Louisiana Purchase, French and Spanish law permitted slavery there, and its settlers expected this to continue. They were indignant, and so were representatives of the southern states, when a northern congressman proposed restrictions upon slavery in the new state's constitution. There was great public stir and debate about sectional advantage. There was even talk of secession from the Union, so strongly did some Southerners feel. Yet the moral issue was mooted. It was still possible to reach a political answer to a political question by the Missouri Compromise, which admitted Missouri as a slave state, but balanced her by admitting Maine at the same time, and prohibiting any further extension of slavery in United States territory north of a line of latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes. This confirmed the doctrine that Congress had the right to keep slavery out of new territories if it chose to exercise it, but there was no reason to believe that the question would again arise for a long time. Indeed, so it proved, until a generation had passed. But already some had seen the future it contained. Thomas Jefferson, a former president and the man who drafted the Declaration of Independence, wrote that he considered it at once as the knell of the Union, and another future president wrote in his diary that the Missouri question was a mere preamble, a title page to a great tragic volume. Yet the tragedy did not come to its climax for 40 years. In part, this was because Americans had much else to think about, territorial expansion above all, and in part because no question arose of incorporating territories suitable for cotton growing, and therefore requiring slave labor, until the 1840s. But there were soon forces at work to agitate public opinion, and they would be effective when the public was ready to listen. It was in 1831 that a newspaper was established in Boston to advocate the unconditional emancipation of Negro slaves. This was the beginning of the abolitionist campaign of increasingly embittered propaganda, electoral pressure upon politicians in the North, assistance to runaway slaves, and opposition to their return to their owners after recapture, even when the law courts said they must be sent back. Against the background abolitionists provided, a struggle raged in the 1840s over the terms on which territory won from Mexico should be admitted. It ended in 1850 in a new compromise, but one not to last long. From this time, politics was strained by increasing feelings of persecution and victimization among the Southern leaders, and a growing arrogance on their part in the defense of their state's way of life. National party allegiances were already affected by the slavery issue. The Democrats took their stand on the finality of the 1850 settlement. The 1850s brought the descent to disaster. The need to organize Kansas blew up the truce which rested on the 1850 Compromise, and brought about the first bloodshed as abolitionists strove to bully pro-slavery Kansas into accepting their views. There emerged a Republican Party in protest against the proposal that popular sovereignty in the territory should decide whether Kansas should be slave or free. Kansas was north of the 36 degrees 30-minute line. The anger of abolitionists now mounted, too, whenever the law supported the slave owner, as it did in a notable Supreme Court decision in 1857, in the Dred Scott case, which returned a Negro to his master. In the South, on the other hand, such outcries were seen as incitements to disaffection among the blacks, and a determination to use the electoral system against Southern liberties, a view which was, of course, justified, because the abolitionists, at least, were not men who would compromise, though they could not get the Republican Party to support them. The Republican presidential candidate in the election of 1860 campaigned on a program which, insofar as it concerned slavery, envisaged only the exclusion of slavery from all territories to be brought into the Union in the future. This was already too much for some Southerners. Although the Democrats were divided, the country voted on strictly sectional grounds in 1860. The Republican candidate, Abraham Lincoln, who was to prove the greatest of American presidents, was elected by northern states together with the two Pacific coast ones. This was the end of the line for many Southerners. South Carolina formally seceded from the Union as a protest against the election. In February 1861, she was joined by 6 other states, and the Confederate States of America, which they set up, had its provisional government and president installed a month before President Lincoln was inaugurated in Washington. Each side accused the other of revolutionary designs and behavior. It is very difficult not to agree with both of them. The heart of the Northern position, as Lincoln saw, was that democracy should prevail, a claim of potentially limitless revolutionary implication. In the end, what the North achieved was indeed a social revolution in the South. On the other side, what the South was asserting in 1861, and 3 more states joined the Confederacy after the first shots were fired, was that it had the same right to organize its life as had, say, revolutionary Poles or Italians in Europe. It is unfortunate, but generally true, that the coincidence of nationalist claims with liberal institutions is rarely exact or even close. At the same time, though these great issues of principle were certainly at stake, they presented themselves in concrete, personal, and local terms, which make it very difficult to state clearly the actual lines along which the Republic divided for the great crisis of its history and identity. They ran through families, towns and villages, religions, and sometimes ran round groups of different colours. It is the tragedy of civil wars to be like that. Once underway, war has a revolutionary potential of its own. Much of the particular impact of what one side called the rebellion, and the other side, the war between the states, grew out of the necessities of the struggle. It took 4 years for the Union forces to beat the Confederacy, and in that time an important change had occurred in Lincoln's aims. At the beginning of the war he had spoken only of restoring the proper order of affairs. There were things happening in the southern states, he told the people, too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, and they would require military operations. This view broadened into a consistent reiteration that the war was fundamentally about preserving the Union. Lincoln's aim in fighting was to reunite the states which composed it. For a long time this meant that he failed to satisfy those who sought from the war the abolition of slavery. But in the end he came round to it. In 1862 he could still say in a public letter that, "If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that." But he did so at a moment when he had already decided that he must proclaim the emancipation of slaves in the rebel states. It became effective on New Year's Day, 1863. Thus, the nightmare of Southern politicians was reality at last, though only because of the war they had courted. It transformed the nature of the struggle, though not very obviously. In 1865, the final step was taken in an amendment to the Constitution which prohibited slavery anywhere in the United States. By that time, the Confederacy was defeated, Lincoln had been murdered, and the cause which he had imperishably summed up as government of the people, by the people, for the people, was safe. In the aftermath of its military victory, that cause could hardly appear as an unequivocally noble or righteous one to all Americans, but its triumph was pregnant with importance not only for America, but for mankind. It was the only political event of the century whose implications were as far-reaching as, say, the Industrial Revolution. The war settled the future of the continent. One great power would continue to dominate the Americas and exploit the resources of the richest untapped domain yet open to man. That fact in due course settled the outcome of 2 world wars and therefore the history of the world. The Union armies also decided that the system which would prevail in American politics would be the democratic one. This was not, perhaps, always true in the sense of Lincoln's words, but the political institutions which in principle provided for the rule of the majority were henceforth secure from direct challenge. This was to have the incidental effect of linking democracy and material well-being closely in the minds of Americans. Industrial capitalism in the United States would have a great pool of ideological commitment to draw upon when it faced its later critics. There were other domestic consequences too. The most obvious was the creation of a new color problem. In a sense, there had been no color problem while slavery existed. Servile status was the barrier separating the overwhelming majority of blacks — there had always been a few free among them — from whites, and legal sanctions upheld it. Emancipation swept away the framework of legal inferiority, and replaced this with the framework, or myth, of democratic equality, when very few Americans were ready to give this social reality. Millions of Negroes in the South were suddenly free. They were also, for the most part, uneducated, largely untrained, except for field labor, and virtually without leadership of their own race. For a little while in the Southern states they lent for support on the occupying armies of the Union. When this prop was removed, blacks disappeared from the legislatures and public offices of the Southern states, to which they had briefly aspired. In some areas they disappeared from the polling booths too. Legal disabilities were replaced by a social and physical coercion which was sometimes harsher than had been the old regime of slavery. The slave, at least, had the value to his master of being an investment of capital. He was protected like other property and was usually ensured a minimum security and maintenance. Competition in a free labor market at a moment when the economy of large areas of the South was in ruins, with impoverished whites struggling for subsistence, was disastrous for the black. By the end of the century he had been driven by a poor white population bitterly resentful of defeat and emancipation into social subordination and economic deprivation. From this was to stem emigration to the North in the 20th century, and racial problems in our own day. As another consequence of the war, the United States retained a two-party system. Between them, Republicans and Democrats have continued to divide the presidency to this day, though sometimes threatened by third parties. There was nothing to make this probable before 1861. Many parties had come and gone, reflecting different movements in American society, but the war was to rivet upon the Democratic Party a commitment to the Southern cause, which at first was a grave handicap because it carried the stigma of disloyalty. No Democrat was president until 1885. Correspondingly, it won for the Republicans the loyalty of northern states and the hopes of radicals who saw in them the saviors of the Union and democracy, and the liberators of the slave. Before the inadequacy of these stereotypes was clear, the parties were so deeply rooted in certain states that their predominance in them, let alone survival, was unchallengeable. 20th century American politics would proceed by internal transformation of the two great parties, which long reflected their primitive origins. For the moment, the Republicans of 1865 had it all their own way. Perhaps they would have found a way to reconcile the South if Lincoln had lived. As it was, the impact of their policies upon a defeated and devastated South made the Reconstruction years bitter ones. Many Republicans strove honestly to use the power they had to ensure democratic rights for the blacks. Thus they ensured the future hegemony in the South of the Democrats. But they did not do too badly. Soon, too, the economic tide was with them as the great expansion, interrupted briefly by the war, was resumed. It had been going on for 70 years and was already prodigious. Its most striking manifestation had been territorial. It was about to become economic. The phase of America's advance to the point at which her citizens would have the highest per capita income in the world was just opening in the 1870s. In the euphoria of this huge blossoming of confidence and expectation, all political problems seemed for a while to have been solved. Under Republican administrations, America turned, not for the last time, to the assurance that the business of America was not political debate, but economic advance. The South remained largely untouched by the new prosperity and slipped even further behind the North. It had no political leverage until an issue capable of bringing support to the Democrats in other sections turned up. Meanwhile, the North and West could look back with confidence that the astonishing changes of the previous 70 years promised even better times ahead. Foreigners could feel this too. That is why they were coming to the United States in growing numbers, 2.5 million in the 1850s alone. They fed a population which had grown from just over 5.25 million in 1800 to nearly 40 million in 1870. About half of them by then lived west of the Alleghenies, and the vast majority of them in rural areas. The building of railroads was opening the Great Plains to settlement, and exploitation which had not yet really begun. In 1869, the Golden Spike was driven, which marked the completion of the first transcontinental railroad link. In the New West, the United States would find its greatest agricultural expansion yet. Already, thanks to the shortage of labor experienced in the war years, machines were being used in numbers which pointed to a quite new scale of farming, the way to a new phase of the world's agricultural revolution which would make North America the granary of Europe. There were 250,000 mechanical reapers alone at work by the end of the war. Industrially, too, great years lay ahead. The United States was not yet an industrial power to compare with Great Britain. In 1870 there were still less than 2 million Americans employed in manufacturing. But the groundwork was done. With a large, increasingly well-off domestic market, the prospects for American industry were bright. Poised on the brink of their most confident and successful era, Americans were not being hypocritical in forgetting the losers. They understandably found it easy to do so in the general sense that the American system worked well. The blacks and the poor whites of the South had now joined the Indian, who had been a loser steadily for 2 centuries and a half, as the forgotten failures. The new power of the growing northern cities should probably not be regarded comparatively as losers. They were at least as well off, and probably better, than the poor of Manchester or Naples. Their willingness to come to the United States showed that she was already a magnet of great power. Nor was that power only material. Besides the wretched refuse, there were the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The United States was in 1870 still a political inspiration to political radicals elsewhere, though perhaps her political practice and forms had more impact in Great Britain, where people linked, both approvingly and disapprovingly, democracy with the Americanization of British politics, than in continental Europe. Such transatlantic influences and connections were aspects of the curious, fitful, but tenacious relations between the 2 Anglo-Saxon countries. They both underwent similar revolutionary change, and here, perhaps, the achievement of Great Britain in the early 19th century is even more remarkable than the transformation of the United States. At a time of unprecedented and potentially dislocating social upheaval, which turned her within a single lifetime into the first industrialized and urbanized society of modern times, Great Britain managed to maintain an astonishing constitutional and political continuity. At the same time, she was acting as a world and European power, as the United States never had to, and ruled a great empire. In this setting, she began the democratization of her institutions while retaining most of her buttresses of individual liberty. Socially, the United Kingdom was far less democratic than the United States in 1870, if the blacks are set aside as a special case. Social hierarchy, conferred by birth and land if possible, but if not, money would do, stratified the United Kingdom. Every observer was struck by the assured confidence of the English ruling classes that they were meant to rule. There was no American West to offset the deep swell of deference with the breeze of frontier democracy. Canada and Australia attracted restless emigrants, but in so doing removed the possibility of their changing the tone of English society. Political democracy developed faster than social, on the other hand, even if the universal male suffrage already long established in the United States would not be introduced until 1918. The democratization of English politics was already past the point of reversibility by 1870. This great change had come about within a few decades, though it had deeply liberal institutions: equality at law, personal liberty, a representative system. The English Constitution of 1800 had not rested on democratic principles. Its basis was the representation of individual and historic rights and the sovereignty of the Crown in Parliament. As late as 1832, the accidents of the past produced from these elements an electorate large by contemporary European standards, but the word democratic was a pejorative one, and few thought it indicated a desirable goal. To most Englishmen, democracy meant the French Revolution and military despotism. Yet, the most important step towards democracy in the English political history of the century was taken in 1832. This was the passing of a Reform Act, which was not itself democratic, and was indeed intended by many of those who supported it to act as a barrier to democracy. It carried out a great revision of the representative system, removing anomalies, such as the tiny constituencies which had been effectively controlled by patrons, to provide a constituency system which better reflected the needs of a country of growing industrial cities, and above all to change and make more orderly the franchise. It had been based on a jumble of different principles in different places. Now the main categories of persons given the vote were freeholders in the rural areas, and householders who owned or paid rent for their house at a middle-class level in the towns. The model elector was the man with a stake in the country, although dispute about the precise terms of the franchise still left some oddities. The immediate result was an electorate of about 650,000, and a House of Commons which did not look very different from its predecessor. Nonetheless, dominated by the aristocracy as it still was, it marked the beginning of nearly a century during which British politics were to be completely democratized, because once the Constitution had been changed in this way, then it could be changed again, and the House of Commons more and more claimed the right to say what should be done. In 1867 another act produced an electorate of about 2 millions, and in 1872 the decision that voting should take place by secret ballot also followed. A great step. This process would not be completed before the 20th century, but it soon brought other changes in the nature of British politics. Slowly, and somewhat grudgingly, the traditional political class began to take account of the need to organize parties, which were something more than family connections or personal cliques of members of Parliament. This was much more obvious after the emergence of a really big electorate in 1867. But the implication that there was a public opinion to be courted which was more than that of the old landed class was grasped sooner than this. All the greatest of English parliamentary leaders in the 19th century were men whose success rested on their ability to catch not only the ear of the House of Commons, but that of important sections of society outside it. The first and possibly most significant example was Sir Robert Peel, who created English conservatism. By accepting the verdicts of public opinion, he gave conservatism a pliability which always saved it from the intransigence into which the right was tempted in so many European countries. The great political crisis of Corn Law Repeal demonstrated this. It was not only about economic policy, but about who should govern the country, and was in some ways a complementary struggle to that for parliamentary reform before 1832. By the middle of the 1830s, the Conservatives had been brought by Peel to accept the consequences of 1832, and in 1846 he was just able to make them do the same over the protective Corn Laws, whose disappearance showed that landed society no longer had the last word. Vengefully, his party, the stronghold of the country gentlemen who considered the agricultural interests the embodiment of England, and themselves the champions of the agricultural interest, soon afterwards turned on Peel and rejected him. They were right in sensing that the whole tendency of his policy had been directed to the triumph of the free trade principles which they associated with the middle-class manufacturers. Their decision divided their party and condemned it to paralysis for 20 years, but Peel had in fact rid them of an incubus. He left it free, when reunited, to compete for the electorate's goodwill, untrammeled by commitment to the defence of only one among several economic interests. The redirection of England's tariff and fiscal policies towards free trade was one side, though in some ways the most spectacular, of a general alignment of British politics towards reform and liberalisation in the central third of the century. During this time a beginning was made with local government reform, significantly in the towns, not in the countryside where the landed interest was still the master. A new poor law was introduced, factory and mining legislation was passed, and began to be effectively policed by inspection. The judicial system was reconstructed, disabilities on Protestant nonconformists, Roman Catholics, and Jews were removed. A postal system was set up, which became the model on which all others were based, and a beginning was even made with tackling the scandal of neglect in public education. All this was accompanied by unprecedented growth in wealth, whose confident symbol was the holding in 1851 of a great exhibition of the world's wares in London, under the patronage of the Queen herself and the direction of her consort. If Englishmen were inclined to bumptiousness, as they seem to have been in the central decades of Victoria's reign, then it may be said they had grounds. Not everyone was pleased. Some moaned about a loss of economic privilege. In fact, England continued to display extremes of wealth and poverty as great as any other countries. There was somewhat more substance to the fear of creeping centralization. Parliamentary legislative sovereignty led to bureaucracy invading more and more areas, which had previously been immune to government intervention in practice. England in the 19th century was very far from concentrating power in her state apparatus to the degree which has now become usual in all countries. Yet some people felt worried that she might be going the way of France, a country whose highly centralized administration was taken to be sufficient explanation of the failure to achieve liberty, which had accompanied the French success in establishing equality. In offsetting such a tendency, the Victorian reforms of local government, some of which came only in the last 2 decades of the century, were crucial. Some foreigners admired. Most wondered how, in spite of the appalling conditions of her factory towns, England had somehow navigated the shoals of popular demands which had proved fatal to orderly government in other states. She had deliberately undertaken huge reconstructions of her institutions, at a time when the dangers of revolution were clearly apparent elsewhere, and had emerged unscathed, her power and wealth enhanced, and the principles of liberalism even more apparent in her politics. She did not have the advantages of geographical remoteness and almost limitless land, which were enjoyed by the United States, and even the United States had fought one of the bloodiest wars in human history to contain a revolution. How, then, had Great Britain done it? This was a leading question, though one historian still sometimes asks, without thinking about its implications, that there exist certain conditions which make revolution likely, and that Great Britain seems to have fulfilled them. It may be, rather, that no such propositions need to be conceded. Perhaps there never was a potentially revolutionary threat in this rapidly changing society. Many of the basic changes which the French Revolution brought to Europe had already existed in Great Britain for centuries, after all. The fundamental institutions offered large possibilities. Even in unreformed days, the English House of Commons and House of Lords were not the closed corporate institutions which were all that was available in many European states. Already before 1832 they had shown their capacity to meet new needs, even if slowly and belatedly. The first Factory Act, not admittedly a very helpful one, had been passed as early as 1801. Once 1832 was behind, then there were good grounds for thinking that if Parliament were only pressed hard enough from the outside, it would carry out any reforms that were required. There was no legal restraint on its power to do so. Even the oppressed and angry seemed to have seen this. There were many outbreaks of desperate violence and many revolutionaries about in the 1830s and 1840s, which were especially hard times for the poor. But it is striking that the most important popular movement of the day, the great spectrum of protest gathered together in what was called Chartism, asked in the People's Charter which was its programme for measures which would make Parliament more democratic and responsive to popular needs, not for its abolition. Yet it is not likely that the capacity of Parliament to provide reform would have been called upon unless other factors had operated. Here it is perhaps significant that the great reforms of Victorian England were all ones which interested the middle classes as much as the masses, with the possible exception of factory legislation. The English middle class came to an early share in political power, as its continental counterparts had not, and could therefore use it to obtain change. It was not tempted to ally with revolution at the recourse of desperate men to whom other avenues were closed. But in any case it does not seem that the English masses were themselves very revolutionary. At any rate, their failure to act in a revolutionary way has caused much distress to later left-wing historians. Whether this is because their sufferings were too great, not great enough, or whether simply there were too many differences between different sections of the working class, has been much disputed. But it is at least worth noticing, as did contemporary visitors, that in England traditional patterns of behaviour died hard. It was long to remain a country with habits of deference to social superiors, which much struck foreigners, especially Americans. Moreover, there were working-class organizations which provided alternatives to revolution. They were often Victorian in their admirable emphasis on self-help, caution, prudence, sobriety. Of the elements making up the great English labour movement, only the political party which bears that name was not in existence already before 1840. The others were mature by the 1860s. The friendly societies for insurance against misfortune, cooperative associations, and, above all, trades unions, all provided effective channels for personal participation in the improvement of working-class life, even if at first only to a few, and slowly. This early maturity was to underlie the paradox of English socialism, its later dependence on a very conservative and unrevolutionary trade union movement, long the largest in the world. Once the 1840s were over, economic trends may have helped to allay discontent. At any rate, working-class leaders often said so, almost regretfully. They, at least, thought that betterment told against a revolutionary danger in England. As the international economy picked up in the 1850s, good times came to the industrial cities of an England which was the workshop of the world, and its merchant, banker, and insurer too. As employment and wages rose, the support which the Chartists had mustered crumbled away, and they were soon only a reminiscence. The symbols of the unchanging form which contained so much change were the central institutions of the kingdom, Parliament, and the Crown. When the Palace of Westminster was burned down and a new one was built, a mock medieval design was chosen to emphasize the antiquity of the Mother of Parliaments. The violent changes of the most revolutionary era of English history were thus masked by the robes of custom and tradition. Above all, the monarchy continued. Already, when Victoria ascended the throne, it was second only to the papacy in antiquity among the political institutions of Europe. Yet it was much changed in reality for all that. It had been brought very low in public esteem by George III's successor, the worst of English kings, and not much enhanced by his heir. Victoria and her husband were to make it again unquestioned. In part this was against the grain for the Queen herself. She did not pretend to like the political neutrality appropriate to a constitutional monarch when the Crown had withdrawn above the political battle. Nonetheless, it was in her reign that this withdrawal was seen to be made. She also domesticated the monarchy. For the first time since the days of the young George III, the phrase, "the royal family," was a reality and could be seen to be such. It was one of many ways in which her German husband, Prince Albert, helped her, though he got little thanks for it from an ungrateful English public. Only in Ireland did their capacity for imaginative change seem always to fail the British people. They had faced a real revolutionary danger and had had to put down a rebellion there in 1798. In the 1850s and 1860s things were quiet, but the reason was in large measure an appalling disaster which overtook Ireland in the middle of the 1840s, when the failure of the potato crop was followed by famine, disease, and thus, brutally, a Malthusian solution of Ireland's overpopulation. For the moment, the demand for the repeal of the Act of Union, which had joined her to Great Britain in 1801, was muted, The dislike of her predominantly Catholic population for an alien and established Protestant church was in abeyance, and there was no serious disturbance among a peasant population feeling no loyalty to absentee English landlords. Problems nonetheless remained, and the Liberal government which took office in 1868 addressed itself above all else to them. All that emerged was a new Irish nationalism movement demanding Home Rule. This demand was to haunt British politics and overturn their combinations and settlements for the rest of the century and beyond. Through the capacity Home Rule was to show to wreck British liberalism, Ireland again became a force in world history after over 1,000 years. She was also to make another important, and if less direct, impact upon it at about the same time, through the Irish emigration to the United States. 5. The European world hegemony. In 1900, European nations, and nations of European stock overseas, dominated the globe. This was not always to the disadvantage of non-Europeans, but they were almost always the underdogs. If they were not ruled directly by European governments, they were either helplessly involved in European commerce, or gave individual Europeans a big share in the direction of their affairs. Sometimes, perhaps most important of all as a demonstration of inferiority, they succumbed to the attractive force of European ideals, or, most diabolical of all European exports, to a new set of expectations. Such things make it reasonable to talk about the hegemony of European civilization. Some have preferred the term Western, because the United States played a big part in it, at some times and in some places. This is acceptable, but unnecessarily finicky. The rest of the world hardly distinguished American from European, and the Americas belong to the European tradition of civilization. Given the current use of the phrase Western world, it is easier, clearer, and more accurate to speak here in terms of Europe, making other distinctions when it is necessary to do so. European hegemony in about 1900 can be pictured as a succession of concentric circles. The innermost was old Europe itself, which had grown in wealth and population for 3 centuries, thanks to an increasing mastery of its own and the world's resources. Europeans distinguished themselves more and more from other men by taking and consuming a growing share of the world's goods, and by the energy and skill they showed in manipulating their environment. Their civilization was already rich and was all the time getting richer. Industrialization had confirmed its self-feeding capacity to open up and create new resources. Furthermore, the power generated by new wealth made possible the appropriation of the wealth of other parts of the world. The profits of Congo rubber, Burmese teak, or Persian oil would not for a long time be reinvested in those countries. The poor European and American benefited from low prices for raw materials, and mortality rates tell the story of an industrial civilization finding it possible to give its people a richer life. Even the European peasant could buy cheap manufactured clothes and tools, while his contemporaries in Africa and India still lived in the Stone Age. This wealth was shared by the second circle of European hegemony, that of the European cultures transplanted overseas. The United States is the greatest example. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the countries of South America make up the list. They did not all stand on the same footing towards the Old World, but together with Europe proper they make up what is sometimes called the Western world, an unhelpful expression since they are scattered all round the globe, but one which expresses the important fact of the similarity of the ideas and institutions of the Europeans who first settled in them and laid their foundations. Of course, this was not all that shaped them. They all had their frontiers, they all had to face special environment challenges and historical circumstances. But what they had in common were ways of dealing with these challenges, institutions which different frontiers would reshape in different ways. They were all formally Christian. No one ever settled new lands in the name of atheism until the 20th century. All regulated their affairs by European systems of law, and all had access to the great cultures of Europe with which they shared their languages. In 1900, this world was sometimes called the civilized world. It was called that just because it was a world of shared standards. The confident people who used the phrase could not easily see that there was much else deserving of the name of civilization in the world. When they looked for it, they tended to see only heathen, backward, benighted peoples. Such an attitude was itself part of the story of European success, which fed it. What were taken to be demonstrations of the inherent superiority of European ideas and values nerved men to fresh assaults on the world, and inspired fresh incomprehension of it. The progressive values of the 18th century provided new arguments for superiority, and Europeans had, by the end of it, lost almost all of their former respect for other civilizations. Their own social practice seemed obviously superior to the unintelligible barbarities found elsewhere, and the advocacy of individual rights, a free press, universal suffrage, the protection of women, children, and even animals from exploitation have been ideals pursued right down to our own day, in other lands, by Europeans and Americans, often wholly unconscious that they might be inappropriate. Philanthropists and progressives long continued to be confident that the values of European civilization should be universalized, as were its medicine and sanitation, even when deploring other assertions of European superiority. Science, too, has often seemed to point in the same direction, to the destruction of superstition and the bringing of the blessings of a rational exploitation of resources, the provision of formal education and the suppression of backward and social customs. There was a well-nigh universal assumption that the values of European civilization were better than indigenous ones. Obviously, too, they often were, and a large obliviousness to any disruptive effects they might have. Fortunately, it was thought, for the peoples of some of the lands over which thick darkness, as the Victorian hymn put it, brooded, they were in many instances ruled directly by Europeans or European stocks. Subject peoples formed the third concentric circle of European civilization. In many colonies, enlightened administrators toiled to bring the blessings of railways, Western education, hospitals, law and order to peoples whose own institutions had clearly failed. The evidence of their inadequacy was that they had failed to stand up to the challenge and competition of a superior civilization. Even when native institutions were protected and preserved, it was from a position which assumed the superiority of the culture of the colonial power. That conscious superiority is no longer admired or admissible. In one respect, nevertheless, it achieved an end which the most scrupulous critics of colonialism still accept as a good one, even when suspecting the motives which brought it about. This was the abolition of slavery in the European world in all its senses, and the deployment of force and diplomacy to damage it even in countries Europeans did not control. The crucial steps were taken in 1807 and 1834, when the British Parliament abolished first the trade with slaves, and then slavery itself in the British Empire. This action by the major naval, imperial, and commercial power was decisive. Similar measures were soon enforced by other European nations, and slavery finished in the United States in 1865. The end of the process may be reckoned to be the emancipation of slaves in Brazil in 1888. At which date colonial governments and the Royal Navy were pressing hard on the operations of Arab slave traders in the African continent and the Indian Ocean. Many forces, intellectual, religious, economic, and political, contributed to and explain this great achievement, and debate about their precise individual significance continues. It is perhaps worth pointing out here only that, however abolition came about, and though it was after 300 years and more of large-scale slave trading, no civilization once dependent on slavery has ever been able to eradicate it except the European. Furthermore, though in the present century slavery in effect returned to Europe, it cannot now be sustained except by force. It cannot be much consolation to their unhappy occupants, but the forced labor camps of our own day are run by men who have had to pay the tribute of hypocrisy to virtue by disguising their slaves as the subjects of re-education or judicial punishment. Beyond this outermost circle of directly ruled territories lay the rest of the world. Its people were shaped by Europe, too. Sometimes their values and institutions were corroded by contact with it, as was the case in the Chinese and Ottoman empires, and this might lead to indirect European political interference, as well as the weakening of traditional authority. Sometimes they were stimulated by such contacts and exploited them. Japan is the only example of an important nation doing this with success. What was almost impossible was to remain untouched by Europe. The busy, bustling energy of the European trader would alone have seen to that. Thus, in many ways, the areas which were not directly ruled by Europeans make the point of European supremacy most forcibly of all. European values were transferred on the powerful wings of encouragement and envy. Geographical remoteness was almost the only security, and even Tibet was invaded by the British in 1904. Ethiopia is virtually the solitary example of successful independence. It survived British and Italian invasion in the 19th century, but, of course, had the important moral advantage of claiming to have been a Christian country in the first place, albeit not a Western one, and only intermittently for some 14 centuries. Whoever opened the door, a whole civilization was likely to try to follow them through it, but one of the most important agencies bringing European civilization to the rest of the world has always been Christianity, because of its especially close and intimate interest in so much of human behavior. The territorial spread of the organized churches and the growth in their numbers of official adherents in the 19th century made it the greatest century of Christian expansion since apostolic times. Much of this was the result of a renewed wave of missionary activity. New orders were set up by Catholics. New societies for the support of overseas missions appeared in Protestant countries. Yet the paradoxical effect was the intensifying of the European flavor of what was supposedly a creed for all sorts and conditions of men. In most of the receiving countries, Christianity was long seen as just one more aspect of European civilization, rather than as a spiritual message which might use a local idiom. An interesting if trivial example was the concern missionaries often showed over dress. Whereas the Jesuits in 17th century China had discreetly adopted the costume of their hosts, their 19th century successors set to work with zeal to put Bantus and Solomon Islanders into European garments, which were often of almost freakish unsuitability. This was one way in which Christian missionaries diffused more than a religious message. Often, too, they brought important material and technical benefits, food in time of famine, agriculture techniques, hospitals and schools, some of which could be disruptive of the societies which received them. Through them filtered the assumptions of a progressive civilization. The ideological confidence of Europeans, missionaries and non-missionaries alike, rested in the last resort on the knowledge that they could not be kept away even from countries which were not colonized. Europeans had force on their side. There appeared to be no part of the world where Europeans could not, if they wished, impose themselves by armed strength. The development of weapons in the 19th century gave Europeans an even greater relative advantage than they had enjoyed when the first Portuguese broadside was fired at Calicut. Even when advanced devices were available to other peoples, they could rarely deploy them effectively. At the Battle of Omdurman in the Sudan in 1898, a British regiment opened fire on its opponents at 2,000 yards range with the ordinary magazine rifle of the British Army of the day. Soon afterwards, shrapnel shell and machine guns were shredding to pieces the masses of the Mahdist army, who never reached the British line. By the end of the battle, 10,000 of them had been killed for a loss of 48 British and Egyptian soldiers. It was not, as an Englishman put it soon afterwards, simply the case that, whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun and they have not. For the Khalifa had machine guns in his armour at Omdurman too. He also had telegraph apparatus to communicate with his forces, and electric mines to blow up the British gunboats on the Nile. But none of these things was properly employed. Not only a technical, but a mental transformation was required before non-European cultures could use the instrumentation of the Europeans to defeat them. In one other sense, more benevolent and less disagreeable, European civilization rested upon force. This was because it could prosper and mature in the Pax Britannica, which throughout the whole 19th century stood in the way of European nations fighting each other for mastery of the non-European world. There was no repeat performance of the colonial wars of the 17th and 18th centuries, though the greatest extension of direct colonial rule in modern times was going on. Traders of all nations could move without let or hindrance on the surface of the seas, and they were often the key figures in the spread of European influence. British naval supremacy was a precondition of the informal expansion of European civilization. It guaranteed, above all, the international framework of trade. By 1900, the centre of this was Europe. In spite of temporary disruptions, a world economy existed. The old peripheral exchanges by a few merchants and enterprising captains had, from the 17th century onwards, been replaced gradually by integrated relationships of interdependence based on a broad distinction of role between industrial and non-industrial countries. The second tended to be primary producers, meeting the needs of the increasingly urbanized populations of the first. But this crude distinction needs much qualification. Individual countries often do not fit it. The United States, for example, was both a great primary producer and the world's leading manufacturing power in 1914, with an output as great as those of Great Britain, France, and Germany together. Nor was this distinction one which ran exactly between nations of European and non-European culture. Japan and Russia were both industrializing faster than China or India in 1914, but Russia, though European, Christian, and imperialist, could certainly not be regarded as a developed nation, and most Japanese, like most Russians, were still peasants. Nor could a developed economy be found in Balkan Europe. All that can be asserted is that in 1914 a nucleus of advanced countries existed, with social and economic structures quite different from those of traditional society, and that these were the core of an Atlantic group of nations which was increasingly the world's main producer and consumer. The world economy came to a sharp focus in London, where the financial services which sustained the flow of world trade were centred. A huge amount of the world's business was transacted by means of the sterling bill of exchange. It rested in turn upon the international gold standard, which sustained confidence by ensuring that the main currencies remained in fairly steady relationships with one another. All major countries had gold currencies, and world travel was possible with a bag of gold sovereigns, $5 pieces, gold francs, or any other major medium of exchange, without any doubts about their acceptability. London was also in another sense the centre of the world economy, because although the United Kingdom's gross output was by 1914 overtaken in important respects by that of the United States and Germany, she was the greatest of trading nations. The bulk of the world's shipping and carrying trade was in British hands. She was the main importing and exporting nation, and the only one which sent more of its manufactures to non-European nations than to European. Great Britain was also the biggest exporter of capital, and drew a huge income from her overseas investments, notably those in the United States and South America. Her special role imposed a roughly triangular system of international exchange. The British bought goods, manufactured and otherwise, from Europe, and paid for them with their own manufactures, cash, and overseas produce. To the rest of the world they exported manufactures, capital, and services, taking in return food and raw materials, and cash. This complex system illustrates how little the European relationship with the rest of the world was a simple one of exchanging manufactures for raw materials. And there was, of course, always the unique instance of the United States, little involved in export, but gradually commanding a greater and greater share of its own domestic market for manufactured goods, and still a capital importer. Most British economists believed in 1914 that the prosperity which this system enjoyed, and the increasing wealth which it made possible, showed the truth of free trade doctrine. Their own country's prosperity had grown most rapidly in the heyday of such ideas, Adam Smith had predicted that prosperity would continue if a closed imperial system reserving trade to the mother country were abandoned, and so, in the case of America, it had soon proved. For a big expansion had come to the Anglo-American trade within a few years of the peace of 1783. By 1800, a majority of British exports were already going outside Europe, and there then still lay ahead the greatest period of expansion of trade in India and East Asia. Understandably, British imperial policy was directed not to the potentially embarrassing acquisition of new colonies, but to the opening of areas closed to trade, for that was where prosperity was deemed to lie. The outstanding example was the Opium War of 1839–42, which opened 5 Chinese ports to trade and gave Great Britain Hong Kong as a base for its commercial activities. In the middle of the 19th century, there had been, for a couple of decades, a high tide of free trade ideas when more governments seemed willing to act upon them than ever before or after. In this phase, tariff barriers were demolished, and the comparative advantage of the British, first among trading and manufacturing nations, had continued. But this era passed in the 1870s and 1880s. The onset of a worldwide recession of economic activity and falling prices meant that by 1900 Great Britain was again the only major nation without tariffs for protection, and even in that country questioning of the old free trade dogmas was beginning to be heard as competition from Germany grew fiercer and more alarming. Nevertheless, by comparison with that of today, the economic world of 1914 must still seem to be one of astonishing economic freedom and confidence. A long European peace provided the soil in which trading connections could mature. Stable currencies assured great flexibility to a world price system. Exchange control existed nowhere in the world, and Russia and China were as completely integrated into this market as other countries. Freight and insurance rates had grown cheaper and cheaper, food prices had shown a long-term decline, and wages had shown a long-term rise. Interest rates and taxation were low. It seemed as if a capitalist paradise might be achievable. As this system had grown to incorporate Asia and Africa, it too came to be instrumental in a diffusion of ideas and techniques originally European, but soon acclimatized in other lands. Joint stock companies, banks, commodity and stock exchange spread round the world. They began to displace traditional structures of commerce. The building of docks and railways, the infrastructures of world trade, together with the beginnings of industrial employment, began in some places to turn peasants into an industrial proletariat. Sometimes the effects on local economies could be bad. The cultivation of indigo in India, for example, more or less collapsed when synthetic dyes became available in Germany and Great Britain. Isolation, first disturbed by explorers, missionaries and soldiers, was destroyed by the arrival of the telegraph and the railway. In the 20th century, the motor car, which had already appeared in Europe and the United States, would take this further. Deeper relationships were being transformed too. The canal, opened at Suez in 1869, not only shaped British commerce and strategy, but once again gave the Mediterranean new importance, not this time as a center of a special civilization, but as a route. Economic integration and institutional change were inseparable from cultural diffusion. The formal instruments of missionary religion, educational institutions, and government policy are only a tiny part of this story. The European languages, which were used officially, for example, took with them European concepts, and opened to educated elites in non-European countries their heritage not only of Christian civilization, but of secular and enlightened European culture, too. Missionaries spread more than dogma, or medical and educational services. They also provoked the criticism of existing and traditional society, and in some colonies, criticism of the colonial regime itself, because of the gap between its performance and the pretensions of the culture it imposed. In the perspectives of the 20th century, much of what is most durable and important in the impact of Europe on the world can be traced to such unintended, ambiguous effects as these. Above all, there was the simple urge to imitate, whether expressed ludicrously in the adoption of European dress, or, much more importantly, in the conclusion drawn by many who sought to resist European hegemony, that to do so it was necessary to adopt European ways. Almost everywhere, radicals and reformers advocated Europeanization, and this survived both the passing of colonial empires and the fragmentation of the world economy. The ideas of 1776, 1789, and 1848 are still at work in Asia and Africa, and the world still debates its future in European terms. This extraordinary outcome is too often overlooked. In its unravelling, 1900 is only a vantage point, not the end of the story. The Japanese are a gifted people who have inherited exquisite artistic traditions, yet they have adopted not only Western industrialism, which is understandable enough, but Western art forms, Western dress, and even Western drink in preference to their own. Though the Japanese find whiskey and claret fashionable, sake has never swept Europe or the United States. The Chinese nowadays revere Marx, a German philosopher who articulated a system of thought rooted in 19th century German idealism and English social and economic facts. This suggests another curious fact. The balance sheet of cultural influence is overwhelmingly one-sided. The world gave back to Europe occasional fashions, but no idea or institution of comparable effect to those Europe gave to the world. The teaching of Marx is a force throughout Asia today. The last non-European whose words had any comparable authority in Europe was Jesus Christ. For centuries, thousands of European ships sailed to Calicut, Nagasaki, Canton. During those same centuries, not one Indian, Japanese, or Chinese ship ever docked at Tilbury, Genoa, or Amsterdam. Not until 1867 did a Japanese steamer sail to the west coast of America. Yet by then, the age of the Marco Polos and other isolated, exotic travellers beyond Europe had long since given way to that of steady, regular commercial enterprise, supported by a great network of communications and services across thousands of miles of sea. These communications also made possible the movement of Europeans who wished to emigrate to the European communities in other continents. Outside the United States, the two most important groups of these were, as they still are, in South America and the former British colonies of white settlement, which, though formally subject to London's direct rule for much of the 19th century, were in fact long, oddly hybrid, not quite independent nations, but not really colonies either. Both groups were fed during the 19th century, like the United States, by the great diaspora of Europeans whose numbers justify one name which has been given to this era of European demography, the Great Resettlement. Before 1800 there was little European immigration on a large scale except from the British Isles. Since then, something like 60 million Europeans have gone overseas, and this tide began to flow strongly for the first time in the 1830s. In the 19th century, most of it went to North America, and then to Latin America, especially Argentina and Brazil, to Australia and South Africa. At the same time, a concealed European emigration was also occurring across land inside Russia, a country which occupies 1/6 of the world's land surface, and which had vast spaces to draw migrants in Siberia. The peak of European emigration overseas actually came on the eve of the First World War in 1913, when over 1.5 million left Europe. Over a third of these were Italians, nearly 400,000 were British, and 200,000 were Spanish. 50 years earlier, Italians figured only to a minor degree. Germans and Scandinavians loomed much larger. All the time, the British Isles contributed a steady flow. Between 1880 and 1910, 8.5 million Britons went overseas. The Italian figure for this period was just over 6 million. The greatest number of British emigrants went to the United States, about 65% of them between 1815 and 1900, But large numbers went also to the self-governing colonies. This ratio changed after 1900, and by 1914 a majority of British emigrants was going to the latter. Italians and Spaniards also went to South America in large numbers, though Italians preferred the United States. That country remained the greatest of the receivers for all other nationalities, and the greatest overall. Between 1820 and 1950, the United States benefited by the arrival of over 33 million Europeans. The explanation of this striking demographic evolution is not far to seek. Rising populations in Europe always pressed upon economic possibilities, as the discovery of the phenomenon of unemployment, a word invented in the 19th century, shows. In the last decades of the 19th century, when emigration was rising fastest, European farmers were especially pressed by overseas competition. For the first time in human history, there were obvious opportunities in other lands, where labour was needed, together with easy and cheap means of getting there. The steamship and railroad greatly changed demographic history, and they both began to produce their greatest effect after 1880. They permitted much greater local mobility, too, so that temporary migrations of labour and movements within continents became much easier. Great Britain exported large numbers of Irish peasants, Welsh miners and steel workers, and English farmers. She took in, at the end of the 19th century, an influx of Jewish communities from Eastern Europe, which remained a distinguishable element in British society. To the seasonal migration of labour, which had always characterized such border districts as southern France, were now added longer-term movements as Poles came to France to work in coal mines, and Italian waiters and ice cream men became part of British folklore. When, for political reasons, the North African shore became accessible, it too was changed by short-range migration from Europe. Italians, Spaniards, and Frenchmen were drawn there to settle or trade in the coastal cities, and thus created a new society with interests distinct from those of the societies from which the migrants had come. Easier travel did not only ease European migration. Chinese and Japanese migration to the Pacific coasts of North America was already important by 1900. The British Empire provided a huge framework within which Indian communities spread round the world. Chinese migrants moved down into Southeast Asia, Japanese to Latin America. The spectacle frightened Australians, who sought to preserve a white Australia, by limiting immigration by racial criteria. But these movements, though important, were subordinate to the major phenomenon of the 19th century, the last great Volkswanderung of the European peoples, and one as decisive for the future as the barbarian invasions had been. In Latin America, the term was invented in the middle of the 19th century, which attracted in the main Italians and Spaniards, southern Europeans could find much that was familiar. There was the framework to cultural and social life provided by Catholicism. There were Latin languages and social customs. The political and legal framework also reflected the imperial past, some of whose institutions had persisted through an era of political upheaval at the beginning of the 19th century, which virtually ended Spanish and Portuguese colonial rule on the mainland. This happened because events in Europe had led to a crisis in which weaknesses in the old empires proved fatal. This was not for want of effort, at least on the part of the Spanish. In contrast to the British in the north, the metropolitan government had carried out sweeping reforms in the 18th century. When the Bourbons replaced the last Habsburgs on the Spanish throne in 1701, a new era of Spanish imperial development had begun, though it took some decades to become apparent. When changes came, they led first to reorganization and then to enlightened reform. The two viceroyalties of 1700 became four. New ones appeared in New Granada, Panama, and the area covered by Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, and La Plata, which ran from the mouth of the river across the continent to the border of Peru. This structural rationalization was followed by relaxations of the closed commercial system, at first unwillingly conceded and then consciously promoted as a means to prosperity. These stimulated the economy both of the colonies and of those parts of Spain notably the Mediterranean littoral, which benefited from the end of the monopoly of colonial trade, hitherto confined to the port of Seville. Nonetheless, these healthy tendencies were offset by grave weaknesses which they did not touch. A series of insurrections revealed deep-seated ills. In Paraguay, 1721–35, Colombia, 1781, and above all, Peru in 1780. There were real threats to colonial government, which could only be contained by great military efforts. Among others, these required levies of colonial militia, a double-edged expedient, for it provided the Creoles with military training which they might turn against Spain. The deepest division in Spanish colonial society was between the Indians and the colonists of Spanish descent, but that between the Creoles and Peninsulares was to have more immediate political importance. It had widened with the passage of time. Resentful of their exclusion from high office, the Creoles noted with attention the success of the British colonists of North America in shaking off imperial rule. At first, too, the French Revolution suggested possibilities rather than dangers. As these events unrolled, the Spanish government grew more embarrassed in other ways. In 1790, a quarrel with Great Britain led at last to surrender of the remnants of the old Spanish claim to sovereignty throughout the Americas, when it conceded that the right to prohibit trade or settlement in North America only extended within an area of 30 miles around a Spanish settlement. Then came wars, first with France, then with Great Britain, twice, and finally, in fact, though not in law, with France again during the Napoleonic invasion. These wars not only cost Spain Santo Domingo, Trinidad, and Louisiana, but also its dynasty, which was forced by Napoleon to abdicate in 1808. The end of Spanish sea power had already come at Trafalgar, in this state of disorder and weakness, when, finally, Spain itself was engulfed by French invasion, the Creoles decided to break loose, and in 1810 the Wars of Independence began with risings in New Granada, La Plata, and New Spain. The Creoles were not at first successful, and in Mexico they found that they had a racial war on their hands when the Indians took the opportunity to turn on all whites. But the Spanish government was not able to win them over, nor to muster sufficient strength to crush further waves of rebellion. British sea power guaranteed that no other conservative European power could step in to help the Spanish, and thus practically sustain the Monroe Doctrine. So there emerged from the fragments of the former Spanish Empire a collection of republics, most of them ruled by soldiers. In Portuguese Brazil, the story had gone differently. For though a French invasion of Portugal had in 1807 provoked a new departure, it was different from that of the Spanish Empire. The Prince Regent of Portugal had himself removed from Lisbon to Rio de Janeiro, which thus became the effective capital of the Portuguese Empire. Though he went back to Portugal as king in 1820, he left behind his son, who took the lead in resisting an attempt by the Portuguese government to reassert its control of Brazil, and, with relatively little fighting, became the emperor of an independent Brazil in 1822. A glance at the map of contemporary South America reveals the most obvious of many great differences between the Revolution of 1776 and those of 1810 onwards. No United States of South America was to emerge from the Wars of Independence. Although the great hero and leader of independence, Bolivar, hoped for much from a Congress of the new states at Panama in 1826, nothing came of it. It is not difficult to understand why. For all the variety of the 13 British colonies and difficulties facing them, they had, after their victory, relatively easy intercommunication by sea and few insurmountable obstacles of terrain. They also had some experience of cooperation and a measure of direction of their own affairs, even while under imperial rule. With these advantages, their divisions still remained important enough to impose a constitution which gave very limited powers to the national government. It is hardly surprising that the southern republics could not achieve continental unity, for all the advantages of the common background of Spanish rule which most of them shared. The absence of unifying factors may not have been disadvantageous, For the Latin Americans of the early 19th century faced no danger or opportunity which made unity desirable. Against the outside world, they were protected by Great Britain and the United States. At home, the problems of post-colonial evolution were far greater than had been anticipated, and were unlikely to be tackled more successfully by the creation of an artificial unity. Indeed, as in Africa a century and a half later, the removal of colonial rule revealed that geography and community did not always make for political units which corresponded to the old administrative divisions. The huge, thinly populated states, which emerged from the wars of independence, were constantly threatened by the danger of falling apart into small units, as the urban minorities who had guided the independence movement found it impossible to control their followers. Some did break up. There were racial problems, too. The social inequalities they gave rise to were not removed by independence. Not every country experienced them in the same way. In Argentina, for example, there were few Indians. That country was celebrated by the end of the 19th century for the extent to which it resembled Europe. At the other extreme, Brazil had a population the majority of which was black, and at the time of independence, much of it still in slavery. To deal with such problems, the new states could not draw upon any tradition of self-government, for the colonial administrations had been absolutist and had not thrown up representative institutions. For the political principles they sought to apply, the leaders of the republics looked in the main to the French Revolution. But these were advanced ideas for states whose tiny elites did not even share among themselves agreement about accepted practice. They could hardly produce a framework of mutual tolerance. Worse still, revolutionary principles quickly brought the Church into politics, a development which was, perhaps in the long run, inevitable, given its huge power as a landowner and popular influence, but unfortunate in adding anti-clericalism to the woes of the continent. In these circumstances, it was hardly surprising that during most of the century, each republic found that its affairs tended to drift into the hands of caudillos, military adventurers and their cliques, who controlled armed forces sufficient to give them power until more powerful rivals came along. The cross-currents of civil war and wars between the new states, some very bloody, led by 1900 to a map which is substantially still that of today. Mexico, the most northern of the former Spanish colonies, had lost land in the north to the United States. 4 mainland Central American republics had appeared, and 2 island states, the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Cuba was on the point of achieving independence. To the south were the 10 states of South America. All of these countries were republican. Brazil had given up its monarchy in 1889. Though all had been through grave civic disorders, they represented very different degrees of stability and constitutional propriety. In Mexico, an Indian had indeed become president, to great effect, in the 1850s, but everywhere there remained the social divisions between Indians and the mestizos, those of mixed blood, on the one hand, and those of European blood, much reinforced in numbers when immigration became more rapid after 1870, on the other. The Latin American countries had contained about 19 million people in 1800. A century later they had 63 million. This argues a certain increase in wealth. Most of the Latin American countries had important natural resources in one form or another, and usually these became more valuable as Europe and the United States became more industrialized. Argentina had space and some of the finest pasture in the world. The invention of refrigerator ships in the 1880s made it England's butcher, and later grain grower as well. Chile had nitrates, and Venezuela had oil. Both grew more important with the 20th century. Brazil had coffee, and Mexico oil too. The list could be continued, but would confirm that the growing wealth of Latin America came above all from primary produce. The capital to exploit this came from Europe and the United States, and this produced new ties between these European nations overseas and Europe itself. This increase in wealth nevertheless was connected with two related drawbacks. One was that it did little to reduce the disparities of wealth to be found in these countries. Indeed, they may have increased. In consequence, social, like racial, tensions remained largely unresolved. An apparently Europeanized urban elite lived lives wholly unlike those of the Indian and mestizo masses. This was accentuated by the dependence of Latin America on foreign capital. Not unreasonably, foreign investors sought security. They by no means always got it, but it tended to divert some of their resources to the support of the existing social and political authorities, who thus enhanced still further their own wealth. It would take only a few years of the 20th century for conditions resulting from this sort of thing to produce social revolution in Mexico. The irritation and disappointment of foreign investors who could not collect the debts due to them led sometimes to diplomatic conflicts and even armed intervention. The collection of debt was, after all, not seen as a revival of colonialism, and European governments sent stiff messages and backed them up with force on several occasions during the century. When, in 1902, Great Britain, Germany, and Italy together instituted a naval blockade of Venezuela in order to collect debts due to their subjects who had suffered in revolutionary troubles, this provoked the United States to go further than the Monroe Doctrine. From the days of the Texan Republic onwards, the relations of the United States with its neighbors had never been easy, nor are they today. Too many complicating factors were at work. The Monroe Doctrine expressed the basic interest of the United States in keeping the hemisphere uninvolved with Europe, and the first Pan-American Congress was another step in this direction, when the United States organized it in 1889. But this could no more prevent the growth of economic links with Europe than could the revolution sever those of the United States with Great Britain, and North Americans were among the investors in South American countries, and soon had their special pleas to make to their government. Moreover, as the century came to an end, it was clear that the strategic situation, which was the background to the Monroe Doctrine, had changed. Steamships and the rise of American interest in the Far East and the Pacific were the main causes of change. This made the United States much more sensitive, in particular, to developments in Central America and the Caribbean, where an Isthmian canal was more and more likely to be built. The outcome was greater heavy-handedness and even arrogance in United States policy towards its neighbors in the early 20th century. When, after a brief war with Spain, the United States won Cuba its independence, special restraints were incorporated in the new Cuban constitution to ensure she would remain a satellite. The territory of the Panama Canal was obtained by intervention in the affairs of Colombia. The Venezuelan debt affair was followed by an even more remarkable assertion of American strength, a corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. This was the announcement, almost at once given practical expression in the Dominican Republic, that the United States would exercise a right of intervention in the affairs of any state in the Western Hemisphere, whose internal affairs were in such disorder that they might tempt European intervention. Later, one American president sent Marines to Nicaragua in 1912 on this ground, and another occupied the Mexican port of Veracruz in 1914, as a way of coercing a Mexican government. This was not the end of an unhappy era of relations between the United States and her neighbors, though far enough to take it for the moment. Their importance here, in any case, is only symptomatic of the ambiguous standing of the Latin American states in relation to Europe. Rooted in its culture, tied to it by economics, they nonetheless were constrained politically to avoid entanglement with it. This did not, of course, mean that they did not stand, so far as Europeans were concerned, on the white man's side of the great distinction more and more drawn between those within the pale of European civilization and those outside it. When the European thought of Latin Americans, he thought of those of European descent, the urban, literate, privileged minority, not the Indian and black masses. The crumbling of the Spanish Empire so soon after the defection of the 13 colonies long led many people to expect that the other settlements of the British Empire would soon throw off the rule of London too. In a way this happened, but hardly as had been anticipated. At the end of the 19th century, the British magazine Punch printed a patriotic cartoon in which the British lion looked approvingly at rows of little lion cubs, armed and uniformed, who represented the colonies overseas. They were appropriately dressed as soldiers, for the volunteer contingents sent from other parts of the empire to fight for the British in the war they were then engaged upon in South Africa, were of great value and importance. A century earlier, no one could have anticipated that a single colonial soldier would be available to the mother country. The year 1783 had burnt deep into the consciousness of British statesmen. Colonies, they thought they had learnt, were tricky things, costing money, conferring few benefits, engaging the metropolitan country in fruitless strife with other powers and native peoples, and in the end usually turning round to bite the hand that fed them. The distrust of colonial entanglements, which such views engendered, helped to swing British imperial interest towards the east, to the possibilities of Asian trade and the absence of complications caused by European settlers, with the confidence that in eastern seas no need for expensive force would be required, which could not easily be met by the Royal Navy. Broadly speaking, this attitude was maintained in British official circles during the whole 19th century. It led them to tackle the complicated affairs of each colony in ways which sought, above all else, economy and the avoidance of trouble. In the huge spaces of Canada and Australia, this led, stormily, to the eventual uniting of the individual colonies in federal structures with responsibility for their own government. It was in 1867 that the Dominion of Canada came into existence, and in 1901 there followed the Commonwealth of Australia. In each case, union had been preceded by the granting of responsible government to the original colonies, and in each case there had been special difficulties. In Canada, the outstanding one was the existence of a French-Canadian community in the province of Quebec. In Australia, the clashes of interest between settlers and convicts, of whom the last consignment was delivered in 1867. Each, too, was a huge, thinly populated country, which could only gradually be pulled together by communications to generate a sense of nationality. In each case, the process was slow. It was not until 1885 that the last spike was driven on the transcontinental line of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and transcontinental railways in Australia were delayed for a long time by the adoption of different gauges in different states. In the end, nationalism was assisted by the growth of awareness of potential external threats, United States economic strength and Asian immigration, and of course by bickering with the British. New Zealand also achieved responsible government, but one less decentralized, as befitted a much smaller country. Europeans had arrived there from the 1790s onwards, and they found a native people, the Maori, with an advanced and complex culture, whom the visitors set about corrupting. The missionaries followed and did their best to keep out settlers and traders. But they arrived just the same. When it seemed that a French entrepreneur was likely to establish a French interest, the British government at last reluctantly gave way to the pressure brought upon it by missionaries and some of the settlers, and proclaimed British sovereignty in 1840. In 1856 the colony was given responsible government, and only wars with the Maoris delayed the withdrawal of British soldiers until 1870. Soon afterwards, the old provinces lost their remaining legislative powers. In the later years of the century, New Zealand governments showed remarkable independence and vigour in the pursuit of advanced social welfare policies, and achieved full self-government in 1907. That was the year after a colonial conference in London had decided that the name Dominion should in future be used of all the self-governing dependencies, which meant in effect the colonies of white settlement. One more remained to be given this status before 1914. The Union of South Africa, which came into existence in 1910, This was the end of a long and unhappy chapter, the unhappiest in the history of the British Empire, and one which closed only to open another in the history of Africa, which now looks even more bleak. No British colonists had settled in South Africa until after 1814, when Great Britain, for strategical reasons, retained the former Dutch colony at the Cape of Good Hope. This was called Cape Colony, and there soon arrived some thousands of British settlers who, though outnumbered by the Dutch, had the backing of the British government in introducing British assumptions and law. This opened a period of whittling away of the privileges of the Boers, as the Dutch farmers were called. In particular, they were excited and irked by limitation of their freedom to deal with the native African as they wished. Their especial indignation was aroused when, as a result of the general abolition of slavery in British territory, some 35,000 of their blacks were freed with, it was said, inadequate compensation. Convinced that the British would not abandon a policy unduly favourable to the native African, and indeed given the pressures upon British governments, this was a reasonable view. A great exodus of Boers took place in 1835. This great trek north across the Orange River was of radical importance in making the Afrikaner a consciousness. It was the beginning of a long period during which Anglo-Saxon and Boer struggled in Africa to live sometimes apart, sometimes together, but always uncomfortably, their decisions as they did so dragging in their train others about the fate of the black African. A Boer republic in Natal was soon made a British colony in order to protect the African from exploitation and prevent the establishment of a Dutch port which might some day be used by a hostile power to threaten British communications with the Far East. Another exodus of Boers followed, this time north of the Vaal River. This was the first extension of British territory in South Africa, but set a pattern which was to be repeated. Besides humanitarianism, the British government and the British colonists on the spot were stirred by the need to establish good relations with African peoples, which would otherwise, as the Zulus had already shown against the Boers, present a continuing security problem, not unlike that posed by Red Indians in the American Northwest in the previous century. By mid-century there existed two Boer republics in the north, the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, while Cape Colony and Natal were under the British flag, with elected assemblies for which the few black men who met the required economic tests could vote. There were also native states under British protection. In one of these, Basutoland, this actually placed Boers under black jurisdiction, an especially galling subjection for them. Happy relations were unlikely in these circumstances, and in any case, British governments were often in disagreement with the colonists at the Cape, who, after 1872, had responsible government of their own. New facts arose, too. The discovery of diamonds led to the British annexation of another piece of territory which, since it lay north of the Orange, angered the Boers. British support for the Basutos, whom the Boers had defeated, was a further irritation. Finally, the governor of Cape Colony committed an act of folly by annexing the Transvaal Republic. After a successful Boer rising and a nasty defeat of a British force, the British government had the sense not to persist and restored independence to the Republic in 1881. But from this moment Boer distrust of British policy in South Africa was probably insurmountable. Within 20 years this led to war. This occurred because of two further unanticipated changes. One was a small-scale industrial revolution in the Transvaal Republic, where gold was found in 1886. The result was a huge influx of miners and speculators, the involvement of outside financial interests in the affairs of South Africa, and the possibility that the Afrikaner state might have the financial resources to escape from the British suzerainty it unwillingly accepted. The index of what had happened was Johannesburg, which grew in a few years to a city of 100,000, the only one in Africa south of the Zambezi. The second change was that other parts of Africa were being swallowed in the 1880s and 1890s by other European powers, and the British government was reacting by stiffening its determination that nothing must shake the British presence at the Cape, essential to its control of sea routes to the east, and increasingly dependent on traffic to and from the Transvaal for its revenues. The general effect was to make British governments view with concern any possibility of the Transvaal obtaining independent access to the Indian Ocean. This concern made them vulnerable to the pressure of an oddly assorted crew of idealistic imperialists, Cape politicians, English demagogues, and shady financiers who provoked a confrontation with the Boers in 1899, which ended in an ultimatum from the Transvaal's president, Paul Kruger, and the outbreak of the Boer War. Kruger had a deep dislike of the British. As a boy, he had gone north on the Great Trek. The well-known traditions of the British Army of Victorian times were amply sustained in the last War of the Rhine, both in the level of ineptness and incompetence shown by some of its higher commanders and the administrative services, and in the gallantry shown by regimental officers and their men in the face of a brave and well-armed enemy, whom their training did not prepare them to defeat. But of the outcome there could be no doubt, as the Queen herself remarked. With better strategical judgment than some of her subjects, the possibilities of defeat did not exist. South Africa was a theatre isolated by British sea power. No other European nation could help the Boers, and it was only a matter of time before greatly superior numbers and resources were brought to bear upon them. This cost a great deal. Over 250,000 soldiers were sent to South Africa, and aroused great bitterness in British domestic politics. Further, it did not present a very favourable picture to the outside world. The Boers were regarded as an oppressed nationality. So they were, but the 19th century liberal obsession with nationality in this case, as in others, blinded observers to some of the shadows it cast. Fortunately, British statesmanship recovered itself sufficiently to make a generous treaty to end the war in 1902, when the Boers had been beaten in the field. This was the end of the Boer republics. But concession rapidly followed. By 1906 the Transvaal had a responsible government of its own, which in spite of the large non-Boer population brought there by mining, the Boers controlled after an electoral victory the following year. Almost at once they began to legislate against Asian immigrants, mainly Indian. One young Indian lawyer, Mohandas Gandhi, now entered politics as the champion of his community. When, in 1909, a draft constitution for a South African Union was agreed, it was on terms of equality for the Dutch and English languages, and, all important, it provided for government by an elected assembly to be formed according to the electoral regulations decided in each province. In the Boer provinces, the franchise was confined to white men. At the time, there was much to be said for the settlement. When people spoke of a racial problem in South Africa at that moment, they meant the problem of relations between the British and Dutch, whose conciliation seemed the most urgent need. The defects of the settlement would take some time to appear. When they did, it would be not only because the historical sense of the Afrikaner proved to be tougher than people had hoped, but also because the transformation of South African society, which had begun by the industrialization of the Rand, could not be halted, and would give irresistible momentum to the issue of the black Africans. In this respect, South Africa's future had been just as decisively influenced, as had those of all the other British white dominions, by being caught up in the trends of the whole world economy. Canada, like the United States, had become, with the building of the railroads on her plains, one of the great granaries of Europe. Australia and New Zealand first exploited their huge pastures to produce the wool for which European factories were increasingly in the market. Then, with the invention of refrigeration, they used them for meat, and in the case of New Zealand, dairy produce. In this way, these new nations found staples able to sustain economies much greater than those permitted by the tobacco and indigo of the 17th century plantations. The case of South Africa was to be different, in that she was to reveal herself only gradually, as much later would Australia, as a producer of minerals. The beginning of this was the diamond industry, but the great step forward was the Rand gold discovery of the 1880s. The exploitation of this sucked in capital and expertise to make possible the eventual exploitation of other minerals. The return which South Africa provided was not merely in the profits of European companies and shareholders, but also an augmentation of the world's gold supply which stimulated European commerce, much as had done the California discoveries of 1849. Because of the growth of humanitarian and missionary sentiment in England, and because of the well-founded colonial office tradition of distrust of settler demands, it was not so easy to forget the native populations of the White Dominions as it had been for Americans to sweep aside the Red Indian. In all these nations, 19th-century society made its impact not upon ancient civilizations, but on primitive societies, some of which were at a very low stage of achievement indeed, Neolithic, if not Paleolithic. The Canadian Indians and Eskimos were a smaller problem than the American Red Indian, because they were fewer and presented no such important obstacle to the exploitation of the West and Northwest, as had done the Plains Indians' struggle to keep their hunting grounds. The story in Australia was far bloodier. The hunting and gathering society of the Aborigine was disrupted by settlement. Tribes were antagonized and provoked into violence by the uncomprehending brutality of the white Australians, and new diseases cut fast into their numbers. The early decades of each Australian colony are stained by the blood of massacred Aborigines, and there is perhaps no other population inside former British territory which underwent a fate so like that of the American Indian. In New Zealand, the arrival of the first white men brought guns to the Maori, who employed them first on one another, with disruptive effects upon their societies. Later came the wars with the government, whose essential origin lay in the settlers' displacement of the Maori from their lands. At their conclusion, the government took steps to safeguard these tribal lands from further expropriation, but the introduction of English notions of individual ownership led to the disintegration of the tribal holdings and the virtual loss of their lands by the end of the century. The Maoris, too, declined in numbers, but not so violently or irreversibly as did the Australian Aborigines. There are now many more Maoris than in 1900, and their numbers grow faster than those of New Zealanders of European stock. As for South Africa, the story is a mixed one. British protection enabled some of its native peoples to survive into the 20th century on their ancestral lands, living lives which changed only slowly. Others were driven off or exterminated. In all cases, though, the crux of the situation was that in South Africa, as elsewhere, the fate of the native inhabitants was never in their own hands. They depended for their survival upon the local balance of governmental interest and benevolence, settler needs and traditions, economic opportunities and exigencies. Although in the short run they could sometimes present formidable military problems, as did the Zulus of Cetewayo, or the guerrilla warfare of the Maoris, they could not in the end generate from their own resources the means of effective resistance, any more than had the Aztecs been able successfully to resist Cortes. For non-European peoples to do that, they would have to Europeanize. The price of establishing the new European nations beyond the seas always turned out to be paid by the native inhabitant, often to the limit of his ability. Yet this should not be quite the last word. There remains the problem of self-justification. Europeans witnessed these things happening and did not stop them. It is too simple to explain this by saying they were all bad, greedy men, and in any case the work of humanitarians makes the blackest judgment untenable. The answer must lie somewhere in mentality. Many Europeans who could recognize that something was happening to the native populations, even when the white contact with them was benevolent in intention, could not be expected to understand the corrosive effect of this culture on established structures. This requires an anthropological knowledge and insight Europe had still to achieve. It was all the more difficult when, clearly, a lot of native culture was simple savagery, and the Europeans' missionary confidence was strong. He knew he was on the side of progress and improvement, and might well still see himself as on the side of the cross, too. This was a confidence which ran through every side of European expansion, the white settler colonies, directly ruled possessions, or the arrangements made with dependent societies. The confidence in belonging to a higher civilization was not only a license for predatory habits, as Christianity had earlier been, but the nerve of a confidence akin, in many cases, to that of crusaders. It was their sureness that they brought something better, that blinded men all too often to the actual and material results of substituting individual freehold for tribal rights, of turning the hunters and gatherers, whose possessions were what they could carry, into wage earners. 6. European imperialism and imperial rule. The ruling of alien peoples and other lands by Europeans was the most striking evidence that Europeans ran the world. In spite of enormous argument about what imperialism was and is, it seems helpful to confine the notion of it to such direct and formal overlordship, blurred though its boundaries with other forms of power over the non-European world may be. This does not raise or answer questions about causes or motives, on which much time, ink, and thought have been spent. It is probably best to recognize from the outset that different and changing causes were at work, and that not all the motives involved were unavowable or self-deceiving. In this sense, too, imperialism was not the manifestation of only one age, for it had gone on all through history, nor was it peculiar to Europe's relations with non-Europeans overseas. For imperial rule had advanced overland as well as across the seas, and some Europeans have ruled others, and some non-Europeans Europeans. Nonetheless, in the 19th and 20th centuries, the word came to be particularly associated with European expansion, because the direct domination of Europeans over the rest of the world had by then become much more obvious than ever before. In 1800 or so, recent events in North America suggested that the European empires built up over the preceding 3 centuries were in decline. This seemed confirmed soon after by events in Latin America. Yet in the next 100 years, European imperialism was carried further and became more effective than ever before. This happened in 2 distinguishable phases, and one running down to about 1870 can conveniently be considered first. During this, some of the old imperial powers continued to enlarge their empires impressively. Such were Russia, France, and Great Britain. Others stood still or found theirs reduced. This group included the Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese. The Russian expansion has at first sight something in common both with the American experience of filling up the North American continent and dominating its weaker neighbors, and something with that of the British in India, but was in fact a very special case. In one direction, the West, Russia faced matured, established European states where there was little successful hope of territorial gain. The same was only slightly less true of expansion into the Turkish territories of the Danubian regions, for here the interests of other powers were always likely to come into play against Russia and check her in the end. Her main freedom of action lay southwards and eastwards. In both directions, the first 3 quarters of the 19th century brought great acquisitions. A successful war against Persia, 1826-8, led to the establishment of Russian naval power on the Caspian, as well as gains of territory in Armenia. In Central Asia, an almost continuous advance into Turkestan and towards the central oases of Bokhara and Khiva culminated in the annexation of the whole of Transcaspia in 1881. In Siberia, aggressive expansion was followed by the exaction of the left bank of the Amur from China and the founding in 1860 of Vladivostok, the Far Eastern capital. Soon after, Russia liquidated her commitments in America by selling Alaska to the United States. This seemed to show she sought to be an Asian and Pacific, but not an American power. The other 2 dynamic imperial states of this era, France and Great Britain, expanded overseas. Many gains were made by Great Britain at the expense of France. The Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars were in this respect the final round of the great colonial Anglo-French contest of the 18th century. As in 1714 and 1763, many of Great Britain's acquisitions at a victorious peace in 1815 were intended to reinforce her maritime strength. There was a general prejudice in official circles against acquiring new dependencies, but naval supremacy and the commercial prosperity it protected rested on good bases in communications. In 1815, Malta, St. Lucia, the Ionian Islands, the Cape of Good Hope, Mauritius, and Trincomalee were all kept for this reason. With the coming of steam later, the location of desirable bases was sometimes significantly different from earlier ones, and considerations of the convenience of coaling began to be taken into account. This could lead to further acquisitions. In 1839, an internal upheaval in the Ottoman Empire, to which Arabia belonged, gave the British the opportunity to take Aden, a base of strategic importance on the route to India, and others were to follow. No power could successfully challenge such action after Trafalgar. It was not that resources did not exist elsewhere, which, had they been assembled, could have wrested naval supremacy from Great Britain, but to do so would have demanded a huge effort. No other nation operated either the number of ships or possessed the bases which could make it worthwhile to challenge this thalassocracy, and there were some advantages to other nations, in any case, in having the world's greatest commercial powers undertake a policing of the seas, from which all traders could benefit. Naval supremacy guarded the trade which gave the British colonies participation in the fastest-growing commercial system of the age. Already before the American Revolution, British policy had been more liberal in its encouragement of commercial enterprise than the Spanish or French. Thus, the old colonists themselves had grown in wealth and prosperity, and the later dominions were to benefit from it. But settlement colonies were out of fashion in London after the American Revolution. They were seen mainly as sources of trouble and expense. Nevertheless, they grew in population and importance in the 19th century, when Great Britain was the only European country founding new colonies of settlement. And they, too, sometimes drew the mother country into yet further extensions of territory by annexation and conquest, and therefore to further rule over alien lands. In some of these acquisitions, notably in South Africa, there can be seen at work a new imperial concern about communication with Asia. This is a complicated business. No doubt American independence and the Monroe Doctrine diminished the attractiveness of the Western Hemisphere as a region of imperial expansion, but the origins of a shift of interest to the East can be seen before 1783 in the opening up of the South Pacific and in a growing Asian trade. War with the Netherlands, when it was a French satellite, subsequently led to new British enterprise in Malaya and Indonesia. Above all, there was the steadily deepening British involvement in India. By 1800, the importance of the Indian trade was already a central, unquestioned axiom of British commercial and colonial thinking. By 1850, it has been urged, much of the rest of the empire had only been acquired because of the strategical needs of India. By then, too, the extension of British control inside the subcontinent itself was virtually complete. It was, and remained, the centrepiece of British imperialism. This had hardly been expected. In 1784, the British government had again moved nearer to assuming a direct responsibility for the affairs of the East India Company by the institution of dual control, and had also taken steps to resist further acquisition of Indian territory. The experience of American rebellion had reinforced the view that new commitments were to be avoided. Yet there was a continuing problem, for through its management of revenue, the company's affairs inevitably became entangled in native administration and politics. This made it more important still to prevent excesses by its individual officers, such as had been tolerable in the early days of private trading. Slowly, agreement emerged that the government of India was not only of interest to Parliament because it might be a great source of patronage, but also because the government in London had a responsibility for the good government of Indians. There began to emerge, thus, a notion of trusteeship. Government controlled the terms on which the company's charter was periodically renewed. In 1813, the renewal made London's control tighter and also abolished the company's monopoly of trade with India. The wars with France had already led to the gradual extension of British power over South India through annexation and the negotiation of treaties with native rulers, which secured control of their foreign policy. By 1833, when the Charter was again renewed, the only important block of territory not ruled directly or indirectly by the company was in the northwest. The annexation of the Punjab and Sindh followed in the 1840s, and with British paramountcy established in Kashmir, British imperialism had filled up virtually the whole geographical unity of the subcontinent. The company had ceased to be a commercial organization and had become a government. The 1833 Charter took away its trading functions, not only those with India, but those with China. In sympathy with current thinking, the Asian trade was henceforth to be conducted on a free trade basis, and the company confined to an administrative role. The way was open to the consummation of many real and symbolic breaks with India's past, and the final incorporation of the subcontinent in a modernizing world. Symbolically, the name of the Mughal emperor was removed from the coinage, but it was more than a symbol that Persian ceased to be the legal language of record and justice. This step not only marked the advance of English as the official language, and therefore of English education, but also disturbed the balance of forces between Indian communities. Anglicized Hindus would do better than less enterprising Muslims. In a subcontinent so divided in so many ways, the adoption of English as the language of administration was complemented by the important decision to provide primary education through instruction given in English. At the same time, an enlightened despotism exercised by successive governors-general began to impose material and institutional improvement. Evangelical Christian concern supported them as strongly as utilitarianism. Roads and canals were built, and the first railway followed in 1853. Legal codes were introduced. English officials for the company's service began to be trained specially in a college established for this purpose. The first 3 universities in India were founded in 1857 and were based on institutions already founded well before this. There were other educational structures, too. As far back as 1791, a Scotsman had founded a Sanskrit college at Benares, the Lourdes of Hinduism. Much of the transformation which India was gradually undergoing arose not from the direct work of government, but from the increasing freedom with which other agencies were allowed to operate. Missionaries were at work from 1813 onwards, and their arrival gradually built up another constituency in England with a stake in what happened in India. The coming of the steamship brought India nearer to England. More Englishmen began to live in India and make their careers there. This gradually transformed the nature of the British presence. The comparatively few officers of the 18th century company had been content to live the lives of exiles, seeking rewards in their commercial opportunities and relaxation in a social life closely integrated with that of the Indians. They often lived much in the style of Indian gentlemen, some of them taking to Indian dress and food, some to Indian wives and concubines. Reform-minded officials intent on the eradication of the backward and barbaric in native practice, and in such practices as female infanticide and sati they had good cause for concern. Missionaries with a creed to preach which was corrosive of the whole structure of Hindu or Muslim society, and above all the English women who arrived to make homes in India for 2 or 3 years at a time, while their husbands worked there, all radically changed the temper of the British community. The essence of this change was that the British in India lived more and more apart from the natives, more and more convinced of their superiority, and that it sanctioned the ruling of Indians who were, they felt, culturally and morally inferior. They grew consciously more alien from those they ruled. One Englishman spoke approvingly of his countrymen as representatives of a belligerent civilization, and defined their task as the introduction of the essential parts of European civilization into a country densely peopled, grossly ignorant, steeped in idolatrous superstition, unenergetic, fatalistic, indifferent to most of what we regard as the evils of life, and preferring the response of submitting to them to the trouble of encountering and trying to remove them. This robust creed was far from that of the Englishmen of the previous century. They had innocently sought to do no more in India than make money. Now, while new laws antagonized powerful native interests, those who believed in it had less and less social contact with Indians. More and more they confined the educated Indian to the lower ranks of the administration, and withdrew into an enclosed, but conspicuously privileged life of their own. Earlier conquerors had been absorbed by Indian society in greater or lesser measure. The Victorian Englishman and Englishwoman, thanks to a modern technology which constantly renewed their contacts with the homeland, and their complete confidence in their intellectual and religious superiority, remained immune, increasingly aloof, as no earlier conqueror had been. They could not be quite untouched by India, as many legacies to the English language and the English breakfast and dinner table still testify. But they created a civilization that was not Indian, even if it was not wholly English. Anglo-Indian in the 19th century was a word applied not to a person of mixed blood, but to an Englishman who made his career in India, and it indicated a cultural and social distinctiveness. The separateness of Anglo-Indian society from India was made virtually absolute by the appalling damage done to British confidence by the rebellions of 1857, called the Indian Mutiny. Essentially, this was a chain reaction of outbreaks, initiated by a mutiny of Hindu soldiers, who feared the polluting effect of using a new type of cartridge, greased with animal fat. This detail is significant. Much of the rebellion was the spontaneous and reactionary response of traditional society to innovation and modernization. By way of reinforcement, there were the irritations of native rulers, both Muslim and Hindu, who regretted the loss of their privileges and thought that the chance might have come to recover their independence. The British were, after all, very few. The response of those few was prompt and ruthless. With the help of loyal Indian soldiers, the rebellions were crushed, though not before there had been some massacres of British captives, and the most important force of British in rebel territory had held out at Lucknow under siege for some months. The mutiny and its suppression were disasters for British India, though not quite unmitigated. It did not much matter that the Mughal Empire was at last formally brought to an end by the British. The Delhi mutineers had proclaimed the last emperor their leader. Nor was there, as later Indian nationalists were to suggest, a crushing of a national liberation movement whose end was a tragedy for India. Like many episodes important in the making of nations, the mutiny was to be important as a myth and an inspiration. What it was later believed to have been was more important than what it actually was, a jumble of essentially reactionary protests. Its really disastrous and important effect was the wound it gave to British goodwill and confidence. Whatever the expressed intentions of British policy, the consciousness of the British in India was from this time suffused by the memory that Indians had once proved almost fatally untrustworthy. Among Anglo-Indians as well as Indians, the mythical importance of the mutiny grew with time. The atrocities actually committed were bad enough, but unspeakable ones which had never occurred were also alleged as grounds for a policy of repression and social exclusiveness. Immediately and institutionally, the mutiny also marked an epoch because it ended the government of the Company. The Governor-General now became the Queen's Viceroy, responsible to a British cabinet minister. This structure provided the framework of the British Raj for the whole of its life. The mutiny thus changed Indian history only by thrusting more firmly in a direction to which it already intended. Another fact, which was equally revolutionary for India, was much more gradual in its effects. This was the 19th century flowering of the economic connection with Great Britain. Commerce was the root of the British presence in the subcontinent, and it continued to shape its destiny. The first major development came when India became the essential base for the China trade. Its greatest expansion came in the 1830s and 1840s when, for a number of reasons, access to China became much easier. It was at about the same time that there took place the first rapid rise in British exports to India, notably of textiles, so that by the time of the mutiny a big Indian commercial interest existed, which involved many more Englishmen and English commercial houses than the old company had ever done. The story of Anglo-Indian trade was now locked into that of the general expansion of British manufacturing supremacy and world commerce. The Suez Canal brought down the cost of shipping goods to Asia by a huge factor. By the end of the century, the volume of British trade with India had more than quadrupled. The effects were felt in both countries, but were decisive in India, where a check was imposed on an industrialization which might have gone ahead more rapidly without British competition. Paradoxically, the growth of trade thus delayed India's modernization and alienation from its own past. But there were other forces at work too. By the end of the century, the framework provided by the Raj and the stimulus of the cultural influences it permitted had already made impossible the survival of wholly unmodernized India. No other nation in the early 19th century so extended its imperial possessions as Great Britain, but the French too had made substantial additions to the empire with which they had been left in 1815. In the next half-century, France's interests elsewhere, in West Africa and the South Pacific, for example, were not lost to sight, but the first clear sign of a reviving French imperialism came in Algeria. The whole of North Africa was at that time open to imperial expansion by European predators, because of the decay of the formal overlordship of the Ottoman Sultan. Right round the southern and eastern Mediterranean coasts, the issue was posed of a possible Turkish partition. French interest in the area was natural. It went back to a great extension of the country's Levant trade in the 18th century, and an expedition to Egypt under Bonaparte in 1798. Algeria's conquest began uncertainly in 1830, a series of wars not only with its native inhabitants, but with the Sultan of Morocco followed, until by 1870 most of the country had been subdued. This was in fact to open a new phase of expansion, for the French then turned their attention to Tunis, which accepted a French protectorate in 1881. To both their sometime Ottoman dependencies there now began a steady flow of European immigrants, not only from France, but from Italy, and later Spain. This built up substantial settler populations in a few cities which were to complicate the story of French rule. The day was past when the African Algerian might have been exterminated, or all but exterminated, like the Aztec, Red Indian, or Australian Aborigine. His society, in any case, was more resistant, formed in the crucible of an Islamic civilization which had once contested Europe so successfully. Nonetheless, he suffered, notably from the introduction of land law which broke up his traditional usages, and impoverished the peasant by exposing him to the full blast of market economics. At the eastern end of the African littoral, a national awakening in Egypt led to the emergence there of the first great modernizing nationalist leader outside the European world, Mehemet Ali, Pasha of Egypt. Admiring Europe, he sought to borrow its ideas and techniques while asserting his independence of the Sultan. When he was later called upon for help by the Sultan against the Greek Revolution, Mehemet Ali went on to attempt to seize Syria as his reward. This threat to the Ottoman Empire provoked an international crisis in the 1830s, in which the French took his side. They were not successful, but thereafter French policy continued to interest itself in the Levant and Syria too, an interest which was eventually to bear fruit in the brief establishment in the 20th century of a French presence in the area. The feeling that Great Britain and France had made good use of their opportunities in the early part of the 19th century was no doubt one of the sentiments inspiring other powers to try to follow them from 1870 onwards. But envious emulation does not go far as an explanation of the extraordinary suddenness and vigour of what has sometimes been called the imperialist wave of the late 19th century. Outside Antarctica and the Arctic, less than a fifth of the world's land surface was not under a European flag, or that of a country of European settlement, by 1914, and of this small fraction only Japan, Ethiopia, and Siam enjoyed real autonomy. The explanation of this has been much debated. Clearly one part of the story is that of the sheer momentum of accumulated forces. The European hegemony became more and more irresistible as it built upon its own strength. The theory and ideology of imperialism were up to a point mere rationalizations of the huge power the European world suddenly found itself to possess. Practically, for example, as medicine began to master tropical infection, and steam provided quicker transport, it became easier to establish permanent bases in Africa and to penetrate its interior. The Dark Continent had long been of interest, but its exploitation began to be feasible for the first time in the 1870s. Such technical developments made possible and attractive a spreading of European rule which could promote and protect trade and investment. The hopes such possibilities aroused were often ill-founded and usually disappointed. Whatever the appeal of undeveloped estates in Africa, as one British statesman liked to put it, or the supposedly vast market for consumer goods constituted by the penniless millions of China, industrial countries still found other industrial countries their best customers and trading partners, and it was former or existing colonies rather than new ones which attracted most overseas capital investment. By far the greatest part of British money invested abroad went to the United States and South America. French investors preferred Russia to Africa, and German money went to Turkey. On the other hand, economic expectation excited many individuals. Because of them, imperial expansion always had a random factor in it, which makes it hard to generalize about. Explorers, traders, and adventurers, on many occasions, took steps which led governments, willingly or not, to seize more territory. They were often popular heroes, for this most active phase of European imperialism coincided with a great growth of popular participation in public affairs. By buying newspapers, voting, or cheering in the streets, the masses were more and more involved in politics which, among other things, emphasized imperial competition as a form of national rivalry. The new, cheap press often pandered to this by dramatizing exploration and colonial warfare. Some thought, too, that social dissatisfactions might be soothed by the contemplation of the extension of the rule of the national flag over new areas, even when the experts knew that nothing was likely to be forthcoming except expense. But cynicism is no more the whole story than is the profit motive. The idealism which inspired some imperialists certainly salved the conscience of many more. Men who believed that they possessed true civilization were bound to see the ruling of others for their good as a duty. Kipling's famous poem did not urge Americans to take up the white man's booty, but his burden, for the gift of civilization was seen as a precious one, justifying self-sacrificial labor. All these elements were tangled together in more complicated patterns than ever after 1870, because they all had to find a place in a context of changing international relationships which imposed its own logic on colonial affairs. The story need not be explained in detail, but two continuing themes stand out in it. One is that because she was the only truly worldwide imperial power, Great Britain had more quarrels with more states over colonies than anyone else. She had possessions everywhere. The centre of her concerns was more than ever India, the acquisition of African territory to safeguard the Cape route, and the new one via Suez, and frequent alarms over dangers to the lands which were India's glacis both showed this. Between 1870 and 1914, the only crises over non-European issues which made war between Great Britain and another great power seem possible arose over Russian influence in Afghanistan, and a French attempt to establish themselves on the Upper Nile, though there were also lesser frictions troubling these three states. British officials were also much concerned about French penetration of West Africa and Indochina, and Russian influence in Persia. These facts indicate the second continuing theme, and it is a negative one. Though European nations quarrelled about what happened overseas for 40 years or so, and though the United States went to war with one of them, Spain, the partition of the non-European world was amazingly peaceful. When a great war at last broke out in 1914, Great Britain, Russia, and France, the three nations which had quarrelled most over imperial difficulties, would be on the same side. It was not overseas colonial rivalry which caused the conflict. Only once, after 1900, in Morocco, did a real danger of war occasioned by a quarrel over non-European lands arise between two European great powers. And here the issue was not really one of colonial rivalry, but of whether Germany could bully France without fear of her being supported by others. Quarrels over non-European affairs before 1914 seem in fact to have been a positive distraction from the more dangerous rivalries of Europe itself. They may even have helped to preserve European peace. Imperial rivalry had its own momentum. When one power got a new concession or a colony, it almost always spurred on others to go one better. The imperialist wave was in this way both nourished from many sources and self-feeding. By 1914, the most striking results were to be seen in Africa. There, the activities of explorers, missionaries, and the campaigners against slavery early in the 19th century had prepared a public to accept that the extension of European rule was a matter of spreading enlightenment and humanitarianism. The blessings of civilization, in fact. On the African coasts, the experience of centuries of trade showed that desirable products were available in the interior. The whites at the Cape had already shown a disposition to push further inland, often because of Boer resentment of British rule. This explosive mixture was set off when a British force was sent to Egypt in 1881 to secure that country's government against a nationalist revolution whose success, it was feared, might threaten the safety of the Suez Canal. The corrosive power of European culture, for this was the source of the ideas of the Egyptian nationalists, thus both touched off another stage in the decline of the Ottoman Empire, of which Egypt was still formally a part, and launched what was called the Scramble for Africa. The British had hoped soon to withdraw their soldiers from Egypt, yet in 1914 they were still there. British officials were by then virtually running the administration of the country, while, to the south, Anglo-Egyptian rule had been pushed deep into the Sudan. Meanwhile, Turkey's western provinces in Libya and Tripolitania had been taken by the Italians, who felt unjustly kept out of Tunisia by the French protectorate there. Algeria was French, and the French enjoyed a fairly free hand in Morocco, except where the Spanish were installed. Southwards, from Morocco to the Cape of Good Hope, the coastline was entirely divided between the British, French, Germans, Spanish, Portuguese, and Belgians, with the exception of the isolated Black Republic of Liberia. The empty wastes of the Sahara were French, so was the basin of the Senegal and much of the northern side of that of the Congo. The Belgians were installed in the rest of it on what was soon to prove some of the richest mineral-bearing land in Africa. Further east, British territories ran from the Cape up to Rhodesia and the Congo border. On the east coast they were cut off from the sea by Tanganyika, which was German, and Portuguese East Africa. From Mombasa, Kenya's port, a belt of British territory stretched through Uganda to the borders of the Sudan and the headwaters of the Nile. Somalia and Eritrea, in British, Italian, and French hands, isolated Ethiopia, the only African country other than Liberia still independent of European rule. The ruler of this ancient but Christian polity was the only non-European ruler of the 19th century to remove the threat of colonization by military success. This was a colossal extension of European power, for the most part achieved after 1881, and it transformed African history, the bargains of European negotiators, the accidents of discovery, and the convenience of colonial administrations, in the end determined the channels and the influences through which modernization came to Africa. Different colonial regimes operated with different cultural and economic impact. Long after the colonialists had gone, there would be big distinctions between countries where, say, French administration or British judicial practice had taken root. All over the continent, too, Africans found their patterns of employment changed, learnt something of European ways through European schools or service in colonial regiments, saw things to admire and things to hate in the white man's ways, which now came to regulate their lives. They did not have the power to resist successfully as the French suppression of Algerian revolt in 1871, or the British destruction of the Zulu and Matabele, or, worst of all, the German massacre of the Herero of southwest Africa. All showed. Tribal and local unities would still reassert themselves in the 20th century, but often only against the grain of new structures created by colonialism and left as a legacy of independent Africa. The imperial age had other, less obvious results as well as these. The suppression of intertribal warfare and the introduction of even elementary medical services allowed the population to grow in some areas. As in America centuries earlier, the introduction of new crops had made it possible to sustain greater populations. In the end, this was also to affect the balance of races in the areas of white settlement. Europe was hardly changed by the African adventure, and though it has been given so much attention, it is easy to overestimate the difference it briefly made to European history. Clearly, it was important that Europeans could lay their hands on yet more easily exploitable wealth. Yet probably only Belgium drew from Africa resources which made a real difference to its national future. Sometimes, too, the exploiting of Africa aroused political opposition in European countries. There was more than a touch of the conquistadores about some of the late 19th century adventurers. The Congo, administered by the Belgian King Leopold, or forced labour in Portuguese Africa, were notorious examples, but there were other places where Africa's natural resources, human and material, were ruthlessly exploited or despoiled in the interests of profit by Europeans with the connivance of imperial authorities, and this soon created an anti-colonial movement. Some nations recruited African soldiers, though not for service in Europe, where only the French hoped to employ them to offset the weight of German numbers. Some countries hoped for outlets for emigration which would ease social problems, but the possibilities presented by Africa for European residents were very mixed. The two large blocks of settlement were in the south, and the British would later extend their area of settlement into Kenya and Rhodesia, where there were lands suitable for white farmers. Apart from this, there were the cities of French North Africa, and also a growing community of Portuguese in Angola. The hopes entertained of Africa as an outlet for Italians, on the other hand, were disappointed, and German emigration was tiny and almost entirely temporary. Some European countries, Russia, Austria, Hungary, and the Scandinavian nations, sent virtually no settlers to Africa at all. Of course, there was much more than Africa to the story of 19th century imperialism. The Pacific was partitioned less dramatically, but in the end no independent political unit survived among its island peoples. There was also a big expansion of British, French, and Russian territory in Asia. The French established themselves in Indochina, the British in Malaya and Burma, which they took to safeguard the approaches to India. Siam retained her independence because it suited both powers to have a buffer between them. The British also asserted their superiority by an expedition to Tibet, with the same considerations of Indian security in mind. Most of these areas, like much of the zone of Russian overland expansion, were formerly under Chinese suzerainty. Their story is part of that of the crumbling Chinese Empire, a story which paralleled the corrosion of other empires, such as the Ottoman, Moroccan, and Persian, by European influence, though it has even greater importance for world history. At one moment it looked as if a scramble for China might follow the partition of Africa. That story is better considered elsewhere. Here it is convenient to notice that the imperialist wave in the Chinese sphere, as in the Pacific, was importantly different from that in Africa because the United States of America took part. Americans had always been uneasy and distrustful over imperial ventures outside the continent they long regarded as God-given to them. Even at its most arrogant, imperialism had to be muffled and muted in the Republic, in a way unnecessary in Europe. The very creation of the United States had been by successful rebellion against an imperialist power. The Constitution contained no provision for the ruling of colonial possessions, and it was always very difficult to see what could be the position under it of territories which could not be envisaged as eventually moving towards full statehood, let alone that of non-Americans who stayed under American rule. On the other hand, there was much that was barely distinguishable from imperialism in the 19th century territorial expansion of the United States, though Americans might not recognize it when it was packaged as a manifest destiny. The most blatant examples were the War of 1812 against the British and the treatment of Mexico in the middle of the century. But there was also the dispossession of the Red Indian to consider, and the dominating implications of the Monroe Doctrine. In the 1890s, the overland expansion of the United States was complete, and it was announced that the continuous frontier of domestic settlement no longer existed. At this moment, economic growth gave great importance to the influence of business interests in American government. It was sometimes expressed in terms of an economic nationalism, for example in the imposition of high tariff protection. Some of these interests directed the attention of American public opinion abroad, notably to Asia. The United States was sometimes believed to be in danger of exclusion from trade there by the European powers. There was an old connection at stake. The first American Far Eastern Squadron had been sent out in the 1820s. As a new era of Pacific awareness dawned with California's rapid growth in population. A half-century's talk of a canal across Central America also came to a head at the end of the century. It stimulated interest in the doctrines of strategists who suggested that the United States might need an oceanic glacis in the Pacific to maintain the Monroe Doctrine. All these currents flowed into a burst of expansion which has remained to this day a unique example of American overseas imperialism because, for a time, it set aside traditional restraint on the acquisition of new territory overseas. The beginnings must be traced back to the increased opening of China and Japan to American commerce, as to European in the 1850s and 1860s, and to participation with the British and the Germans in the administration of Samoa, where a naval base obtained in 1878 has remained a United States possession. This was followed by 2 decades of growing intervention in the affairs of the Kingdom of Hawaii, to which the protection of the United States had been extended since the 1840s. American traders and missionaries had established themselves there in large numbers. Benevolent patronage of the Hawaiians decayed under the efforts of these Americans to achieve annexation to the United States in the 1890s. Washington already had the use of Pearl Harbor as a naval base, but was led to land Marines in Hawaii when a revolution occurred there. In the end, the government had to give way to the forces set in motion by the settlers, and a short-lived Hawaiian Republic was annexed as a United States territory in 1898. In that year, a mysterious explosion destroyed an American cruiser, the USS Maine, in Havana Harbor. This led to a war with Spain. In the background was both the long Spanish failure to master revolt in Cuba, where American business interests were prominent, and American sentiment was aroused, and the growing awareness of the importance of the Caribbean approaches to a future canal across the isthmus. In Asia, American help was given to another rebel movement against the Spaniards in the Philippines. When American rule replaced Spanish in Manila, the rebels turned against their former allies, and a guerrilla war began. This was the first phase of a long and difficult process of disentangling the United States from her first Asian colony. At that moment, given the likelihood of the collapse of the Chinese Empire, it seemed best in Washington not to withdraw. In the Caribbean, the long history of Spanish Empire in the Americas at last came to an end, Puerto Rico passed to the United States, and Cuba obtained its independence on terms which guaranteed its domination by the United States. American forces went back to occupy the island under these terms from 1906 to 1909, and again in 1917. This was the prelude to the last major development in this wave of American imperialism. The building of an Isthmian canal had been canvassed since the middle of the 19th century, and the completion of Suez gave it new plausibility. American diplomacy negotiated a way round the obstacle of possible British participation. All seemed plain sailing, but a snag arose in 1903, when a treaty providing for the acquisition of a canal zone from Colombia was rejected by the Colombians. A revolution was engineered in Panama, where the canal was to run. The United States prevented its suppression by the Colombian government, and a new Panamanian republic emerged, which gratefully bestowed upon the United States the necessary territory, jurisdiction within it, and the right to intervene in its affairs in order to maintain order. The work could now begin, and the canal was opened in 1914. The possibility of transferring ships rapidly from one ocean to another made a great difference to American naval strategy. It was also the background to the corollary to the Monroe Doctrine proposed by President Theodore Roosevelt. When the canal zone became the key to the naval defense of the hemisphere, it was more important than ever to assure its protection by stable government and United States predominance in the Caribbean states. A new vigor in American intervention in them was soon evident. Though its motives and techniques were different, for one thing there was virtually no permanent American settlement in the new possessions. The actions of the United States were part of the last great seizure of territories carried out by the European peoples. Almost all of them had taken part except the South Americans. Even the Queenslanders had tried to annex New Guinea. By 1914, a third of the world's surface was under two flags, those of the United Kingdom and Russia, though how much Russian territory should be regarded as colonial is of course debatable. To take a measure which excludes Russia, in 1914 the United Kingdom ruled 400 million subjects outside its own borders, France over 50 million, and Germany and Italy about 14 million each. This was an unprecedented aggregation of formal authority. At the date, though, there were already signs that imperialism overseas had run out of steam. China had proved a disappointment, and there was little left to divide, though Germany and Great Britain discussed the possibility of partitioning the Portuguese Empire, which seemed to be about to follow the Spanish. The most likely area left for further European imperialism was the decaying Ottoman Empire, whose dissolution seemed at last to be imminent, when the Italians seized Tripoli in 1912, and a Balkan coalition formed against Turkey took away almost all that was left of her European territories in the following year. Such a prospect did not seem likely to be so free from conflict between great powers as had been the partition of Africa. Much more crucial issues would be at stake in it for them. 7. Asia's response to a Europeanizing world. A perceptive Chinese observer might have found something revealing in the disgrace which in the end overtook the Jesuits at K'ang Hesi's court. For more than a century, these able men had judiciously and discreetly sought to ingratiate themselves with their hosts. To begin with, they had not even spoken of religion, but had contented themselves with studying the language of China. They had even worn Chinese dress, which we are told created a very good impression. Great successes had followed, yet the effectiveness of their mission was suddenly paralyzed. Their acceptance of Chinese rites and beliefs, and their Sinicizing of Christian teaching, led to the sending of 2 papal emissaries to China to check such improper flexibility. This was striking. Evidently Europeans, unlike all other conquerors of China, would not easily succumb to its cultural pull. There was a message for all Asia in this revelation of the intransigence of European culture. It was more important to what was going to happen in Asia, and was already underway there, than even the technology of the newcomers. It was certainly more decisive than any temporary or special weaknesses of the Eastern empires, as China's own history was to show. Under the immediate successors of Kangxi, the Manchu Empire was already past its peak. Its slow and eventually fatal decline would not have in itself been surprising, given the cyclical pattern of dynastic rise and fall in the past. What made the fate of the Qing dynasty different from that of its predecessors was that it survived long enough to preside over the country while it faced a quite new threat, one from a culture stronger than that of traditional China. For the first time in nearly 2,000 years, Chinese society would have to change, not the imported culture of a new wave of barbarian conquerors. The Chinese Revolution was about to begin. In the 18th century, no Chinese official could have been expected to discern this. When Lord Macartney arrived in 1793 to ask for equality of diplomatic representation and free trade, the confidence of centuries was intact. The first Western advances and encroachments had been successfully rebuffed or contained. The representative of George III could only take back messages which refused his applications to what the Chinese emperor was pleased to call the lonely remoteness of your island, cut off from the world by intervening wastes of sea. It can hardly have improved matters that George was also patted on the back for his submissive loyalty in sending this tribute mission, and encouraged to show even greater devotion and loyalty in future. Such language shows more than mere pomposity and arrogance. The assumption of cultural and moral superiority was then as unquestioned a part of the mental world of the educated Chinese as it was a century later of that of the European and American missionaries and philanthropists, who unconsciously patronized the people they came to serve. Such language embodied the Chinese world-view, in which all nations paid tribute to the emperor, possessed of the mandate of heaven, and in which China already had all the materials and skills for the highest civilization, and would only waste her time and energy in indulging relations with Europe, going beyond the limited trade tolerated at Canton, where, by 1800, there were perhaps 1,000 Europeans. Nor was this nonsense. Nearly 3 centuries of trade with China had failed to reveal any manufactured goods from Europe which the Chinese wanted, except the mechanical toys and clocks which they found amusing. European trade with China rested on the export to her of silver or other Asian products. As a British merchant concisely put it in the middle of the 18th century, the East India trade exports our bullion, spends little of our product or manufactures, and brings in commodities perfectly manufactured which hinder the consumption of our own. At that time, as much confidence was still felt in China about her internal regime as about her cultural superiority. True, signs of future difficulties can be seen in retrospect. The secret societies and cults, which kept alive a smouldering national resentment against a foreign dynasty, and the central power, still survived and even prospered. They found fresh support as the surge of population became uncontainable. In the century before 1850, numbers seem to have more than doubled, to reach about 430 million by 1850. Pressure on cultivated land became much more acute, because the area worked could only be increased by a tiny margin. Times grew steadily harder, and the lot of the peasantry more and more miserable. There had been warning signs in the 1770s and 1780s, when a century's internal peace was broken by great revolts, such as those which had so often in the past been the sign of dynastic decline. Early in the next century they became still more frequent and destructive. To make matters worse, they were accompanied by another economic deterioration, inflation in the price of the silver in which taxes had to be paid. Most daily transactions, including the payment of wages, were carried out in copper, and this added to the crushing burdens already suffered by the poor. Yet none of this seemed likely to be fatal, except possibly to the dynasty. It could all be fitted into the traditional pattern of the historic cycle. All that was required was that the service gentry should remain loyal for the dynasty's survival to be possible. If they did not, then, though a collapse of government might follow, there was no reason to believe that in due course another dynasty would not emerge to preserve the formal framework of an unchanging China. It was not in the end to turn out like this because of the drive and power of the 19th century barbarian challenge. The inflation itself was a result of a change of China's relations with the outside world, which within a few decades made nonsense of the reception given to Macartney. Before 1800, the West could offer China little that she wanted except silver, but within the next 3 decades of the 19th century this ceased to be so, largely because British traders at last found a commodity the Chinese wanted: opium. Naval expeditions forced the Chinese to open their country to sale, albeit at first under certain restrictions, of this drug produced in India. But the Opium Wars of the 1840s were only registering the completion of a change in China's economic relations with the West. The Canton monopoly and the tributary status of the foreigner came to an end together. Once they had kicked it ajar, the British were to struggle to open still further the door to Western trade. Others were to follow them through it. Unwittingly, the government of Queen Victoria thus launched the Chinese Revolution. It can now be seen that the 1840s were the beginning of a period of upheaval which took over a century to come to completion. The revolution would slowly reveal itself as a double repudiation, both of the foreigner and of much of the Chinese past. The first would increasingly express itself in the nationalist modes and idioms of the progressive European world. Because such ideological forces could not be contained within the traditional framework, they would, in the end, prove fatal to it, when the Chinese sought to remove the obstacles to modernization and national power. More than a century after the Opium Wars, the Chinese Revolution at last finally shattered a social system which had been the foundation of Chinese life for thousands of years. By that time, it would also appear that China's troubles had only been a part of a much wider upheaval, 100 Years' War of Asia and the West, whose turning point came in the early 20th century. These implications matured only slowly. In the beginning, Western encroachments in China usually produced only a simple, xenophobic hostility, and even this was not universal. After all, for a long time, very few Chinese were directly or obviously much concerned with the coming of the foreigners. A few, notably Canton merchants involved in the foreign trade, even sought accommodation with them. Hostility was a matter of anti-British mobs in the towns after the Opium Wars and of the rural gentry. The officials at first saw the problem as a precise one, that of the addiction of the subjects of the empire to a dangerous drug. They were humiliated, in particular, by the weaknesses which this revealed in their own people and administration. There was much connivance and corruption involved in the opium trade. They do not at first seem to have seen the deeper issue of the future, that of the questioning of an entire order. They did not sense a cultural threat. China had suffered defeats in the past, and its culture had survived unscathed. The first portent of a deeper danger came when, in the 1840s, the imperial government had to concede that missionary activity was legal. Though still limited, this was a real corrosive of tradition. Officials in the Confucian mold who felt its danger stirred up popular feeling against missionaries, whose efforts made them easy targets, and there were scores of riots in the 1850s and 1860s. Such demonstrations only accelerated decay. Sometimes foreign consuls would be drawn in. Exceptionally, a gunboat would be sent. The Chinese government's prestige would suffer in the ensuing exchange of apologies and punishment of culprits. Meanwhile, the activity of the missionaries was steadily undermining the traditional society in more direct and didactic ways, by preaching an individualism and egalitarianism alien to it, and by acting as a magnet to converts to whom it offered economic and social advantages. The process of undermining China also went forward directly in the decades after the Opium Wars by military and naval means. There were further impositions of concessions by force. But there was a growing ambiguity in the Chinese response. The authorities did not always resist the arrival of the foreigners. First, the gentry of the areas immediately concerned, and then the Peking government came round to feeling that foreign soldiers might not be without their value for the regime. Social disorder was growing. It could not be canalized solely against the foreigners and was threatening the establishment. China was beginning to undergo a cycle of peasant revolts, which were to be the greatest in the whole of human history. In the middle decades of the century, the familiar symptoms multiplied: banditry, secret societies. In the 1850s, the Red Turbans were only suppressed at great cost. Such troubles frightened the establishment and threw it onto the defensive, leaving it with little spare capacity to resist the steady gnawing of the West. These great rebellions were fundamentally caused by hunger for land, and the most important and distinctive of them was the Taiping Rebellion, or, as it may more appropriately be called, Revolution, which lasted from 1850 to 1864. The heart of this great convulsion, which cost the lives of more people than died the world over in the First World War, was a traditional peasant revolt. Hard times and a succession of natural disasters had helped to provoke it. It drew on a compound of land hunger, hatred of tax-gatherers, social envy, and national resentment against the Manchus, though it is hard to see exactly what this meant in practice, for the bulk of the officials who actually administered the empire were, of course, themselves Chinese. It was also a regional outbreak, originating in the south, and even there promoted by an isolated minority of settlers from the north. The new feature behind the revolt, and one which made it ambiguous in the eyes of both Chinese and Europeans, was that its leader, Hong Hsiu Chuan, had a superficial but impressive acquaintance with the Christian religion in the form of American Protestantism, and this led him to denounce the worship of other gods, destroy idols, which included the Confucian ancestor tablets, and to talk of establishing the kingdom of God on earth. He had been rejected by his own culture, for he had been an unsuccessful candidate in the examinations which conferred status on low-born Chinese. Within the familiar framework of one of the periodic peasant upheavals of old China, that is to say, a new ideology was at work and showing itself subversive of the traditional culture and state. Some of its opponents at once grasped this and saw the Taiping movement as an ideological as well as a social challenge. Thus the revolution can be seen as an epoch in the Western disruption of China. The Taiping army at first had a series of spectacular successes. By 1853 they had captured Nanking and established there the court of Hong Hsiu Chuan, now proclaimed the Heavenly King. In spite of alarm further north, this was as far as they went. After 1856, the revolution was on the defensive. Nevertheless, it announced important social changes, which made it a source of inspiration for later Chinese reformers. And although it is by no means clear how widely these were effective or even appealing, their disruptive ideological effect was considerable. The basis of Taiping society was communism. There was no private property, but communal provision for general needs. The land was in theory distributed for working in plots, graded by quality to provide just shares. Even more revolutionary was the extension of social and educational equality to women. The traditional binding of their feet was forbidden, and an important degree of sexual austerity marked the movement's aspirations, though not the conduct of the Heavenly King himself. These things reflected the mixture of religious and social elements which lay at the root of the Taiping cult, and the danger it presented to the traditional order. The movement benefited at first by the demoralization brought about in the Manchu forces by their defeats at the hands of the Europeans, and by the usual weaknesses shown by central government in China in a relatively distant and distinct region. As time passed and the Manchu forces were given abler, sometimes European, commanders, the bows and spears of the Taipings were proved insufficient. The foreigners, too, came to see the movement as a threat, but kept up their pressure while the imperial government grappled with the Taipings. Treaties with France and the United States, which followed that with Great Britain, guaranteed the toleration of Christian missionaries and began the process of reserving jurisdiction over foreigners to consular and mixed courts. The danger presented by the Taiping Revolution brought yet more concessions. New fighting resulted in the opening of more Chinese ports to foreign trade. the taking over of Chinese customs administration by foreigners, the legalization of the sale of opium, and the cession to the Russians of the province in which Vladivostok was to be built. It is hardly surprising that in 1861 the Chinese decided for the first time to set up a new department to deal with foreign affairs. The old myth that all the world recognized the mandate of heaven and owed tribute to the imperial court was dead. In the end, the foreigners joined in against the Taipings, a response by no means illogical, given that the revolution was strongly against opium. Whether their help was needed to end it may never be known. Certainly there is evidence that the Taiping movement was already failing. In 1864, Hung died, and shortly afterwards Nanking fell to the Manchu. This was a victory for traditional China. The rule of the bureaucratic gentry had survived one more threat from below. Nonetheless, an important turning point had been reached. A rebellion had offered a revolutionary program announcing a new danger, that the old challenge of peasant rebellion might be reinforced by an ideology from outside, deeply corrosive to Confucian China. Nor did the end of the Taiping Rebellion mean internal peace. From the middle of the 1850s until well into the 1870s, there were great Muslim risings in the northwest and southwest, as well as other rebellions. Immediately, China showed even greater weakness in the face of the West. Large areas had been devastated in the fighting. In many of them, the soldiers were powerful and threatened the control of the bureaucracy. If the enormous loss of life did something to reduce pressure on land, this was probably balanced by a decline in the prestige and authority of the dynasty. Concessions had already had to be made to the Western powers under and because of these disadvantaged conditions. There would be more. The methods which had drawn the sting of nomadic invaders were not likely to work with confident Europeans, whose ideological assurance and increasing technical superiority protected them from the seduction of Chinese civilization, and the spate of treaty concessions to the foreigner went on to admit trade in more treaty ports, to the establishment of resident diplomatic representation at Peking, and to the removal of restraints on the travel of Europeans. When Roman Catholic missionaries were given the right to buy land and put up buildings, Christianity was linked to economic penetration. Soon, the wish to protect converts meant involvement in the internal affairs of public order and police. It was impossible to contain the slow but continuous erosion of Chinese sovereignty. Never formally a colony, China was beginning nonetheless to undergo a measure of colonization. Then there were territorial losses as the century wore on. In the 1870s, the Russians seized the Ili Valley, though they later handed much of it back. And in the next decade, the French established a protectorate in Annam. Loosely asserted but ancient Chinese suzerainty was being swept away. The French began to absorb Indochina, and the British annexed Burma in 1886. The worst blow was from another Asiatic state. In the War of 1894-5, the Japanese took Formosa and the Pescadores, while China had to recognize the independence of Korea, from which they had received tribute since the 17th century. Following the Japanese success came further encroachments by other powers. Provoked by the Russians, who established themselves in Port Arthur, England, France, and Germany all extracted long leases of ports at the end of the century. Before this, the Portuguese, who had been in China longer than any other Europeans, converted their tenure of Macau into outright ownership. Even the Italians were in the market, though they did not actually get anything. And long before this, concessions, loans, and agreements had been exacted by Western powers to protect and foster their own economic and financial interests. It is hardly surprising that when a British Prime Minister spoke at the end of the century of two classes of nation, the living and the dying, China was regarded as an outstanding example of the second. Statesmen began to envisage her partition. Before the end of the 19th century, it was evident to many Chinese intellectuals and civil servants that the traditional order would not generate the energy necessary to resist the new barbarians. Attempts along the old lines had failed. New tendencies began to appear. A Society for the Study of Self-Strengthening was founded to consider Western ideas and inventions which might be helpful. Its leaders cited the achievements of Peter the Great, and more significantly, those of contemporary reformers in Japan, an example all the more telling because of the superiority shown by the Japanese over China in war in 1895. Yet the would-be reformers still hoped that they would be able to root change in the Confucian tradition, albeit one purified and invigorated. They were members of the gentry, and they succeeded in obtaining the ear of the emperor. They were thus working within the traditional framework and machinery of power to obtain administrative and technological reform without compromising the fundamentals of Chinese culture and ideology. Unfortunately, this meant that the 100 Days of Reform of 1898, as it came to be known, was almost at once tangled up in the court politics of the rivalry between the emperor and the Dowager Empress, to say nothing of Chinese Manchu antagonism. Though a stream of reform edicts was published, they were swiftly overtaken by a coup d'etat by the Empress, who locked up the emperor. The basic cause of the reformers' failure was the provocation offered by their inept political behavior. Yet although the movement had failed, it was important that it had existed at all. It was to be a great stimulus to wider and deeper thinking about China's future. For the moment, China seemed to have turned back to older methods of confronting a threat from outside, as a dramatic episode, the Boxer movement, showed. Exploited by the Empress, this was essentially a backward-looking and xenophobic upheaval, which was given official encouragement. Missionaries and converts were murdered, a German minister killed, and the foreign legations at Peking besieged. But the Boxers were unable to stand up to Western fighting power. They once more revealed a hatred of foreigners which was waiting to be tapped, but also showed how little could be hoped for from the old structure, for its most conservative forces had dominated the movement, not the few reformers who became involved in it. It was suppressed by a military intervention which provides the only example in history of the armed forces of all the great powers operating under the same commander, a German, as it happened. The sequel was yet another diplomatic humiliation for China. An enormous indemnity was settled on customs henceforth under foreign direction. The ending of the Boxer movement left China still more unstable. Reform had failed in 1898, so now had reaction. Perhaps only revolution lay ahead. Officers in the parts of the army which had undergone reorganization and training on Western lines began to think about it. Students in exile had already begun to meet and discuss their country's future, above all in Tokyo. The Japanese were happy to encourage subversive movements which might weaken their neighbor. In 1898 they had set up an East Asian Cultural Union, from which emerged the slogan, "Asia for the Asians." The Japanese had great prestige in the eyes of the young Chinese radicals, as Asians who were escaping from the trap of traditional backwardness which had been fatal to India and seemed to be about to engulf China. Japan could confront the West on terms of equality. Other students looked elsewhere for support, some to the long-enduring secret societies. One of them was a young man called Sun Yat-sen. His achievement has often been exaggerated, but nevertheless he attempted revolution 10 times altogether. In the 1890s, he and others were asking only for a constitutional monarchy, but it was a very radical demand at that time. Discontented exiles drew on support from Chinese businessmen abroad, of whom there were many, for the Chinese had always been great traders. They helped Sun Yat-sen in 1905 to form in Japan a revolutionary alliance which sought the expulsion of the Manchus and the initiation of Chinese rule, a republican constitution, land reform. It sought to conciliate the foreigners, at this stage a wise tactical move, and the new program showed the influence of Western thinkers, notably that of the English radical John Stuart Mill and the American economic reformer Henry George. Once again, the West provided the stimulus and some of the ideological baggage of a Chinese reform movement. This was the beginning of the party eventually to emerge as the dominant clique
in the Chinese Republic. Its formation, though, may well be thought less significant than another event of the same year, the abolition of the traditional examination system. Of a series of constitutional and administrative reforms carried out after 1901, this was possibly the one of the greatest importance. More than any other institution, the examination system had still continued to hold Chinese civilization together by providing the bureaucracy it recruited with its internal homogeneity and cohesion. These would not quickly wane, but the distinction between the mass of Chinese subjects and the privileged ruling class was now gone. Meanwhile, returning students from abroad, dissatisfied with what they found and no longer under the necessity of accommodating themselves to it by going through the examination procedure if they wished to enter government service, exercised a profoundly disturbing influence. They much increased the rate at which Chinese society began to be irradiated by Western ideas. Together with the soldiers in a modernized army, more and more of them looked to revolution for a way ahead. There were a number of rebellions, some directed by Sun Yat-sen from Indochina with French connivance, before the Empress and her puppet emperor died on successive days in 1908. The event raised new hopes, but the Manchu government continued to drag its feet over reform. On the one hand, it made important concessions of principle and promoted the flow of students abroad. On the other, it showed that it could not achieve a decisive break with the past or surrender any of the imperial privileges of the Manchus. Perhaps more could not have been asked for. By 1911, the situation had deteriorated badly. The gentry class showed signs of losing its cohesion. It was no longer to back the dynasty in the face of subversion as it had done in the past. Governmentally, there existed a near stalemate of internal power, the dynasty effectively controlling only a part of China. In October, revolutionary headquarters was discovered at Hankow. There had already been revolts, which had been more or less contained earlier in the year. This precipitated one which at last turned into a successful revolution. Sun Yat-sen, whose name was used by the early rebels, was taken by surprise. He was in the United States at the time. The course of the revolution was decided by the defection from the regime of its military commanders. The most important of these was Yuan Shikai. When he turned on the Manchus, the dynasty was lost. The mandate of heaven had been withdrawn, and on the 12th of February 1912, the last and 6-year-old Manchu emperor abdicated. A republic had already been proclaimed, with Sun Yat-sen its president, and a new nationalist party soon appeared behind him. In March, he resigned the presidency to Yuan Shikai, thus acknowledging where power really lay in the new republic, and inaugurating a new phase of Chinese government, in which an ineffective constitutional regime at Peking disputed the practical government of China by warlords. This alone meant that China had still a long way to travel before she would be a modern nation-state. Nonetheless, she had begun the half-century's march which would recover for her an independence lost in the 19th century to foreigners. Japan had shown a very different response to the challenge of the Western barbarians. At the beginning of the 19th century, there was little to show a superficial observer that she might adapt more easily than China. Japan was then, like any other pre-industrial society, deeply conservative. Yet much had already changed since the establishment of the shogunate, and there were signs that the changes would cut deeper and faster as the years went by. One paradox is that this is in part attributable to the success of the Tokugawa era itself. It had brought peace, and one obvious result of this was that Japan's military system became old-fashioned and inefficient. The samurai themselves were evidently a parasitic class. Warriors, there was nothing for them to do except to cluster in the castle towns of their lords, consumers without employment, a social and economic problem. They were not the only problem caused by prolonged peace. It also led to a money economy, the beginnings of a quasi-capitalist structure in agriculture which eroded the old feudal relationships, and the growth of towns. Osaka, the greatest mercantile center, had between 300,000 and 400,000 inhabitants in the last years of the shogunate. Yedo may have had 1 million. These great centres of consumption were sustained by financial and mercantile arrangements, which had grown enormously in scale and complication since the 17th century. They made a mockery of the old notion of the inferiority of the merchant order. Even their techniques of salesmanship were modern. The 18th century shops of the House of Mitsui, still today one of the great pillars of Japanese capitalism, gave free umbrellas marked with their trademark to customers caught in their shops by the rain. Many of these changes registered the creation of new wealth from which the shogunate had not itself benefited, largely because it was unable to tap it at a rate which kept pace with its own growing needs. The main revenue was the rice tax, which flowed through the lords. It did not take away the new wealth arising from better cultivation and land reclamation, and, because this remained in the hands of the better-off peasants and village leaders, this led to sharpening contrasts in the countryside. The poorer peasantry were often driven to the towns at a time when others prospered. This was another sign of disintegration in the feudal society. In the towns, which suffered from an inflation made worse by the shogunate's debasement of the coinage, only the merchants seemed to prosper. A last effort of economic reform failed in the 1840s. The lords grew poorer, and their retainers lost confidence. Before the end of the Tokugawa, some samurai were beginning to dabble in trade. Their share of their lord's tax yield was often still only that of their 17th century predecessors. Regional differences existed, but everywhere could be found impoverished, politically discontented swordsmen, and some aggrieved families of great lords who recalled the days when their race had stood on equal terms with the Tokugawa. The obvious danger of this potential instability was all the greater because insulation against Western ideas had long since ceased to be complete. A few learned men had interested themselves in books, which entered Japan through the narrow aperture of the Dutch trade. Japan was very different from China in its technical receptivity. "The Japanese are sharp-witted and quickly learn anything they see," said a 16th-century Dutchman. They had soon grasped and exploited, as the Chinese never did, the advantages of European firearms, and began to make them in quantity. They copied the European clocks, which the Chinese treated as toys. They were eager to learn from Europeans, as unhampered by their traditions as the Chinese seemed bogged down in theirs. On the great fiefs there were notable schools or research centres of Dutch studies. The shogunate itself had authorized the translation of foreign books, an important step in so literate a society. For education in Tokugawa Japan had been almost too successful. There was a high degree of literacy, and even young samurai were beginning to inquire about Western ideas. The islands were relatively small and communications good, so that new ideas got about easily. Thus, the situation in which Japan had, suddenly, to face a new and unprecedented challenge from the West, though not one entirely unannounced, was by no means the same as that of China. The first period of Western contact with Japan had ended in the 17th century with persecution and exclusion of all but a few Dutchmen who were allowed to conduct trade from an island at Nagasaki. Europe had not then been able to challenge this outcome. That the situation had changed was shown in the 1840s by what happened to China, whose fate some of Japan's rulers observed with increasing alarm. The Europeans, with whom might at any moment be joined the North Americans, had, it was clear, both a new interest in breaking into Asian trade and new and irresistible strength to do it. The King of the Netherlands warned the Shogun in the 1840s that exclusion was no longer a realistic policy. But there was no agreement among Japan's rulers about whether resistance or concession was better. Finally, in 1851, the President of the United States commissioned a naval officer, Commodore Perry, to open relations with Japan. Under him, the first foreign squadron to sail into Japanese waters entered Ito Bay in 1853. In the following year it returned, and the first of a series of treaties with foreign powers was made by the shogunate. Perry's arrival could be seen in Confucian terms as an omen or sign that the end of the shogunate was near. No doubt some Japanese saw it in that way.
Yet it did not at once follow, and there were a few years of somewhat muddled response to the barbarian threat. Japan's rulers did not straightway come round to a wholehearted policy of concession. There was one further attempt to expel foreigners by force, and Japan's future course was not decided until well into the 1860s. Within a few years, the success of the West was already embodied in and symbolized by a series of so-called unequal treaties, commercial privileges, extraterritoriality for Western residents, the presence of diplomatic representatives, and restrictions on the Japanese export of opium were the main concessions won by the United States, Great Britain, France, Russia, and the Netherlands. Soon afterwards, the shogunate came to an end. Its inability to resist the foreigner was one contributing factor, and another was the threat from two great aggregations of feudal power which had already begun to adopt Western military techniques in order to replace the Tokugawa by a more effective and centralized system under their control. There was fighting between the Tokugawa and their opponents, but it was followed not by a relapse into disorder and anarchy, but by a resumption of power by the imperial court and administration in 1868, in the so-called Meiji Restoration. It cannot be doubted that the re-emergence of the emperor and the widespread acceptance of the revolutionary renewal which followed was attributable above all to the passionate desire of most literate Japanese to escape from a shameful inferiority to the West, which might have ended in their sharing the fate of the Chinese and Indians. In the 1860s, both the Bakufu and some individual clans had already sent several missions to Europe. Anti-foreign agitation was dropped in order to learn from the West the secrets of its strength. There was a paradox in this, for, as in some European countries, a nationalism rooted in a conservative view of society was to dissolve much of the tradition it was developed to defend. The transference of the court to Yedo, the modern Tokyo, was the symbolic opening of the Meiji Restoration and the regeneration of Japan. Its indispensable first stage was the abolition of feudalism. What might have been a difficult and bloody business was made simple by the voluntary surrender to the emperor of their lands by the four greatest clans, who set out their motives in a memorial they addressed to the emperor. They were returning to the emperor what had originally been his, they said, so that a uniform rule may prevail throughout the empire. Thus, the country will be able to rank equally with the other nations of the world. This was a concise expression of the patriotic ethic which was to inspire Japan's leaders for the next half-century, and was widely spread in a country with a large degree of literacy, where local leaders could make possible the acceptance of national goals to a degree impossible elsewhere. True, such expressions were not uncommon in other countries. What was peculiar to Japan was the urgency which observation of the fate of China lent to the program, the emotional support given to the idea by Japanese social and moral tradition, and the fact that in the imperial throne there was available within the established structure a source of moral authority not committed merely to maintaining the past. These conditions made possible a Japanese 1688, a conservative revolution opening the way to radical change. Rapidly, Japan adopted the institutions of Western government and some of those of Western society, a prefectural system of administration, posts, a daily newspaper, a ministry of education, military conscription, the first railway, religious toleration, and the Gregorian calendar all arrived within the first 5 years. A representative system of local government was inaugurated in 1879, and 10 years later a new constitution set up a bicameral parliament. A peerage had already been created in preparation for the organization of the upper house. In fact, this was somewhat less revolutionary than might appear, given the strong authoritarian strain in the document. At about the same time, too, the innovatory passion was beginning to show signs of flagging. The period when things Western were a craze was over. No such enthusiasm was to be seen again until the second half of the 20th century. In 1890, an imperial rescript on education, subsequently to be read on great days to generations of Japanese schoolchildren, enjoined the observation of the traditional Confucian duties of filial piety and obedience, and the sacrifice of self to the state, if need be. Much, perhaps the most important part, of old Japan was to survive the Meiji Revolution, and was to do so very obviously. This is in part the secret of the fascination of the story of modern Japan. But much, too, had gone. Feudalism could never be restored, generously compensated with government stock, though the lords might be. Another striking expression of the new direction was the abolition of the old ordered class system. Care was shown in removing the privileges of the samurai. Some of them could find compensation by the opportunities offered to them in the new bureaucracy, in business, no longer to be a demeaning activity, and in the modernized army and navy. For these, foreign instruction was sought, because the Japanese sought proven excellence. Gradually they dropped their French military advisers and took to employing Germans after the Franco-Prussian War. The British provided instructors for the navy. Young Japanese were sent abroad to learn at first hand other secrets of the wonderful and threatening puissance of the West. It is still hard not to be moved by the ardour of many of these young men and of their elders, and impossible not to be impressed by their achievement, which went far beyond Japan at their own time. The Shishi, as some of the most passionate and dedicated activists of reform were called, later inspired national leaders right across Asia, from India to China. Their spirit was still at work in the young officers of the 1930s, who were to launch the last and most destructive wave of Japanese imperialism. The crudest indexes of the success of the reformers are the economic, but they are very striking. Remote from the Restoration though the successes of the 20th century economy were to be, they were prepared for by the work of the 19th century, which released in Japan a current of growth achieved by no other non-Western state. The country was lucky in being already well supplied with entrepreneurs who took for granted the profit motive, and it was undoubtedly richer than, say, China. Much of the explanation of the great leap forward by Japan lay in the overcoming of inflation and the liquidation of feudal restraints, which made it hard to tap Japan's full potential. The first sign of change was a great increase in agricultural production, little though the peasants, who made up 4/5 of the population in 1868, benefited from it. Japan managed in the 19th century to feed a growing population by bringing more land under cultivation for rice and by cultivating existing fields more intensively. Though the dependence on the land tax lessened as a bigger portion of the revenue could be found from other sources, it was still upon the peasant that the cost of the new Japan fell most heavily. Right down to 1941, Japanese peasants benefited little from modernization. There were few non-agricultural resources. It was the increasingly productive tax on land which paid for investment. Consumption remained low, though there was not the suffering of, say, the later industrialization process of Stalin's Russia. A high rate of saving, 12% in 1900, spared Japan dependence on foreign loans, but again restricted consumption. This was the other side of the balance sheet of expansion, whose credit entries were clear enough: the infrastructure of a modern state, an indigenous arms industry, a usually high credit rating in the eyes of foreign investors, and a big expansion of cotton spinning and other textiles by 1914. In the end, a heavy spiritual cost had to be paid for these successes. Even while seeking to learn from the West, Japan turned inward. The foreign religious influences of Confucianism, and even at first Buddhism, were attacked by the upholders of the state Shintoist cult, which, even under the shogunate, had begun to stress and enhance the role of the emperor as the embodiment of the divine. The demands of loyalty to the emperor as the focus of the nation came to override the principles embodied in the new constitution, which might have been developed in liberal directions in a different cultural setting. The quality of the regime did not express itself in such institutions, but in the repressive actions of the imperial police. Yet it is difficult to see how an authoritarian emphasis could, in fact, have been avoided, given the two great tasks facing the statesmen of the Meiji Restoration. The modernization of the economy meant not planning in the modern sense, but a strong governmental initiative and harsh fiscal policies. The other problem was order. The imperial power had once before gone into eclipse because of its failure to meet the threat on this front, and now there were new dangers, because not all conservatives could be reconciled to the new model Japan. Discontented ronin, ruthless samurai without masters, were one source of trouble. Another was peasant misery. There were scores of agrarian revolts in the first decade of the Meiji era. In the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, the government's new conscript forces showed that they could handle conservative resistance. This was the last of several rebellions against the Restoration, and its last great challenge from conservatism. The energies of the discontented samurai were gradually to be siphoned off into the service of the new state, but this did not mean that the implications for Japan were all beneficial. They intensified in certain key sectors of the national life an assertive nationalism, which was to lead eventually to aggression abroad. Immediately, this was likely to find expression not only in resentment of the West, but also in expansion on the nearby Asian mainland. Modernization at home and adventure abroad were often in tension in Japan after the Meiji Restoration, but in the long run they pulled in the same direction. The popular and democratic movements especially felt the tug of imperialism. China was the predestined victim, and was to be served as harshly by her fellow Asians as by any of the Western states. At first she was threatened only indirectly. Just as China's supremacy over the dependencies on her borders was challenged in Tibet, Indochina, and Manchuria by Europeans, so the Japanese threatened it in the ancient Empire of Korea, long a tributary of Peking. Japanese interests there went back a long way. In part this was strategic. The Tsushima Straits were the place where the mainland was nearest to her. In 1876 an overt move was made, under the threat of military and naval action, which was very much like that used on China by the Europeans, and on Japan by Perry. The Koreans agreed to open 3 of their ports to the Japanese and to exchange diplomatic representation. Some Japanese already wanted more. They remembered earlier Japanese invasions and successful piracy on the Korean coast, and pointed to the mineral and natural wealth of Korea. The statesmen of the Restoration did not at once give way to such pressure, but in a sense they were only making haste slowly. In the 1890s another step forward was taken, which led Japan into her first major war since the Restoration, and it was against China. It was sweepingly successful, but was followed by an appalling national humiliation, when in 1895 a group of Western powers forced Japan to accept a peace treaty much less advantageous than the one she had imposed on the Chinese, which had included a declaration of Korea's independence. At this point, resentment of the West fused with enthusiasm for expansion in Asia. Popular resentment of the unequal treaties had been running high, and the 1895 disappointment brought it to a head. The Japanese government had its own interests in backing Chinese revolutionary movements, and now it had a slogan to offer them: Asia for the Asians. It was becoming clear, too, to the Western powers that dealing with Japan was a very different matter from bullying China. Japan was increasingly recognized to be a civilized state, not to be treated like other non-European nations. The great symbol of the change was their relinquishing in 1899 of extraterritoriality in Japan. Throughout the world it was one of the most humiliating signs of European predominance. Then came the greatest of all marks of Japan's acceptance as an equal by the West, an Anglo-Japanese alliance in 1902. Japan, it was said, had joined Europe. The greatest of European powers in the Far East was Russia. Her role had been important in 1895, and her advance since then made it clear that the longed-for prize of Korea
might elude the Japanese if they delayed much longer. The building of railways, the development of Vladivostok, and the activities of Russian businessmen in Korea all looked alarming. Korean politics were virtually a matter of the rivalry between pro-Japanese and pro-Russian factions. Most serious of all was a Russian lease of the naval base of Port Arthur from the enfeebled Chinese. In 1904, the Japanese struck at the Russians in Manchuria. The result, after a year of war, was a humiliating defeat for the Russians. For the first time since the Middle Ages, non-Europeans defeated a European power in a major war. They had done it with European arms and training, and the implications were colossal. The immediate consequences, too, were far-reaching, for it was the end of Tsarist pretensions in Korea and South Manchuria, where Japanese influence was henceforth dominant, and other territories passed into Japanese possession to remain there until 1945. In 1910, Korea was at last annexed. With this event, with the Chinese Revolution of 1911 and the end of the Manchu dynasty, the first discernible phase of Asia's response to the West can be given a boundary. It had been marked by importantly different reactions in the two states which were to be the great Asian powers of the second half of the 20th century. One of them had been able to inoculate herself against the threat of modernization by accepting the virus. The other had not. In each case, the West provided both direct and indirect stimulus to upheaval, though in one case it was successfully contained, and in the other it was not. In each case, too, the fate of the Asian power was decided not only by the response it could itself generate, but by the relations of the Western powers among themselves. The rivalries of Western powers in China generated the scramble there, which so alarmed and tempted the Japanese. And it was the Anglo-Japanese alliance that gave them the assurance that they could strike at their great enemy, Russia, and find her unsupported. A few years more, and Japan and China would both be participants as, formally, equals with other powers in the First World War. Meanwhile, Japan's example, and above all its victory over Russia, was an inspiration to other Asians, the greatest single reason for them to ponder whether European hegemony was bound to be their lot. What Japan had done, they might do. But Japan had turned Europe's skills against her. The disturbance brought by the aggressive civilization had provoked imitation. In other Asian countries, European agencies had themselves launched changes which contributed in the end to the crumbling of Europe's political hegemony. They had brought assumptions about nationalism and humanitarianism, the Christian missionaries' dislocation of local society and belief, and the experience of an exploitation not sanctioned by tradition, all of which often set in train important economic and social change. Primitive, almost blind, responses, like the Indian Mutiny or Boxer Rebellion, were the first and obvious consequences of the European impact. But there were others which had a much more important future ahead. In particular, this was true in India, the biggest and most important of all colonial territories. In 1877, Parliament had bestowed the title of Empress of India upon Queen Victoria. Some Englishmen laughed, and a few disapproved, but it does not seem that there were many who did either. Most took the British supremacy there to be permanent or near permanent, and were not much concerned about names. They would have agreed with their compatriot who said, "We are not in India to be pleasant," and held that only a severe and firm government could be sure to prevent another mutiny. Others would also have agreed with the British Viceroy, who declared, as the 20th century began, that as long as we rule India, we are the greatest power in the world. If we lose it, we shall drop straight away to a third-rate power. Two important truths underlay this assertion. One was that the Indian taxpayer paid for the defence of much, or most, of the British Empire. Indian troops had been used to sustain it from Malta to China, and in the subcontinent there was always a strategical reserve. The second was that Indian tariff policy was subordinated to British commercial and industrial realities. These were the harsh facts, whose weight was harder and harder to ignore.
Yet they were not the whole story of the Raj. There was more to it than just fear, greed, cynicism, or the love of power. Human beings do not find it easy to pursue collective purposes without some sort of myth to justify them. Nor did the British in India. Some of them saw themselves as the heirs of the Romans, whom a classical education taught them to admire, stoically bearing the burden of a lonely life in an alien land, to bring peace to the warring and law to peoples without it. Others saw in Christianity a precious gift, with which they must destroy idols and cleanse evil custom. Some never formulated such clear views, but were simply convinced that what they brought was better than what they found, and therefore what they were doing was good. At the basis of all these views there was a conviction of superiority, and there was nothing surprising about this. It had always animated some imperialists. But in the later 19th century it was especially reinforced by fashionable racialist ideas and a muddled reflection of what was being said by current biological science about the survival of the fittest. Such ideas provided a rationale for the much greater social separation of the British in India from native Indians after the shock of the Mutiny. Although there was a modest intake of nominated Indian landlords and native rulers into the legislative branch of government, it was not until the very end of the century that these were joined by elected Indians. Moreover, though Indians could compete to enter the civil service, there were important practical obstacles in the way of their entry to the ranks of the decision-makers. In the army, too, Indians were kept out of the senior commissioned ranks. The largest single part of the British Army was always stationed in India, where its reliability and monopoly of artillery, combined with the officering of the Indian regiments by Europeans, to ensure that there would be no repetition of the mutiny. The coming of railways, telegraphs, and more advanced weapons, in any case told in favour of government in India as much as in any European country. But armed force was not the explanation of the self-assuredness of British rule, any more than was a conviction of racial superiority. The census report of 1901 recorded that there were just under 300 million Indians. These were governed by about 900 white civil servants. Usually there was about one British soldier for every 4,000 Indians. As an Englishman once put it, picturesquely, had all the Indians chosen to spit at the same moment, his countrymen would have been drowned. The Raj rested also on carefully administered policies. One assumption underlying them after the mutiny was that Indian society should be interfered with as little as possible. Female infanticide might be forbidden, but there was to be no attempt to prohibit polygamy or child marriage, though after 1891 it was not legal for a marriage to be consummated until the wife was 12 years old. The line of the law was to run outside what was sanctioned by Hindu religion. This conservatism was reflected in a new attitude towards the native Indian rulers. The mutiny had shown that they were usually loyal. It was believed that those who turned against the government had been provoked by resentment against British annexation of their lands. Their rights were therefore scrupulously respected after the mutiny. The princes ruled their own states independently, and virtually irresponsibly, checked only by their awe of the British political officers resident at their courts. The native states included over a fifth of the population. Elsewhere, the British cultivated the native aristocracy and the landlords. This was part of a search for support from key groups of Indians, but often led the British to lean on those whose own leadership powers were already being undermined by social change. Enlightened despotism at their expense, but in the interests of the peasantry, such as had been shown earlier in the century, nonetheless now disappeared. These were all some of the unhappy consequences of the mutiny. Yet no more than any other imperial government was the Raj able permanently to ensure itself against change. Its very success told against it. The suppression of warfare favoured the growth of population, and one consequence was more frequent famine. But the provision of ways of earning a living other than by agriculture which was a possible outlet from the problem of an overpopulated countryside, was made very difficult by the obstacles in the way of Indian industrialization. These arose in large measure from a tariff policy in the interest of British manufactures. A slowly emerging Indian class of industrialists did not, therefore, feel warmly towards government, but were antagonized by it. Their ranks also included many of the growing number of Indians who had received an education along English lines, and had subsequently been irritated to compare its precepts with the practice of the British community in India. Some who had gone to England to study at Oxford, Cambridge, or the Inns of Court found the contrast especially galling. In England there were even Indian members of Parliament in the 19th century, while an Indian graduate in India might be slighted by a British private soldier. And there was an outcry from British residents when, in the 1880s, a viceroy wished to remove the invidious distinction which prevented a European from being brought before an Indian magistrate. Some, too, had pondered what they read in their studies. John Stuart Mill and Mazzini were thus to have a huge influence in India, and through its leaders in the rest of Asia. Resentment was especially felt among the Hindus of Bengal, the historic centre of British power. Calcutta was the capital of India. In 1905 this province was divided in two. This partition was an important landmark, for it for the first time brought the Raj into serious conflict with something not existing in 1857, the Indian nationalist movement. At every stage this movement had been fed and stimulated by non-Indian forces. British Orientalists, at the beginning of the 19th century, had begun the rediscovery of classical Indian culture, which was essential both to the self-respect of Hindu nationalism and the overcoming of the subcontinent's huge divisions. Indian scholars began to rediscover, under European guidance, the culture and religion embedded in the neglected Sanskrit scriptures. Through these they could formulate a conception of a Hinduism far removed from the rich and fantastic, but also superstitious, accretions of its popular form. By the end of the 19th century, this recovery of the Aryan and Vedic past, Islamic India was virtually disregarded, had gone far enough for Hindus to meet with confidence the reproaches of Christian missionaries, and offer a cultural counterattack. A Hindu emissary to a Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893, not only awoke great personal esteem, and obtained serious attention for his assertion that Hinduism was a great religion capable of revivifying the spiritual life of other cultures, but actually made converts. The Hindu national consciousness, like the political activity it was to reinforce, was for a long time confined to a few. The proposal that the Hindi should be India's language seemed wildly unrealistic when the hundreds of languages and dialects which fragmented Indian society were considered, and could only appeal to an elite seeking to strengthen its links across a subcontinent. The definition of its membership was education rather than wealth. Its backbone was provided by those Hindus, often Bengali, who felt especially disappointed at the failure of their educational attainments to win them an appropriate share in the running of India. The Raj seemed determined to maintain the racial predominance of Europeans and to rely upon such conservative interests as the princes and landlords, to the exclusion, and possibly even more important, the humiliation of the Babu, the educated, middle-class, urban Hindu. A new cultural self-respect and a growing sense of grievance over rewards and slights were the background to the formation of the Indian National Congress. The immediate prelude was a flurry of excitement over government proposals, subsequently modified because of the outcry of European residents, to equalize the treatment of Indians and Europeans in the courts. Disappointment caused an Englishman, a former civil servant, to take the steps which led to the first conference of the Indian National Congress in Bombay in December 1885. Viceregal initiatives, too, had played a part in this, and Europeans were long to be prominent in the administration of Congress. Even longer would they patronize it with protection and advice in London. It was an appropriate symbol of the complexity of the European impact on India that some Indian delegates attended in European dress, improbably attired in mourning suits and top hats of comical unsuitability to the climate of their country, but the formal attire of its rulers. Congress was soon committed by its Declaration of Principles to national unity and regeneration, as in Japan already, and China and many other countries later. This was the classical product of the impact of European ideas, but it did not at first aspire to self-government. Congress sought, rather, to provide a means of communicating Indian views to the Viceroy, and proclaimed its unswerving loyalty to the British Crown. Only after 20 years, in which much more extreme nationalist views had won adherents among Hindus, did it begin to discuss the possibility of independence. During this time its attitude had been soured and stiffened by the vilification it received from British residents, who declared it unrepresentative, and the unresponsiveness of an administration which endorsed this view and preferred to work through more traditional and conservative social forces. Extremists became more insistent. In 1904 came the inspiring victories of Japan over Russia. The issue for a clash was provided in 1905 by the administrative division of Bengal. The purpose of the partition was twofold. It was administratively convenient, and it would possibly weaken Bengal's nationalism. It produced a West Bengal, where there was a Hindu majority, and an East Bengal with a Muslim majority. This detonated a mass of explosive materials long accumulating. Immediately there was a struggle for power in Congress. At first a split was avoided by agreement on the aim of Swaraj, which in practice might mean independent self-government, such as that enjoyed by the White Dominions. Their example was suggestive. The extremists were heartened by anti-partition riots. A new weapon was deployed against the British, a boycott of goods, which it was hoped might be extended to other forms of passive resistance, such as non-payment of taxes and the refusal of soldiers to obey orders. By 1908, the extremists were excluded from Congress. By this time, a second consequence was apparent. Extremism was producing terrorism. Again, foreign models were important. Russian revolutionary terrorism now joined the works of Mazzini and the biography of Garibaldi, the guerrilla leader-hero of Italian independence, as formative influences on an emerging India. The extremists argued that political murder was not ordinary murder. Assassination and bombing were met with special repressive measures. The third consequence of partition was perhaps the most momentous. It brought out into the open the division of Muslim and Hindu. For reasons which went back to the percolation of Muslim India before the mutiny by an Islamic reform movement, the Arabian Wahhabi sect, Indian Muslims had for a century felt themselves more and more distinct from Hindus. Distrusted by the British because of attempts to revivify the Mughal Empire in 1857, they had little success in winning posts in government or on the judicial bench. Hindus had responded more eagerly than Muslims to the educational opportunities offered by the Raj. They were of more commercial weight and had more influence on government. But Muslims had found their British helpers too, who had launched the education of Muslims at a new Islamic college, providing the English education they needed to compete with Hindus, and had helped to set up Muslim political organizations. Some English civil servants began to grasp the potential for balancing Hindu pressure which this could give the Raj. Intensification of Hindu ritual practice, such as a cow protection movement, was not likely to do anything but increase the separation of the two communities. Nevertheless, it was only in 1905 that the split became, as it remained, one of the fundamentals of the subcontinent's politics. The anti-partitionists campaigned with a strident display of Hindu symbols and slogans. The British governor of eastern Bengal favoured Muslims against Hindus and strove to give them a vested interest in the new province. He was dismissed, but his inoculation had taken. Bengal Muslims deplored his removal. An Anglo-Muslim entente was in the making. This further inflamed Hindu terrorists. To make things worse, all this was taking place during 5 years, from 1906 to 1910, in which prices rose faster than at any time since the mutiny. An important set of political reforms, conceded in 1909, did not do more than change somewhat the forms with which to operate the political forces, which were henceforth to dominate the history of India, until the Raj came to an end nearly 40 years later. Indians were for the first time appointed to the council which advised the British minister responsible for India, and, more important, further elected places were provided for Indians in the legislative councils. But the elections were to be made by electorates which had a communal basis. The division of Hindu and Muslim India, that is to say, was institutionalized. In 1911, for the first and only time, a reigning British monarch visited India. A great imperial durbar was held at Delhi, the old centre of Mughal rule, to which the capital of British India was now transferred from Calcutta. The princes of India came to do homage. Congress did not question its duty to the throne. The accession to the throne of George V that year had been marked by the conferring of real and symbolic benefits, of which the most notable and politically significant was the reuniting of Bengal. If there was a moment at which the Raj was at its apogee, this was it. Yet India was far from settled. Terrorism and seditious crime continued. The policy of favouring the Muslims had made Hindus more resentful, while Muslims now felt that the government was going back on its understandings with them in withdrawing the partition of Bengal. They feared the resumption of a Hindu ascendancy in the province. Hindus, on the other hand, took the concession as evidence that resistance had paid, and began to press for the abolition of the communal electoral arrangements, which the Muslims prized. The British had therefore done much to alienate Muslim support, when a further strain appeared. The Indian Muslim elites, which had favoured cooperation with the British, were increasingly under pressure from more middle-class Muslims, susceptible to the violent appeal of a pan-Islamic movement. The pan-Islamists could point to the fact that the British had let the Muslims down in Bengal, but also noted that in Tripoli, which the Italians attacked in 1911, and the Balkans in 1912 and 1913, Christian powers were attacking Turkey, the seat of the Caliphate, the institutional embodiment of the spiritual leadership of Islam, and Great Britain was, indisputably, a Christian power. The intense susceptibilities of lower-class Indian Muslims were excited to the point at which even the involvement of a mosque in the replanning of a street could be presented as a part of a deliberate plot to harry Islam. When Turkey decided in 1914 to go to war with Great Britain, though the Muslim League remained loyal, some Indian Muslims accepted the logical consequence of the Caliphate's supremacy and began to prepare revolution against the Raj. They were few. What was more important for the future was that by that year not 2, but 3 forces were making the running in Indian politics: the British, Hindu, and Muslim. Here was the origin of the future partition of the only complete political unity the subcontinent had ever known. And, like that unity, it was as much the result of the play of non-Indian as of Indian forces. India was the largest single mass of non-European population and territory under European rule in Asia. But to the southeast and in Indonesia, both part of the Indian cultural sphere, lay further imperial possessions. Few generalizations are possible about so huge an area and so many peoples and religions. One negative fact was observable. In no other European possession in Asia was there such transformation before 1914 as in India, though in all of them modernization had begun the corrosion of local tradition. The forces which produced this were those which have already been noted at work elsewhere: European aggression, the example of Japan, and the diffusion of European culture. But the first and last of these forces operated in the region for a shorter time before 1914 than in China and India. In 1880, most of mainland Southeast Asia was still ruled by native princes, who were independent rulers, though they had usually had to make concessions already in unequal treaties to European power. In the following decade, this was rapidly changed by the British annexation of Burma and continuing French expansion in Indochina. The sultans of Malaya acquired British residents at their courts, who directed policy through the native administration. By 1900, only Siam was still independent among the kingdoms of this region. Most of them had been shaped by cultural influences which were Indian in origin. The only one which was culturally more closely linked to China was Vietnam, that part of Indochina known in the early stages of French Asian expansion as Annam. Vietnam had the longest tradition of national identity and a history of national revolt long before the European imperial era. It is not therefore surprising to find that it was in this part of the French Union Indo-Chinoise that resistance to Europeanization was most marked. French interest in the area went back to the 17th century and had been a missionary one in its origins. In the 1850s, the persecution of Christianity led the French to intervene again in South Vietnam. This, of course, brought about diplomatic conflict with China, which claimed sovereignty over the country. A war between the two imperial powers, 1883-5, established the French there, and they set about the creation of a structure which disguised a centralized regime behind a system of protectorates. Though this meant the preservation of native rulers, the Emperor of Vietnam and the kings of Cambodia and Laos, the aim of French colonial policy was always assimilation. French culture was to be brought to new French subjects, whose elites were to be Gallicized, because this was believed to be the best way to modernization and civilization. The centralizing tendencies of French administration soon made it clear that the formal structure of native government was a sham. Unwittingly, the French thus sapped local institutions, without replacing them with others enjoying the loyalty of the people. This was a dangerous course. There were also other important byproducts of the French presence. It brought with it, for example, French tariff policy, which was to slow down industrialization. This eventually led Indo-Chinese businessmen, like their Indian equivalents, to wonder in whose interests their country was run. Moreover, the conception of an Indochina which was integrally a part of France, whose inhabitants should be turned into French men, also brought problems. The French administration had to grapple with the paradox that access to French education could lead to reflection on the inspiring motto to be found on official buildings and documents of the Third Republic. It read, "Liberty, equality, and fraternity." Finally, French law and notions of property broke down the structure of village landholding and threw power into the hands of moneylenders and landlords. With a growing population in the rice-growing areas, this was to build up a revolutionary potential for the future. Japan and China provided catalysts for Indo-Chinese grievances, embodied in these facts, and the legacy of traditional Vietnamese nationalism soon made itself felt. The Japanese victory over Russia led several young Vietnamese to go to Tokyo, where they met Sun Yat-sen and the Japanese sponsors of Asia for the Asians. After the Chinese Revolution of 1911, one of them organized a society for a Vietnamese republic. None of this much troubled the French, who were well able to contain such opposition before 1914. But it curiously paralleled conservative opposition to them among the Vietnamese Confucian scholar class. Though they opened a university in 1907, the French had to close it almost at once, and it remained closed until 1918, because of fears of unrest among the intellectuals. This important section of Vietnamese opinion was already deeply alienated by French rule within a couple of decades of its establishment. Further south, too, French history had already had an indirect impact in Indonesia. By the end of the 19th century, there were some 60 million Indonesians. Population pressure had not yet produced there the strains that were to come, but it was the largest group of non-Europeans ruled by a European state outside India. Their ancestors had nearly 2 centuries of sometimes bitter experience of Dutch rule before the French Revolution led to the invasion of the United Provinces, the setting up of a new revolutionary republic there in 1795, and the dissolving of the Dutch East India Company. Equally important, there soon followed a British occupation of Java. The British troubled the waters by important changes in the revenue system, but there were also other influences now at work to stir up Indonesia. Though originally an outcropping of the Hindu civilization of India, it was also part of the Islamic world, with large numbers of Muslims among its peoples, and commercial ties with Arabia. In the early years of the 19th century, this had new importance. Indonesian pilgrims, some of them of birth and rank, went to Mecca, and then sometimes went on to Egypt and Turkey. There they found themselves directly in touch with reforming ideas from further west. The instability of the situation was revealed when the Dutch returned and had, in 1825, to fight a Java War against a dissident prince which lasted 5 years. It damaged the island's finances, so that the Dutch were constrained to introduce further changes. The result was an agricultural system which enforced the cultivation of crops for the government. The workings of this system led to grave exploitation of the peasant, which began in the second half of the 19th century, to awaken among Dutchmen an uneasiness about the conduct of their colonial government. This culminated in a great change of attitude. In 1901, a new ethical policy was announced, which was expressed in decentralization, and a campaign to achieve improvement through village administration. But this program often proved so paternalistic and interventionist in action that it too sometimes stimulated hostility. This was utilized by the first Indonesian nationalists. Some of them were inspired by Indians, and in 1908 they formed an organization to promote national education. 3 years later, an Islamic association appeared, whose early activities were directed as much against Chinese traders as against the Dutch. By 1916 it had gone so far as to ask for self-government while remaining in union with the Netherlands. Before this, however, a true independence party had been founded in 1912. It opposed Dutch authority in the name of native-born Indonesians of any race. A Dutchman was among its 3 founders, and others followed him. In 1916, the Dutch took the first step towards meeting the demands of these groups by authorizing a parliament with limited powers for Indonesia. Though European ideas of nationalism were by the early years of the 20th century at work in almost all Asian countries, they took their different expressions from different possibilities presented by history. Not all colonial regimes behaved in the same way. The British encouraged nationalism in Burma, while the Americans doggedly pursued a benevolent paternalism in the Philippines, after suppressing insurrection originally directed against their Spanish predecessors. Those same Spanish, like the Portuguese elsewhere in Asia, had vigorously promoted Christian conversion, while the British in India were very cautious about interference with the native religions. History also shaped the futures of colonial Asia because of the different legacies different European regimes played upon there. Above all, the forces of historical possibilities and historical inertia showed themselves in Japan and China, where direct European influence was just as dramatic in its effects as in India or Vietnam. In every instance, the context in which that influence operated was decisive in shaping the future. At the end of a discussion of Asia in revolution, Much, perhaps most, of that context remained intact. A huge residue of customary thought and practice remained undisturbed. Too much history was present for European expansion alone to explain 20th century Asia. The catalytic and liberating power of that expansion, nonetheless, brought Asia into the modern era. This book is continued on Disc 4. The History of the World, updated by J. M. Roberts. Disc 4. Book 7, The End of the Europeans' World. In 1900, Europeans could look back on 2, perhaps 3 centuries of astonishing growth. Most of them would have said that it was growth for the better, that is, progress. Their history since the Middle Ages looked very much like a continuing advance to goals evidently worthwhile, which few questioned. Whether the criteria were intellectual and scientific, or material and economic, even if they were moral and aesthetic, some said, so persuasive was the gospel of progress, a look at their own past assured Europeans that they were set on a progressive course, which meant that the world was set on a progressive course, for their civilization was spread worldwide. What was more, a limitless advance seemed to lie ahead. Europeans showed in 1900 much the same confidence in the continuing success of their culture as the Chinese had shown in theirs a century earlier. The past, they were sure, proved them right. Even so, few did not feel so confident. They felt that the evidence could equally well imply a pessimistic conclusion. Though there were far fewer pessimists than optimists, they numbered in their ranks men of acknowledged standing and powerful minds. Some of them argued that the civilization in which they lived had yet to reveal its full self-destructive potential, and sensed that the time when it would do so might not be far away. Some of them saw a civilization more and more obviously drifting away from its moorings in religion and moral absolutes, carried along by the tides of materialism and barbarity, probably to complete disaster. As it turned out, neither optimists nor pessimists were wholly right, perhaps because their eyes were glued too firmly to what they thought were the characteristics of European civilization. They looked to its own inherent powers, tendencies, or weaknesses for guidance about the future. Very few of them paid any attention to the way Europe was changing the world in which her own ascendancy had been built, and was thus to alter once again the balance between the major centers of civilization. Few looked further than Europe, and Europe beyond the seas, except the unbalanced cranks who fussed about the yellow peril. Though Napoleon had a century earlier warned that China was a sleeping giant, best left undisturbed. It is tempting to say in retrospect that the pessimists have had the best of the argument. It may even be true. But hindsight is sometimes a disadvantage to the historian. In this instance, it makes it difficult to see how the optimists could once have felt so sure of themselves. Yet we should try to do so. For one thing, there were men of vision and insight among them. For another, optimism was for so long an obstacle to the solution of certain problems in this century that it deserves to be understood as a historical force in its own right. And much of what the pessimists said was wrong, too. Appalling though the disasters of the 20th century have been, they fell on societies more resilient than those shattered by lesser troubles in earlier times. And they have not always been those feared 75 years ago. In 1900, optimists and pessimists alike had to work with data which could be read in more than one way. It is not reprehensible, merely tragic, that they found it so hard to judge exactly what lay ahead. With better information available to us, we have not been so successful in shorter-term prediction than we are in a position to condemn them. 1. Strains in the system. One historical trend very obvious as the 20th century opened was the continuing increase of population in the European world. In 1900, Europe had about 400 million inhabitants, a quarter of them Russians, the United States about 76 million, and the British overseas dominions about 15 million between them. This kept the dominant civilization's share of world population high. On the other hand, growth was already beginning to slow down in some countries in the first decade of this century. This was most obvious in the advanced nations, which were the heart of Western Europe, where growth depended more and more on falling death rates. In them, there was evidence that keeping your family small was a practice now spreading downwards through society. Traditional contraceptive knowledge of a sort had long been available, but the 19th century had brought to the better off more effective techniques. When these were taken up more widely, and there were soon signs that they were, their impact on population structure would be very great. In Eastern and Mediterranean Europe, on the other hand, such effects were far away. There, rapid growth was only just beginning to produce grave strains. The growing availability of outlets in emigration in the 19th century had made it possible to overcome them. There might be trouble to come if those outlets ceased to be so easily available. Further afield, even more pessimistic reflections might be prompted by considering what would happen when the agencies at work to reduce the death rate in Europe came to spread to Asia and Africa. In the world civilization the 19th century had created, this could not be prevented. In that case, Europe's success in imposing itself would have guaranteed the eventual loss of the demographic advantage recently added to her technical superiority. Worse still, a Malthusian crisis once feared, but lost to sight as the 19th century economic miracle removed the fear of overpopulation, might at last become a reality. It had been possible to set aside Malthus' warnings, because the 19th century brought about the greatest expansion of wealth the world had ever known. Its sources lay in the industrialization of Europe, and the techniques for assuring the continuance of this growth were by no means exhausted or compromised in 1900. There had not only been a vast and accelerating flow of commodities available only in relatively tiny quantities a century before, but whole new ranges of goods had come into existence. Oil and electricity had joined coal, wood, wind, and water as sources of energy. A chemical industry existed which could not have been envisaged in 1800. Growing power and wealth had been used to tap seemingly inexhaustible natural resources, both agricultural and mineral. Railways, electric trams, steamships, motor cars, and bicycles gave millions of men a new control over their environment. They accelerated travel from place to place, and eased transport for the first time since animals had been harnessed to carts thousands of years before. The overall result of such changes had been that in many countries a growing population had been easily carried on an even faster growing production of wealth. Between 1870 and 1900, for example, Germany's output of pig iron increased sixfold, but her population rose only by about a third. In terms of consumption, or of the services to which they had access, or in the enjoyment of better health, even the mass of the population in developed countries were much better off in 1900 than their predecessors 100 years before. This still left out people like the Russians or Andalusian peasants, though the comparison is by no means easy to make, nor the result a foregone conclusion. But nonetheless the way ahead looked promising even for them, inasmuch as a key to prosperity had been found, which could be made available to all countries. In spite of this cheerful picture, doubts could break in, even if what might happen in the future were ignored. Contemplation of the cost of the new wealth, and doubts about the social justice of its distribution, were troubling. Most people were still terribly poor, whether or not they lived in rich countries, where the illogicality of this was more striking than in earlier times. Poverty was all the more afflicting when society showed such obvious power to create new wealth. Here was the beginning of a change of revolutionary import in expectations. Another change in the way men thought about their condition arose over their power to get a livelihood at all. It was not new that men should be without work. What was new was that situations should suddenly arise in which the operation of blind forces of boom and slump produced millions of men without work concentrated in great towns. This was unemployment, the new phenomenon for which a new word had been needed. Some economists thought that it might be an inevitable concomitant of capitalism, nor were the cities themselves yet rid of all the evils which had so struck the first observers of industrial society. By 1900, the majority of Western Europeans were town-dwellers, and they lived in more than 140 cities of over 100,000 inhabitants in 1914. In some of them, millions of people were cramped, ill-housed, underprovided with schools and fresh air, let alone amusement other than that of the streets. And this often incited the wealth their society helped to produce. Slums was another word invented by the 19th century. Two converging conclusions were often drawn from contemplating them. One was that of fear. Many sober statesmen at the end of the 19th century distrusted the cities still as centres of revolutionary danger, crime, and wickedness. The other was hopeful. The condition of the cities gave grounds for assurance that revolution against the injustice of the social and economic order was inevitable. What both these responses neglected, of course, was the accumulating evidence of experience that revolution in Western Europe was in fact less and less likely. The fear of revolution drew also on real evidence of social strain, even if that evidence was misinterpreted and exaggerated. In Russia, a country which was clearly a part of Europe, if it is contrasted with the rest of the world, but one which had not moved forward rapidly along the lines of economic and social progress, reform had not modified autocracy sufficiently, and there was a continuing revolutionary movement. It broke out in terrorism, one of the victims of which was a Tsar, and was supplemented by continuing and spontaneous agrarian unrest. Peasant attacks on landlords and their bailiffs reached a peak in the early years of the century. When they were followed by defeat in war at the hands of the Japanese and the momentary shaking of the regime's confidence, the result was a revolution in 1905. Russia might be, and no doubt was, a special case. But Italy, too, had something that some observers thought of as barely contained revolution in 1898, and again in 1914, while one of the great cities of Spain, Barcelona, exploded into bloody street fighting in 1909. Strikes and demonstrations could become violent in industrialized countries without revolutionary traditions, as the United States amply showed in the 1890s. Even in Great Britain before 1914, deaths sometimes resulted from them. This was a sort of data which, when combined with the sporadic activities of anarchists, kept policemen and respectable citizens on their toes. The anarchists especially succeeded in pressing themselves on the public imagination during the 1890s, when a series of acts of terrorism and assassinations received wide publicity. There was by then a value in such acts, which transcended their immediate object, because the growth of the press had meant that great publicity value could be extracted from a bomb or a dagger stroke. In using such methods, not all anarchists shared the same aims, but they were children of their epoch. They protested not only against the state in its governmental aspects, but also against a whole society which they judged unjust. Socialists contributed most to the rhetoric which sustained the fear of revolution. By 1900, socialism almost everywhere meant Marxism. An important alternative tradition and mythology existed only in England, where the early growth of a numerous trade union movement and the possibility of working through one of the major established political parties produced a non-revolutionary radicalism. The supremacy of Marxism among continental socialists, by contrast, was formally expressed in 1896, when the Second International, an international working-class movement set up 7 years before to coordinate socialist action in all countries, expelled the anarchists who had until then belonged to it. There was a well-established tradition of hostility between anarchism and the Marxism which increasingly dominated socialist organizations. 4 years later, the International opened a permanent administrative centre in Brussels. Within this movement, numbers, wealth, and theoretical contributions made the German Social Democratic Party preponderant. This party had prospered, in spite of police persecution, thanks to Germany's rapid industrialization, and by 1900 was an established fact of German politics. their first truly mass organization. Its numbers and wealth alone would have made it likely that Marxism, the official creed of the German party, would be that of the international socialist movement, even had Marxism not had its own intellectual and emotional appeal. This appeal lay above all in its assurance that the world was going the way socialists hoped, and the emotional satisfaction it provided of participating in a struggle of classes, which, Marxists insisted, must end in violent revolution. Though such a mythology confirmed the fears of the established order, some intelligent Marxists had noticed that after 1880 or so, the facts by no means obviously supported it. Manifestly, great numbers of people had been able to obtain a higher standard of living within the capitalist system. The unfolding of that system in all its complexity was not simplifying and sharpening class conflict in the way Marx had predicted. Moreover, capitalist political institutions had been able to serve the working class. This was very important. In Germany, above all, but also in England, important advantages had been won by socialists using the opportunities provided by parliaments. The vote was available as a weapon, and they were not disposed to ignore it while waiting for the revolution. This led some socialists to attempt to restate official Marxism so as to take account of such trends. They were called revisionists, and broadly speaking they advocated a peaceful advance towards the transformation of society by socialism. If people liked to call that transformation, when it came, a revolution, then only a definition was involved. Inside this theoretical position and the conflict it provoked was a practical issue which came to a head at the end of the century, whether socialists should or should not sit as ministers in capitalist governments. The debate which this aroused took years to settle. What emerged in the end was explicit condemnation of revisionism by the Second International, while national parties, notably the Germans, continued to act on it in practice, doing deals with the existing system as suited them. Their rhetoric continued to be about revolution. Many socialists even hoped that this might be made a reality by refusing to fight as conscripts if their governments tried to make them go to war. One socialist group, the majority in the Russian party, continued vigorously to denounce revisionism and advocate violence. No doubt this recognized the peculiarity of the Russian situation, where there was little opportunity for effective parliamentary activity, and a deep tradition of revolution and terrorism. This group was called Bolshevik, from the Russian word meaning a majority, and more was to be heard of it. Socialists claimed to speak for the masses, whether they did or did not. By 1900, many conservatives worried that the advances gained by liberalism and democracy in the 19th century might well prove irresistible except by force. A few of them were still living in a mental world which was pre-19th rather than pre-20th century. In much of Eastern Europe, quasi-patriarchal relationships and the traditional authority of the landowner over his estates were still intact. Such societies could still produce aristocratic conservatives who were opposed in spirit not merely to encroachments upon their material privilege, but also to the values and assumptions of what was to be called market society. But this line was more and more blurred, and for the most part, conservative thinking tended to fall back upon the defense of capital, a position which, of course, would in many places half a century earlier have been regarded as radically liberal, because individualist. The new form of capitalist industrial conservatism opposed itself more and more vigorously to the state's interference with its wealth, an interference which had grown steadily with the state's acceptance of a larger and larger role in the regulation of society. There was a crisis in England on the issue, which led to a revolutionary transformation of what was left of the 1688 Constitution in 1911, by the crippling of the power of the House of Lords to restrain an elected House of Commons. In the background were many issues, among them higher taxation of the rich to pay for social services. Even France had by 1914 accepted the principle of an income tax. Such changes registered the logic of the democratizing of politics in advanced societies. By 1914, universal adult male suffrage existed in France, Germany, and several smaller European countries. Great Britain and Italy had electorates big enough to come near to meeting this criterion. This brought forward another disruptive question. If men had, should not women have the vote in national politics? This was already causing uproar in English politics. But in Europe, only Finland and Norway had women in their parliamentary electorates by 1914, though further afield, New Zealand, 2 Australian states, and some in the United States had given women the franchise by then. The issue was to remain open in many countries for another 30 years. Political rights were only one side of the whole question of women's rights in a society whose overall bias, like that of every other great civilization which had preceded it, was towards the interests and values of men. Yet discussion of women's role in society had begun in the 18th century, and it was not long before cracks appeared in the structure of assumptions which had so long enclosed it. Women's rights to education, to employment, to control of their own property, to moral independence, even to wear more comfortable clothes, had increasingly been in debate in the 19th century. Ibsen's play, A Doll's House, was interpreted as a trumpet call for the liberation of women, instead of, as the author intended, a plea for the individual. The bringing forward of such issues implied a real revolution. The claims of women in Europe and North America threatened assumptions and attitudes which had not merely centuries, but even millennia of institutionalization behind them. They awoke complex emotions, for they were linked to deep-seated notions about the family and sexuality. In these ways they troubled some people, men and women alike, more deeply than the threat of social revolution or political democracy. People were right to see the question in this dimension. In the early European feminist movement was the seed of something whose explosive content would be even greater when transferred, as it soon was, to other cultures and civilizations assaulted by Western values. The politicization of women and political attacks on the legal and institutional structures which were felt by them to be oppressive probably did less for women than did some other changes. 3 of these were of slowly growing, but eventually gigantic importance in undermining tradition. The first was the growth of the advanced capitalist economy. By 1914, this already meant great numbers of new jobs, as typists, secretaries, telephone operators, factory hands, department store assistants, and teachers, for women in some countries. Almost none of these had existed a century earlier. They brought a huge practical shift of economic power to women. If they could earn their own living, they were at the beginning of a road which would eventually transform family structures. Soon, too, the demands of warfare in the industrial societies would accelerate this advance as the need for labor opened an even wider range of occupations to them. Meanwhile, for growing numbers of girls, even by 1900, a job in industry or commerce at once meant a chance of liberation from parental regulation and the trap of married drudgery. Most women did not, by 1914, so benefit, but an accelerating process was at work because such developments would stimulate other demands, for example, for education and professional training. The second great transforming force was even further from showing its full potential to change women's lives by 1914. This was contraception. It had already decisively affected demography. What lay ahead was a revolution in power and status, as more women absorbed the idea that they might control the demands of childbearing and rearing, which hitherto had throughout history dominated most women's lives. Beyond that lay an even deeper change, only beginning to be discerned in 1914, as women came to see that they could pursue sexual satisfaction without necessarily entering the obligation of lifelong marriage. To the third great tendency moving women imperceptibly but irresistibly towards liberation from ancient ways and assumptions, it is much harder to give an identifying single name, but if it has a governing principle, it is technology. It was a process made up of a vast number of innovations, some of them slowly accumulating already for decades before 1900, and all tending to cut into the iron timetables of domestic routine and drudgery, however marginally at first. The coming of piped water, or of gas for heating and lighting, are among the first examples. Electricity's cleanliness and flexibility was later to have even more obvious effects. Better shops were the front line of big changes in retail distribution, which not only gave a notion of luxury to someone other than the rich, but also made it easier to meet household needs. Imported food, with its better processing and preserving, slowly changed habits of family catering, once based, as they are still often based in India or Africa, on daily or twice-daily visits to the market. The world of detergents and easily cleaned artificial fibres still lay in the future in 1900, but already soap and washing soda were far more easily and cheaply available than a century before. While the first domestic machines, gas cookers, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, began to make their appearance at least in the homes of the rich early in this century. Historians who would recognize at once the importance of the introduction of the stirrup or the lathe in earlier times have nonetheless strangely neglected the cumulative force of such humble commodities and instruments as these. Yet they implied a revolution for half the world. It is more understandable that their long-term implications interested fewer people at the beginning of this century than the antics of the suffragettes, as women who sought the vote were called in England. The immediate stimulus to their activity was the evident liberalization and democratization of political institutions in the case of men. This was the background which their campaign presupposed. Logically, there were grounds for pursuing democracy across the boundaries of sex, even if this meant doubling the size of electorates. But the formal and legal structure of politics was not the whole story of their tendency to show more and more of a mass quality. The masses had to be organized. By 1900 there had appeared to meet this need the modern political party, with its simplifications of issues, in order to present them as clear choices, its apparatus for the spread of political awareness, and its cultivation of special interests. From Europe and the United States it spread round the world. Old-fashioned politicians deplored the new model of party, and by no means always did so insincerely, because it was another sign of the coming of mass society, the corruption of public debate, and the need for traditional elites to adapt their politics to the ways of the man in the street. The importance of public opinion had begun to be noticed in England early in the 19th century. It had been thought decisive in the struggles over the Corn Laws. By 1870, the French Emperor felt he could not resist the popular clamour for a war he feared, and which he was to lose. Bismarck, the quintessential conservative statesman, felt he must give way to public opinion and promote Germany's colonial interests. The manipulation of public opinion, too, seemed to have become possible, or so at least many newspaper owners and statesmen believed. Growing literacy had two sides to it. It had been believed on the one hand that investment in mass education was necessary in order to civilize the masses for the proper use of the vote. What seemed to be the consequence of rising literacy, however, was that a market was created for a new cheap press, which often pandered to emotionalism and sensationalism, and for the sellers and devisers of advertising campaigns, another invention of the 19th century. The political principle which undoubtedly still had the most mass appeal was nationalism. Moreover, it kept its revolutionary potential. This was clear in a number of places. In Turkish Europe, from the Crimean War onwards, the successes of nationalists in fighting Ottoman rule and creating new nations had never flagged. Serbia, Greece, and Romania were solidly established by 1870. By the end of the century, they had been joined by Bulgaria and Montenegro. In 1913, in the last wars of the Balkan states against Turkey, and before a European conflict swallowed the Turkish question, there appeared Albania, and by then an autonomous Crete already had a Greek governor. These nationalist movements had at several times dragged greater states into their affairs, and always presented a potential danger to peace. This was not so true of those within the Russian Empire, where Poles, Jews, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians felt themselves oppressed by the Russians. War, though, seemed a more likely outcome of strains in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where nationalism presented a real revolutionary danger in the lands within the Hungarian half of the monarchy. Slav majorities there looked across the border to Serbia for help against Magyar oppressors. Elsewhere in the monarchy, in Bohemia and Slovakia, for example, feeling was less high, but nationalism was no less the dominant question. Great Britain faced no such dangers as these, but even she had a nationalist problem in Ireland. Indeed, she had two. That of the Catholic Irish was for most of the 19th century the more obvious. Important reforms and concessions had been granted, though they fell short of the autonomous state of Home Rule, to which the British Liberal Party was committed. By 1900, however, agricultural reform and better economic conditions had drawn much of the venom from this Irish question. It was reinserted by the appearance of another Irish nationalism, that of the Protestant majority of the province of Ulster, which was excited to threaten revolution if the government in London gave Home Rule to the Roman Catholic Irish nationalists. This was much more than merely embarrassing. When the machinery of English democracy did finally deliver Home Rule legislation in 1914, some foreign observers were misled into thinking that British policy would be fatally inhibited from intervention in European affairs by revolution at home. All such expressions of nationalism with greater or less justification believed themselves to be on behalf of the oppressed, but the nationalism of the great powers was also a disruptive force. France and Germany were psychologically deeply sundered by the transfer of two provinces, Alsace and Lorraine, to Germany in 1871. French politicians whom it suited to do so assiduously cultivated the theme of revanche. Nationalism in France gave especial bitterness to political quarrels, because they seemed to raise questions of loyalty to great national institutions. Even the supposedly sober British from time to time grew excited about national symbols. There was a brief but deep enthusiasm for imperialism, and always great sensitivity over the preservation of British naval supremacy. More and more this appeared to be threatened by Germany, a power whose obvious economic dynamism also caused alarm by the danger it presented to British supremacy in world commerce. It did not matter that the two countries were one another's best customers. What was more important was that they appeared to have interests opposed in many specific ways. Additional colour was given to this by the stridency of German nationalism under the reign of the Emperor Wilhelm II. Conscious of Germany's potential, he sought to give it not only real but symbolic expression. One effect was his enthusiasm for building a great navy. This especially annoyed the British, who could not see that it could be intended for use against anyone but them. But there was a generally growing impression in Europe, far from unjustified, that the Germans were prone to throw their weight about unreasonably in international affairs. National stereotypes cannot be summarized in a phrase, but because they help to impose terrible simplifications upon public reactions, they are part of the story of the disruptive power of nationalist feeling at the beginning of this century. Those who felt confident could point to the diminution of international violence in the 19th century. There had been no war between European great powers since 1876, when Russia and Turkey had come to blows. And unhappily, European soldiers and statesmen failed to understand the portents of the American Civil War. The first, in which one commander could control over 1 million men, thanks to railway and telegraph, and the first to show the power of modern mass-produced weapons to inflict huge casualties. While such facts were overlooked, the summoning of Congresses in 1899 and 1907 to halt competition in armaments could be viewed optimistically, though they failed in their aim. Certainly acceptance of the practice of international arbitration had grown, and some restrictions on the earlier brutality of warfare were visible. A significant phrase was used by the German emperor when he sent off his contingent to the international force fielded against the Chinese Boxers. Stirred to anger by reports of atrocities against Europeans by Chinese, he urged his soldiers to behave like Huns. The phrase stuck in people's memories. Though thought to be excessive at the time, its real interest lies in the fact that he should have believed such a recommendation was needed. Nobody would have had to tell a 17th-century army to behave like Huns, because it was in large measure then taken for granted that they would. By 1900, European troops were not expected to behave in this way, and had therefore to be told to do so. So far had the humanizing of war come. Civilized warfare was a 19th-century concept, and far from a contradiction in terms. In 1899 it had been agreed to forbid, albeit for a limited period, the use of poison gas, dum-dum bullets, and even the dropping of bombs from the air. The restraint exercised on European rulers by the consciousness of any unity other than that of a common resistance to revolution had, of course, long since collapsed, together with the idea of Christendom. 19th-century religion was only a palliative or mitigation of international conflict, a minor and indirect force, trickling through to a humanitarianism and pacifism fed from other sources. Christianity had proved as feeble a check to violence as would the hopes of socialists that the workers of the world would refuse to fight one another in the interests of their masters. Whether this was a result of a general loss of power by organized religion is not clear. Certainly much misgiving was felt by 1900 about its declining force as an agent regulating behavior. This was not because a new religion of traditional form challenged the old Christian churches. There had been, rather, a continuing development of trends observable in the 18th century, and much more marked since the French Revolution. Almost all the Christian communions seemed more and more touched by the blight of one or other of the characteristic intellectual and social advances of the age. Though they all felt it, the Roman Catholic Church was the most obvious victim, the papacy having especially suffered both in its prestige and power. It had openly proclaimed its hostility to progress, rationality, and liberalism in statements which became part of the dogmas of the Church. Politically, Rome had begun to suffer from the whittling away of the temporal power in the 1790s, when the French revolutionary armies brought revolutionary principles and territorial changes to Italy. Often, later infringements of the papacy's rights were to be justified in terms of the master ideas of the age: democracy, liberalism, nationalism. Finally, in 1870, the last territory of the old papal states, still outside the Vatican itself, was taken by the new Kingdom of Italy, and the papacy became almost entirely a purely spiritual and ecclesiastical authority. This was the end of an era of temporal authority stretching back to Merovingian times, and some felt it to be an inglorious end for an institution long the centre of European civilization and history. In fact, it was in some ways to prove advantageous. Nevertheless, at the time, the spoliation confirmed both the hostility to the forces of the century, which the papacy had already expressed, and the derision in which it was held by many progressive thinkers. Feeling on both sides reached new heights when in 1870 it became a part of the dogma of the Church that the Pope, when he spoke ex cathedra on faith and morals, did so with infallible authority. There followed 2 decades in which anti-clericalism and priest-baiting were more important in the politics of Germany, France, Italy, and Spain than ever before. Governments took advantage of anti-papal prejudice to advance their own legal powers over the Church. Persecution bred intransigence. In conflict, it emerged that whatever view might be taken on the abstract status of the teachings of the Roman Church, it could still draw on vast reservoirs of loyalty among believers. Moreover, these were still being recruited in the mission field overseas by conversion, and would soon be added to in still greater numbers by demographic trends. Though the Church might not make much progress among the new city dwellers of Europe, untouched by an inadequate ecclesiastical machine, and paganized by the slow stain of the secular culture in which they were immersed, it was far from dying, let alone dead, as a political and social force. Indeed, the liberation of the papacy from its temporal role made it easier for Roman Catholics to feel uncompromised loyalty towards it. The Roman Catholic Church had been the most demanding of the Christian churches, and was in the forefront of the battle of religion with the age, but the claims of revelation and the authority of priest and clergyman were everywhere questioned. This was one of the most striking features of the 19th century, all the more so because so many Europeans and Americans still retained simple and literal beliefs in the dogmas of their churches and the story contained in the Bible. They felt great anxiety when such beliefs were threatened, yet this was happening increasingly and in all countries. Traditional religious belief was at first threatened only among an intellectual elite, often consciously holding ideas drawn from Enlightenment sources. Voltairean was a favorite 19th century adjective to indicate anti-religious and skeptical views. As the 19th century proceeded, such ideas were reinforced by two other intellectual currents, both also at first a concern of elites, but increasingly with a wider effect in an age of growing mass literacy and cheap printing. The first of these influential groups of ideas came from biblical scholars, the most important of them German, who from the 1840s onwards not only demolished many assumptions about the value of the Bible as historical evidence, but also, and perhaps more fundamentally, brought about something of a psychological change in the whole attitude to the scriptural text. In essence, this change made it possible henceforth simply to regard the Bible as a historic text, like any other, to be approached critically. An immensely successful and scandal-provoking Life of Jesus, published in 1863 by a French scholar, Ernest Renan, brought such an attitude before a wider public than ever before. The book, which had been the central text of European civilization since its emergence in the Dark Ages, would never recover its position. The second source of ideas damaging to traditional Christian faith, and therefore to the morality, politics, and economics for so long anchored in Christian assumptions, was to be found in science. Enlightenment attacks on internal and logical inconsistency in the teaching of the Church became much more alarming when science began to produce empirical evidence that things said in the Bible, and therefore based on the same authority as everything else in it, plainly did not fit observable fact. The starting point was geology. Ideas which had been avowed since the end of the 18th century were given a much wider public in the 1830s by the publication of Principles of Geology by an English scientist, Charles Lyell. This book explained landscape and geological structure in terms of forces still at work. That is, not as a result of a single act of creation, but of wind, rain, and so on. Moreover, Lyell pointed out that if this were correct, then the presence of fossils of different forms of life in different geological strata implied that the creation of new animals had been repeated in each geological age. If this were so, the biblical account of creation was clearly in difficulties. That biblical chronology was simply untrue in relation to man was increasingly suggested by discoveries of stone tools in British caves, along with the fossilized bones of extinct animals. The argument that man was much older than the biblical account allowed may perhaps be regarded as officially conceded when, in 1859, British learned societies heard and published papers establishing that in a period of antiquity remote beyond any of which we have hitherto found traces, men had lived in Paleolithic societies in the Somme Valley. It is an oversimplification, but not grossly distorting, to say that the same year brought many of these questions to a head by an approach along a different line, the biological, when Charles Darwin published one of the seminal books of modern civilization, the book called, for short, The Origin of Species. Much in it he owed without acknowledgment to others. Its publication also came at a moment, and in a country where it was especially likely to cause a stir. The issue of the rightfulness of the traditional dominance of religion, for example in education, was in the air in England. The word evolution, with which Darwin's name came especially to be connected, was by then already familiar. though he tried to avoid using it and did not let it appear in The Origin of Species until its 5th edition, 10 years after the first. Nevertheless, his book was the greatest single statement of the evolutionary hypothesis, namely that living things were what they were because their forms had undergone long evolution from simpler ones. This, of course, included man, as he made explicit in another book, The Descent of Man of 1871. Different views were held about how this evolution had occurred. Darwin, impressed by Malthus's vision of the murderous competition of mankind for food, took the view that the qualities which made success likely in hostile environments ensured the natural selection of those creatures embodying them. This was a view to be vulgarized, and terribly misrepresented, by the use as a slogan of the phrase, "survival of the fittest." But, important though many aspects of his work were to be in inspiring fresh thought, here it is important rather to see that Darwin dealt a blow against the biblical account of creation, as well as against the assumption of the unique status of man, which had wider publicity than any earlier one. In combination with biblical criticism and geology, his book made it impossible for any conscientious and thoughtful man to accept, as he had still been able to do in 1800, the Bible as literally true. The undermining of the authority of Scripture remains probably the most obvious single way in which science affected formulated beliefs. Yet just as important, if not more so, was a new, vague, but growing prestige which science was coming to have among a public more broadly based than ever before. This was because of its new status as the supreme instrument for the manipulation of nature, which was seen as increasingly powerless to resist it. Here was the beginning of what was to grow into a mythology of science. Its essence lay in the fact that while the great achievements of 17th century science had not often resulted in changes in the lives of ordinary men and women, those of the 19th century increasingly did. Men who understood not a word of what might be written by Joseph Lister, who established the need and technique of using antiseptics in surgery, or by Michael Faraday, who, more than any other man, made possible the generation of electricity, knew nonetheless that the medicine of 1900 was different from that of their grandfathers, and often saw electricity about them in their work and homes. By 1914, radio messages could be sent across the Atlantic. Flying machines which did not rely upon support by bags of gas of lower density than air were common. Aspirins were easily available, and an American manufacturer was offering the first cheap, mass-produced automobile. The objective achievements of science were by no means adequately represented by such facts, but material advance of this sort impressed the average man and led him to worship at a new shrine. His awareness of science came through technology, because for a long time this was almost the only way in which science had a positive impact on the lives of most people. Respect for it, therefore, usually grew in proportion to spectacular results in engineering or manufacture, and even now, though science makes its impact in other ways, it still makes it very obviously through industrial processes. But though deeply entwined in this way with the dominant world civilization, and so interwoven with society, the growth of science meant much more than just a growth of sheer power. In the years down to 1914, the foundations were laid for what would be evident in the second half of the 20th century, a science which was as much as anything the mainspring of the dominant world culture. So rapid has been the advance to this state of affairs that science has already affected every part of human life, while people are still trying to grapple with some of its most elementary philosophical implications. The easiest observations of this change which can be made, and the easiest to take as a starting point, are those which display the status of science as a social and material phenomenon in its own right. From the moment when the first great advances in physics were made, in the 17th century, science was already a social fact. Institutions were then created in which men came together to study nature in a way which a later age could recognize as scientific. And scientists even then were sometimes employed by rulers to bring to bear their expertise on specific problems. It was noticeable, too, that in the useful arts, and they were more usually called arts than sciences, such as navigation or agriculture, experiment by those who were not themselves practicing technicians could make valuable contributions. But a terminological point helps to set this age in perspective and establish its remoteness from the 19th century and after. At this time, scientists were still called natural philosophers. The word scientist was not invented until about a third of the way through the 19th century, when men felt that there was need to distinguish a rigorous experimental and observational investigation of nature from speculation on it by unchecked reason. Even then, though, there was little distinction in most men's minds between the man who carried out such an investigation and the applied scientist or technologist who was the much more conspicuous representative of science in an age of engineering, mining, and manufacturing on an unprecedented scale. The 19th century was nonetheless the first in which science was taken for granted by educated men as a specialized field of study, whose investigators had professional standing. Its new status was marked by the much larger place given to science and education, both by the creation of new departments at existing universities, and by the setting up in some countries, notably France and Germany, of special scientific and technical institutions. Professional studies, too, incorporated larger scientific components. Such developments accelerated as the effects of science on social and economic life became increasingly obvious. The sum effect was to carry much further an already long-established trend. Since about 1700, there has been a steady and exponential increase in the world population of scientists. Their numbers have doubled roughly every 15 years, which explains the striking fact that ever since then there have always been, at any moment, more scientists alive than dead. For the 19th century, other measurements of the growth of science can be used. The establishment of astronomical observatories, for example, and these, too, provide exponential curves. This social phenomenon underlay the growing control of his environment and the improvement of his life, which were so easily grasped by the layman. This was what made the 19th century the first in which science truly became an object of religion, perhaps of idolatry. By 1914, educated Europeans and Americans took for granted anesthetics, the motor car, the steam turbine, harder and specialized steels, the aeroplane, the telephone, the wireless, and many more marvels which had not existed a century previously. Their effects were already very great. Perhaps the most widely apparent were those stemming from the availability of cheap electrical power. It was already shaping cities by making electric trams and trains available to suburban householders, work in factories through electric motors, and domestic life through the electric light. Even animal populations were affected. The 36,000 horses pulling trams in Great Britain in 1900 had only 900 successors in 1914. Of course, the practical application of science was by no means new. There has never been a time since the 17th century when there has not been some obvious technological fallout from scientific activity, though, to begin with, it was largely confined to ballistics, navigation, and map-making, agriculture, and a few elementary industrial processes. Only in the 19th century did science really begin to play an important role in sustaining and changing society, which went beyond a few obviously striking and spectacular accomplishments. The chemistry of dyeing, for example, was a vast field in which 19th century research led to sweeping innovations, which flooded through the manufacture of drugs, explosives, antiseptics, to mention only a few. These had human and social, as well as economic, repercussions. The new, fast dyes themselves affected millions of people. The unhappy Indian grower of indigo found that his market dried up on him, and the industrial working classes of the West found they could buy marginally less drab clothes, and thus began to move slowly forward along the road at the end of which mass production methods and man-made fibers all but obliterated visible differences between the clothes of different classes. This already takes us across the boundary between sustaining life and changing it. Fundamental science was to go on changing society, though some of what was done before 1914, in physics, for example, is better left for discussion at a later point. One area in which effects are easier to measure was medicine. By 1914, advances had been made, which were huge by comparison with the state of medicine a century earlier. A skill had become a science. Great bridgeheads had been driven into the theory and control of infection. Antiseptics, having been introduced by Lister only in the 1860s, were taken for granted a couple of decades later, and he and his friend Louis Pasteur, the most famous and greatest of French chemists, laid the foundations of bacteriology. Queen Victoria herself had been a pioneer in the publicizing of new medical methods. The use of anesthetics during the birth of a prince or princess was important in winning quick social acceptance for techniques only in their infancy in the 1840s. Fewer people, perhaps, would have been aware of the importance of such achievements as the discovery in 1909 of Salvarsan, a landmark in the development of selective treatment of infection, or the identification of the carrier of malaria, or the discovery of X-rays. Yet all these advances, though of great importance, were to be far surpassed in the next 50 years. Enough impact was made by science, even before 1914, to justify the conclusion that it generated its own mythology. In this context, mythology implies no connotations of fiction or falsity. It is simply a convenient way of calling attention to the fact that science, the vast bulk of its conclusions no doubt validated by experiment, and therefore true, has also come to act as an influence shaping the way men look at the world, just as great religions have done in the past. It has, that is to say, come to be important as more than a method for exploring and manipulating nature. It has been thought also to provide guidance about metaphysical questions, the aims men ought to pursue, the standards they should employ to regulate behavior. Above all, it has been a pervasive influence in shaping popular attitudes. All this, of course, has no intrinsic or necessary connection with science as the pursuit of scientists. But the upshot in the end was a civilization whose elites had, except vestigially, no dominant religious belief or transcendent ideals. It is a civilization whose core, whether or not this is often articulated, lies in belief in the promise of what can be done by manipulating nature. In principle, it believes that there is no problem which need be regarded as insoluble, given sufficient resources of intellect and money. It has room for the obscure, but not for the essentially mysterious. Many scientists have drawn back from this conclusion. The implications of it are still far from being grasped. But it is the assumption on which a dominant world view now rests, and it was already formed in essentials before 1914. Confidence in science, in its crudest form, has been called scientism, but probably very few people held it with complete explicitness and lack of qualification, even in the late 19th century, its heyday. Equally good evidence of the prestige of the scientific method, though, is provided by the wish shown by intellectuals to extend it beyond the area of the natural sciences. One of the earliest examples was to be found in the wish to found social sciences, which can be seen in the utilitarian followers of the English reformer and intellectual Jeremy Bentham, who wished to base the management of society upon calculated use of the principles that men responded to pleasure and pain, and that pleasure should be maximized and pain minimized, it being understood that what was to be taken into account were the sensations of the greatest number and their intensity. Later in the 19th century, Marx, who was greatly impressed by the work of Darwin, also exemplified the wish to found a science of society. A name for one was provided by the French philosopher Auguste Comte: sociology. These, and many other attempts to emulate the natural sciences, proceeded on a basis of a search for general quasi-mechanical laws. That the natural sciences were at that moment abandoning the search for such laws does not signify here, the search itself still testifying to the scientific model's prestige. Paradoxically, science, too, was thus obviously contributing, by 1914, to an ill-defined sense of strain in European civilization, This showed, most obviously, in the problems posed to traditional religion, without doubt, but it also operated in a more subtle way, in determinisms such as those many men drew from thinking about Darwin, or through a relativism suggested by anthropology, or the study of the human mind. Science itself sapped the confidence in the values of objectivity and rationality, which had been so important to it since the 18th century. By 1914, there were signs that liberal, rational, enlightened Europe was under strain just as much as traditional, religious, and conservative Europe. Doubt must not loom too large. The most obvious fact about early 20th century Europe is that although many Europeans might be skeptical or fearful about its future, it was almost never suggested that it would not continue to be the center of the world's affairs, the greatest concentration of political power in the globe, and the real maker of the world's destinies. Diplomatically and politically, European statesmen could ignore the rest of the world for all important matters, except in the Western Hemisphere, where another nation of European origins, the United States, was paramount, and the Far East, where Japan was increasingly important, and the Americans had interests which they might require others to respect. It was their relationships with one another, nevertheless, that fascinated most European statesmen in 1900. For most of them, there was nothing else so important to worry about at this time. 2. The era of the First World War. Against the one clear favourable fact that great wars had been successfully averted by European states ever since 1870, could be said some political evidence that the international situation was nonetheless growing dangerously unstable by 1900. Some major states had grave internal problems, for example, which might imply external repercussions. For all the huge difference between them, United Germany and United Italy were new states. They had not existed 40 years earlier, and this made their rulers especially sensitive to internal divisive forces, and consequently willing to court chauvinistic feeling. Some of Italy's leaders went in for disastrous colonial ventures, keeping alive suspicion and unfriendliness towards Austria-Hungary, formerly Italy's ally, but the ruler of territories still regarded by Italians as unredeemed, and the country finally plunged into war with Turkey in 1911. Germany had the advantages of huge industrial and economic success to help her. Yet, after the cautious Bismarck had been sent into retirement, her foreign policy was conducted more and more with an eye to winning the impalpable and slippery prizes of respect and prestige, a place in the sun, as some Germans summed it up. Germany had also to face the consequences of industrialization. The new economic and social forces it spawned were increasingly difficult to reconcile with the conservative character of her constitution, which gave so much weight in imperial government to a semi-feudal agrarian aristocracy. Nor was internal tension confined to new states. The two great dynastic empires of Russia and Austria-Hungary each faced grave internal problems. More perfectly than any other states, they still fitted the assumption of the Holy Alliance era that governments were the natural opponents of their subjects. Yet both had undergone great change in spite of apparent continuity. The Habsburg monarchy, in its new hyphenated form, was itself the creation of a successful nationalism, that of the Magyars. In the early years of the 20th century, there were signs that it was going to be more and more difficult to keep the two halves of the monarchy together, without provoking other nations inside it beyond endurance. Moreover, here too, industrialization, in Bohemia and Austria, was beginning to add new tensions to old. Russia, as has been indicated, actually exploded in political revolution in 1905, and was also changing more deeply. Autocracy and terrorism between them destroyed the liberal promise of the reforms of Alexander II. They did not prevent the start of faster industrial growth by the end of the century. This was the beginning of an economic revolution to which the great emancipation had been the essential preliminary. Policies designed to exact grain from the peasant provided a commodity for export to pay for the service of foreign loans. With the 20th century, Russia began to show at last a formidable rate of economic advance. The quantities were still small. In 1910, Russia produced less than a third as much pig iron as the United Kingdom, and only about a quarter as much steel as Germany. But these quantities had been achieved at a very high rate of growth. Probably more important, there were signs that by 1914 Russian agriculture might at last have turned the corner and be capable of producing a grain harvest which would grow faster than population. A determined effort was made by one minister to provide Russia with a class of prosperous, independent farmers, whose self-interest was linked to raising productivity by removing the last of the restraints on individualism imposed by the terms of serfdom's abolition. Yet there was still much backwardness to overcome. Even in 1914, less than 10% of Russians lived in towns, and only about 3 million out of a total population of more than 150 million worked in industry. The debit side still loomed large in foreign estimates of Russia's progress. She might be a potential giant, but was one entangled with grievous handicaps. The autocracy governed badly, reformed unwillingly, and opposed all change, though it was to make constitutional concessions in 1905. The general level of culture was low and unpromising. Industrialization would demand better education, and that would cause new strains. Liberal traditions were weak. Terrorist and autocratic traditions were strong. Russia was still dependent on foreign suppliers for the capital she needed, too. Most of this came from her ally, France. With the United Kingdom and Italy, the Third Republic represented liberal and constitutional principles among Europe's great powers. Socially conservative, France was, in spite of her intellectual vitality, uneasy and conscious of weakness. In part, her superficial instability was a matter of bitter exchanges between politicians. In part, it was because of the efforts of some who strove to keep alive the revolutionary tradition and rhetoric. Yet the working-class movement was weak. France moved only slowly towards industrialization, and in fact, the Republic was probably as stable as any other regime in Europe. But slow industrial development indicated another handicap, of which Frenchmen were very aware: their military inferiority. The year 1870 had shown that the French could not on their own beat the German army. Since then, the disparity of the two countries' positions had grown even greater. In manpower, France had fallen further still behind, and in economic development, too, she had been dwarfed by her neighbour. Just before 1914, France was raising about 1/6 as much coal as Germany, made less than a third as much pig iron and a quarter as much steel. If there was ever to be a return match for 1870, Frenchmen knew they needed allies. An ally was not, in 1900, to be looked for in Great Britain. This was mainly because of colonial issues. France, like Russia, came into irritating conflict with Great Britain at a great many places around the globe where British interests lay. For a long time, the United Kingdom found she could remain clear of European entanglements. This was an advantage, but she too had troubles at home. The first industrial nation was also one of the most troubled by working-class agitation, and increasingly by uncertainty about her relative strength. By 1900, some British businessmen were clear that Germany was a major rival, and there were plenty of signs that in technology and method, German industry was greatly superior to British. The old certainties began to give way. Free trade itself was called in question. There were even signs in the violence of Ulstermen and suffragettes, and the embittered struggles over social legislation with a House of Lords determined to safeguard the interests of wealth, that parliamentarianism itself might be threatened. There was no longer a sense of the sustaining consensus of mid-Victorian politics. Yet there was also a huge solidity about British institutions and political habits. Parliamentary monarchy had proved able to carry through vast changes since 1832, and there was little reason for fundamental doubt that it could continue to do so. Only a perspective which Englishmen of the day found hard to recognize reveals the fundamental change in the position of the United Kingdom within half a century or so. This is provided by a view from Japan or the United States. the two great extra-European powers. The Japanese portent was the more easily discerned of the two, perhaps because of the military victory over Russia. Yet there were signs, for those who could interpret them, that the United States would shortly emerge as a power capable of dwarfing Europe, and as the most powerful nation in the world. Her 19th-century expansion had come to a climax with the establishment of her supremacy on an unquestionable footing of power in her own hemisphere. The war with Spain and the building of the Panama Canal rounded off the process. American domestic, social, and economic circumstances were such that the political system proved easily able to handle the problems it faced once the great mid-century crisis was surmounted. Amongst these, some of the gravest resulted from industrialization. The confidence that all would go well if the economically strongest were simply allowed to drive all others to the wall first began to be questioned towards the end of the 19th century. But this was after an industrial machine of immense scale had already matured. It would be the bedrock of future American power. By 1914, American production of pig iron and steel was more than twice that of Great Britain and Germany together. The United States mined almost enough coal to outpace them, too. At the same time, the standard of living of her citizens continued to act as a magnet to immigration. In her natural resources and a stream of cheap, highly motivated labor lay two of the sources of America's economic might. The other was foreign capital. She was the greatest of debtor nations. Though her political constitution was older in 1914 than that of any major European state except Great Britain or Russia, the arrival of new Americans long helped to give the United States the characteristics and psychology of a new nation. A need to integrate her new citizens often led to the expression of strong nationalist feeling. But because of geography, a tradition of rejecting Europe, and the continuing domination of American government and business by elites formed in the Anglo-Saxon tradition, this did not take violent forms outside the Western Hemisphere. The United States in 1914 was still a young giant waiting in the wings of history, whose full importance would only become manifest when Europe needed to involve America in its quarrels. In that year, a war began as a result of those quarrels, though it was not the bloodiest nor most prolonged war in history, nor strictly, as it was later termed, the First World War. It was the most intensely fought struggle and the greatest in geographical extent to have occurred down to that time. Nations in every continent took part. It was also costlier than any earlier war, and made unprecedented demands upon resources. Whole societies were mobilized to fight it, in part because it was also the first war in which machines played an overwhelmingly important part. War was, for the first time, transformed by science. The best name to give it remains the simple one used by those who fought in it, the Great War. This is justified by its unprecedented psychological effect. It was also the first of two wars whose central issue was the control of German power. The damage they did ended Europe's political, economic, and military supremacy. Each of these conflicts began in essentially European issues, and the war always had a predominantly European flavor. Like the next great struggle detonated by Germany, though, it sucked into it other conflicts and jumbled together a whole anthology of issues. But Europe was the heart of the matter, and self-inflicted damage in the end deprived her of world hegemony. This did not happen by 1918, when the Great War ended, though irreparable damage had already been done, even by then. But it was obvious in 1945, at the end of a Second World War. That left behind a continent whose pre-1914 structure had vanished. This has led some historians to speak of the whole era from 1914 to 1945 as an entity, as a European civil war. It's not a bad metaphor, provided it is borne in mind that it is a metaphor. Europe had never been free from wars for long, and the containment of internal disorder is the fundamental presupposition of a state. Europe had never been united and could not therefore have a true civil war. But it was the source and seat of a civilization which was a unity, and Europeans saw themselves as having more in common with other Europeans than with black, brown, or yellow men. Furthermore, it was a system of power which in 1914 was an economic unity and had just experienced its longest period of internal peace. These facts, all of which were to vanish by 1945, make the metaphor of civil war vivid and acceptable. It signifies the self-destructive madness of a civilization. A European balance had kept the peace between great states for over 40 years. By 1914, this was dangerously disturbed. Too many people had come to feel that the chances of war might offer them more than a continued peace. This was especially so in the ruling circles of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. By the time that they had come to feel this, there existed a complicated set of ties, obligations, and interests between states, which so involved them with one another that it was unlikely that a conflict could be limited to two, or even to a few, of them. Another force making for instability was the existence of small countries enjoying special relations with larger ones. Some of them were in a position to take the effective power to make decisions from the hands of those who would have to fight a major war. This delicate situation was made all the more dangerous by the psychological atmosphere in which statesmen had to work by 1914. It was an age when mass emotions were easily aroused, in particular by nationalist and patriotic stimuli. There was widespread ignorance of the dangers of war, because nobody except a tiny minority foresaw a war which would be different from that of 1870. They remembered the France of that year, and forgot how, in Virginia and Tennessee only a few years earlier, modern war had first shown its face in prolonged slaughter and huge costs. Everyone knew that wars could be destructive and violent, certainly, but also believed that in the 20th century they would be swiftly over. The very cost of armaments made it inconceivable that civilized states could sustain a prolonged struggle, such as that with Napoleonic France. The complex world economy and the taxpayer, it was said, could not survive one. This perhaps diminished misgivings about courting danger. There are even signs, too, that many Europeans were bored by their lives in 1914 and saw in war an emotional release, purging away a sense of decadence and sterility. Revolutionaries, of course, welcomed international conflict because of the opportunity they thought it might bring. Finally, it is worth remembering that the long success of diplomats in negotiating grave crises without war was itself a danger. Their machinery had worked so many times that when it was presented with facts more than ordinarily recalcitrant in July 1914, their significance for a time seemed to escape many of those who had to deal with them. On the very eve of conflict, statesmen were still finding it difficult to see why another conference of ambassadors, or even a European Congress, should not extricate them from their problems. One of the conflicts which came to a head in 1914 went back a very long way. This was the old rivalry of Austria-Hungary and Russia in southeastern Europe. Its roots lay deep in the 18th century, but its last phase was dominated by the accelerated collapse of the Ottoman Empire in Europe from the Crimean War onwards. For this reason, the First World War is from one point of view to be seen as another war of the Ottoman succession. After the Congress of Berlin in 1878 had pulled Europe through one dangerous moment, Habsburg and Romanov policy had settled down to a sort of understanding by the 1890s. This lasted until Russian interest in the Danube Valley revived after the checking of Russian imperial ambition in the Far East by the Japanese. At that moment, events outside the Habsburg and Turkish empires were giving a new aggressiveness to Austro-Hungarian policy too. At the root of this was revolutionary nationalism. A reform movement looked for a while as if it might put the Ottoman Empire together again, and this provoked the Balkan nations to try to undo the status quo established by the great powers, and the Austrians to look to their own interest in a situation once again fluid. They offended the Russians by a mismanaged annexation of the Turkish province of Bosnia in 1909. The Russians had not been given a corresponding and compensating gain. Another consequence of Bosnia's annexation was that the dual monarchy acquired more Slav subjects. There was already discontent among the monarchy's subject peoples, in particular the Slavs, who lived under Magyar rule. More and more, under the pressure of Magyar interests, the government in Vienna had shown itself hostile to Serbia, a nation to which these Slav subjects might look for support. Some of them saw Serbia as the nucleus of a future state embracing all South Slavs, and its rulers seemed unable, and perhaps unwilling, to restrain South Slav revolutionaries who used Belgrade as a base for terrorism and subversion in Bosnia. Lessons from history are often unfortunate. The Vienna government was only too ready to conclude that Serbia might play in the Danube Valley the role that Sardinia had played in uniting Italy. Unless the serpent was scotched in the egg, another loss of Habsburg territory would then follow. Having been excluded from Germany by Prussia and from Italy by Sardinia, a potential Yugoslavia now seemed to some Habsburg councillors to threaten the empire with exclusion from the lower Danube Valley. This would mean its end as a great power, and an end, too, of Magyar supremacy in Hungary. For fairer treatment of Slavs who remained in Hungarian territory would be insisted upon by South Slavdom. The continuing subsidence of the Ottoman Empire could then only benefit Russia. The power which stood behind Serbia determined there should not be another 1909. Into this complicated situation, the other powers were pulled by interest, choice, sentiment, and formal diplomacy. Of these, the last was perhaps less important than was once thought. Bismarck's efforts in the 1870s and 1880s to ensure the isolation of France and the supremacy of Germany had spawned a system of alliances unique in peacetime. Their common characteristic was that they defined conditions on which countries would go to war to support one another, and this seemed to cramp diplomacy. But in the end they did not operate as planned. This does not mean that they did not contribute to the coming of war, only that formal arrangements can only be effective if people want them to be, and other factors decided this in 1914. At the root of the whole business was the German seizure of Alsace and Lorraine, and the consequent French restlessness for revenge. Bismarck guarded against this first by drawing together Germany, Russia, and Austria-Hungary on the common ground of dynastic resistance to revolutionary and subversive dangers which France, the only republic among the major states, was still supposed to represent. After all, there were still alive in 1871 people born before 1789, and many others who could remember the comments of those who had lived through the years of the Great Revolution. The Conservative alliance nonetheless lapsed in the 1880s, essentially because Bismarck felt he must, in the last resort, back Austria-Hungary, if a conflict between her and Russia proved unavoidable. To Germany and the dual monarchy was then added Italy. Thus was formed in 1882 the Triple Alliance. But Bismarck still kept a separate reinsurance treaty with Russia, though he seems to have felt uneasy about the prospect of keeping Russia and Austria-Hungary at peace in this way. Yet a conflict between them did not again look likely until after 1909. By then, Bismarck's successors had allowed his reinsurance treaty to lapse, and Russia had become in 1892 an ally of France. From that date, the road led away from Bismarck's Europe, where everyone else had been kept in equilibrium by Germany's central role, to a Europe divided into two camps. This was made worse by German policy. In a series of crises, she showed that she wanted to frighten other nations with her displeasure and make herself esteemed. In particular, in 1905 and 1911, her irritation was directed against France, and commercial and colonial issues were used as excuses to show by displays of force that France had not won the right to disregard German wishes by making an ally of Russia. German military planning had already by 1900 accepted the need to fight a two-front war if necessary, and made preparations to do so by a quick overthrow of France, while the resources of Russia were slowly mobilized. As the 20th century opened, it had therefore become highly probable that if an Austro-Russian war broke out, Germany and France would join in. Moreover, Germans had, within a few years, made this more likely by patronizing the Turks. This was much more alarming to the Russians than it would have been earlier, because a growing export trade in grain from Russia's Black Sea ports had to pass through the straits. The Russians began to improve their fighting power. One essential step in this was the completion of a railway network, which would make possible the mobilization and delivery to the battlefields of Eastern Europe of Russia's vast armies. In all this, there was no obvious need for Great Britain to be concerned. Had not German policy perversely antagonized her? At the end of the 19th century, Great Britain's quarrels were above all with France and Russia. They arose where imperial ambitions clashed, in Africa and Central and Southeastern Asia. Anglo-German relations were more easily managed, if occasionally prickly. As Great Britain entered the new century, she was still preoccupied with empire, not with Europe. Her first peacetime alliance was with Japan, to safeguard her interests in the Far East. Then came a settlement of long outstanding disputes with France in 1904. This was, in essence, an agreement about Africa, where France was to be given a free hand in Morocco, in return for Great Britain having one in Egypt, a way of settling another bit of the Ottoman succession. But it rounded up other colonial quarrels the world over, some going back as far as the Peace of Utrecht. A few years later, Great Britain made a similar, though less successful, agreement with Russia about spheres of interest in Persia. But the Anglo-French settlement grew into much more than a clearing away of grounds for dispute. It became what was called an entente, or special relationship. This was Germany's doing. Irritated by the Anglo-French agreement, the German government decided to show France that it would have to have its say in Morocco's affairs at an international conference. They got it, but bullying France solidified the entente. The British began to realize that they would have to concern themselves for the first time in decades with the continental balance of power. If they did not, Germany would dominate it. This was a road whose end was their acceptance of a role as a great military power on land, a change of the assumptions which British strategy had followed since the days of Louis XIV and Marlborough, the last age in which the country had put its major weight into an effort on the continent. Secret military talks with the French explored what might be done to help their army against a German invasion through Belgium. This was not going far, but Germany then threw away the chance to reassure British public opinion by pressing forward with plans to build a great navy. It was inconceivable that such a step could be directed against any power except Great Britain. The result was a naval race, which most British were determined to win, if they could not end it, and therefore the further inflammation of popular feelings. In 1911, when the gap between the two countries' fleets was narrowest and most felt in Great Britain, German diplomacy provoked another crisis over Morocco. This time, a British minister said publicly something that sounded very much like an assertion that Great Britain would go to war to protect France. Yet when war came, it was in the South Slav lands. Serbia did well in the Balkan Wars of 1912-13, in which the young Balkan nations first despoiled Turkey of most that was left of her European territory, and then fell out over the spoils. But Serbia might have got more had the Austrians not objected. Behind Serbia stood Russia, launched on the program of rebuilding and expanding her forces, which would take 3 or 4 years to bring to fruition. If South Slavs were to be shown that the dual monarchy could humiliate Serbia, so that they could not hope for her support, then the sooner the better. Given that Germany was the dual monarch's ally, she, in turn, was unlikely to seek to avoid fighting Russia, while there was still time to be sure of winning. The crisis came when an Austrian archduke was assassinated by a Bosnian terrorist at Sarajevo in June 1914. The Austrians decided that the moment had come to teach Serbia her lesson, and kill forever the pan-Slav agitation. The Germans supported them. The Austrians declared war on Serbia on the 28th of July. A week later, all the great powers were at war, though, ironically, the Austro-Hungarians and Russians were still at peace with one another. It was only on the 6th of August that the dual monarchy at last declared war on its old rival. Before that date, German military planning had dictated the timetable of events. The key decision to attack France before Russia had been made years before. German planning required such an attack to be made through Belgium, whose neutrality the British, among others, had guaranteed. Thereafter, the sequence of events fell almost automatically into place. When Russia mobilized to bring pressure on Austria-Hungary for Serbia's protection, the Germans declared war on Russia. Having done that, they had to attack the French and declared war on them. Thus, the Franco-Russian alliance never actually operated. By Germany's violation of Belgian neutrality, the British government, uneasy about a German attack on France, but not seeing clearly on what grounds they could justify intervention to prevent it, was given an issue to unite the country and take it into war against Germany on the 4th of August. Just as the duration and intensity of the war were to outrun all expectations, so did its geographical spread. Japan and the Ottoman Empire joined in soon after the outbreak, the former on the side of the Allies, as France, Great Britain and Russia were called, and Turkey on that of the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary. Italy joined the Allies in 1915 in return for promises of Austrian territory. Other efforts were made to pick up new supporters by offering cheques to be cashed after a victorious peace. Bulgaria joined the Central Powers in September 1915, and Romania the Allies in the following year. Greece became another Allied state in 1917. Portugal's government had tried to enter the war in 1914, but though unable to do so because of internal troubles, was finally faced with the German declaration of war in 1916. Thus, by the end of that year, the original issues of Franco-German and Austro-Russian rivalry had been thoroughly confused by other struggles. The Balkan states were fighting a third Balkan War, the War of the Ottoman Succession in its European theatre. The British, a war against German naval and commercial power. The Italians, the last war of the Risorgimento. While outside Europe, the British, Russians, and Arabs had begun a war of Ottoman partition in Asia, and the Japanese were pursuing another cheap and highly profitable episode in the assertion of their hegemony in the Far East. One reason why there was a search for allies in 1915 and 1916 was that the war then showed every sign of bogging down in a stalemate no one had expected. The nature of the fighting had surprised almost everyone. It had opened with a German sweep into northern France. This did not achieve the lightning victory which was its aim, but gave the Germans possession of all but a tiny scrap of Belgium, and much French territory too. In the east, Russian offensives had been stopped by the Germans and Austrians. Thereafter, though more noticeably in the west than the east, the battlefield settled down to siege warfare on an unprecedented scale. This was because of two things. One was the huge killing power of modern weapons. Magazine rifles, machine guns, and barbed wire could stop any infantry attack not preceded by pulverizing bombardment. Demonstrations of this truth were provided by the huge casualty lists. By the end of 1915, the French army alone had lost 300,000 dead. That was bad enough, but in 1916, one 7-month battle before Verdun added another 315,000 to this total. In the same battle, 280,000 Germans died. While it was going on, another struggle further north, on the Somme, cost the British 420,000 casualties, and the Germans about the same. The first day of that battle, the 1st of July, remains the blackest in the history of the British Army, when it suffered 60,000 casualties, of whom more than a third died. Such figures made nonsense of the confident predictions that the cost of modern war would be bound to make the struggle a short one. This was a reflection of the second surprise, the revelation of the enormous war-making power of industrial societies. Plenty of people were weary by the end of 1916, but by then the warring states had already amply demonstrated a capacity greater than had been imagined to conscript and organize their peoples, as never before in history, to produce unprecedented quantities of material and furnish the recruits for new armies. Whole societies were engaged against one another. The international solidarity of the working class might never have been thought of, for all the resistance it opposed to this, nor the international interests of ruling classes against subversion. Inability to batter one another into submission on the battlefields accelerated the strategic and technical expansion of the struggle. This was why diplomats had sought new allies and generals new fronts. The Allies in 1915 mounted an attack on Turkey at the Dardanelles, in the hope, not to be realized, of knocking her out of the war and opening up communication with Russia through the Black Sea. The same search for a way round the French deadlock later produced a new Balkan front at Salonika. It replaced the one which had collapsed when Serbia was overrun. Colonial possessions, too, had ensured from the first that there would be fighting all round the globe, even if on a small scale. The German colonies could be picked up fairly easily, thanks to the British command of the seas, though the African ones provoked some lengthy campaigning. The most important and considerable extra-European operations, though, were in the eastern and southern parts of the Turkish Empire. A British and Indian army entered Mesopotamia. Another force advanced from the Suez Canal towards Palestine. In the Arabian Desert, an Arab revolt against the Turks provided some of the few romantic episodes relieving the brutal squalor of industrial war. The technical expansion of the war was most noticeable in its industrial effects and in the degeneration of standards of behavior. The American Civil War a half-century before had prefigured the first of these, too, in revealing the economic demands of mass war in a democratic age. The mills, factories, mines, and furnaces of Europe now worked as never before. So did those of the United States and Japan, the former accessible to the Allies but not to the Central Powers because of the British naval supremacy. The maintenance of millions of men in the field required not only arms and ammunition, but food, clothing, medical equipment, and machines in huge quantities. Though a war in which millions of animals were needed, it was also the first war of the internal combustion engine. Trucks and tractors swallowed petrol as avidly as horses and mules ate their fodder. Many statistics illustrate the new scale of war, but one must suffice. In 1914, the whole British Empire had 18,000 hospital beds, and 4 years later it had 630,000. The repercussions of this vast increase in demand rolled outwards through society, leading in all countries in varying measure to the government's control of the economy, conscription of labour, the revolutionizing of women's employment, the introduction of new health and welfare services. They also rolled overseas. The United States ceased to be a debtor nation. The Allies liquidated their investments there to pay for what they needed, and became debtors in their turn. Indian industry received the fillip it had long required. Boom days came to the ranchers and farmers of the Argentine and the British White Dominions. The latter also shared the military burden, sending soldiers to Europe and fighting the Germans in their colonies. This technical expansion also made the war more frightful. This was not only because machine guns and high explosive made possible such terrible slaughter. It was not even because of new weapons, such as poison gas, flamethrowers, or tanks, all of which made their appearance as soldiers strove to find a way out of the deadlock of the battlefield. It was also because the fact that whole societies were engaged in warfare brought with it the realization that whole societies could be targets for warlike operations. Attacks on the morale, health, and efficiency of civilian workers and voters became desirable. When such attacks were denounced, the denunciations were themselves blows in another sort of campaign, that of propaganda. The possibilities of mass literacy in the recently created cinema industry supplemented and overtook such old standbys as pulpit and school in this kind of warfare. To British charges that the Germans who carried out primitive bombing raids on London by airship were baby killers, Germans retorted that the same could be said of the sailors who sustained the British blockade. The rising figures of German infant mortality bore them out. In part because of the slow but apparently irresistible success of the British blockade, and because of its unwillingness to risk the fleet whose building had done so much to poison pre-war feeling between the two countries, the German High Command devised a new use for a weapon whose power had been underrated in 1914, the submarine. It was launched at Allied shipping, and the ships of neutrals who were supplying the Allies, attacks often being made without warning and on unarmed vessels. This was first done early in 1915, though few submarines were then available, and they did not do much damage. There was an outcry when a great British liner was torpedoed that year, with the loss of 1,200 lives, many of them Americans, and the unrestricted sinking of shipping was called off by the Germans. It was resumed at the beginning of 1917. By then, it was clear that if Germany did not starve Great Britain first, she herself would be choked by British blockade. During that winter, there was famine in Balkan countries, and people were starving in the suburbs of Vienna. The French had by then suffered 3,350,000 casualties, and the British over 1 million. The Germans had lost nearly 2.5 million, and were still fighting a war on 2 fronts. Food riots and strikes were becoming more frequent. Infant mortality was rising towards a level 50% higher than that of 1915. There was no reason to suppose that the German army, divided between East and West, would be any more likely to achieve a knockout than had been the British and French, and it was in any case more favourably placed to fight on the defensive. In these circumstances, the German General Staff chose to resume unrestricted submarine warfare, the decision which brought about the first great transformation of the war in 1917, the entry into it of the United States. The Germans knew this would happen, but gambled on bringing Great Britain to her knees, and thus France, before American weight could be decisive. American opinion, by no means favourable to one side or the other in 1914, had come a long way since then. Allied propaganda and purchases had helped, so had the first German submarine campaign, when the Allied governments began to talk about war aims which included the reconstruction of Europe on the basis of safeguarding the interests of nationalities. It had an appeal to hyphenated Americans. The resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare was decisive. It was a direct threat to American interests and the safety of her citizens. When it was also revealed to the American government that Germany hoped to negotiate an alliance with Mexico and Japan against the United States, the hostility aroused by the submarines was confirmed. Soon an American ship was sunk without warning, and the United States declared war shortly afterwards. The impossibility of breaking the European deadlock by means short of total war had thus sucked the New World into the quarrels of the Old, almost against its will. The Allies were delighted. Victory was now assured. Immediately, though, they faced a gloomy year. The year 1917 was even blacker for Great Britain and France than 1916. Not only did the submarine take months to master, but a terrible series of battles in France, usually lumped under one name, Passchendaele, inflicted an ineffaceable scar upon the British national consciousness, and cost another 400,000 men to gain 5 miles of mud. Worn out by heroic efforts in 1916, the French army underwent a series of mutinies. Worst of all for the Allies, the Russian Empire collapsed, and Russia ceased by the end of the year to be a great power for the foreseeable future. The Russian state was destroyed by the war. This was the beginning of the revolutionary transformation of Central and Eastern Europe, too. The makers of what was called a revolution in Russia in February 1917 were the German armies, which had in the end broken the hearts of even the long-enduring Russian soldiers, who had behind them cities starving because of the breakdown of the transport system, and a government of incompetent and corrupt men who feared constitutionalism and liberalism as much as defeat. At the beginning of 1917, the security forces themselves could no longer be depended upon. Food riots were followed by mutiny, and the autocracy was suddenly seen to be powerless. A provisional government of liberals and socialists was formed, and the Tsar abdicated. The new government then itself failed, in the main because it attempted the impossible, the continuation of the war. The Russians wanted peace and bread, as Lenin, the leader of the Bolsheviks, saw. His determination to take power from the moderate provisional government was the second reason for their failure. Presiding over a disintegrating country, administration and army, still facing the unsolved problems of privation in the cities, the provisional government was itself swept away in a second change, the coup called the October Revolution, which, together with the American entry into the war, marks 1917 as a break between two eras of European history. Previously, Europe had settled its own affairs. Now the United States would be bound to have a large say in its future, and there had come into being a state which was committed by the beliefs of its founders to the destruction of the whole pre-war European order, a truly and consciously revolutionary centre for world politics. The immediate and obvious consequence of the establishment of the Soviet state, as Russia was called, after the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, which were her basic political institution after the revolution, was a new strategic situation. The Bolsheviks consolidated their coup d'etat by dissolving, since they did not control it, the only freely elected representative body based on universal suffrage Russia had ever had, and by trying to secure the peasants' loyalties by promises of land and peace. This was essential if they were to survive. The backbone of the party which now strove to assert its authority over Russia was the very small industrial working class of a few cities. Only peace could provide a safer and broader foundation. At first, the terms demanded by the Germans were thought so objectionable that the Russians stopped negotiation. They then had to accept a much more punitive outcome, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918. It imposed severe losses of territory, but gave the new order the peace and time it desperately needed to tackle its internal troubles. The Allies were furious. They saw the Bolsheviks' action as a treacherous defection. Nor was their attitude toward the new regime softened by the intransigent revolutionary propaganda it directed against their citizens. The Russian leaders expected a revolution of the working class in all the advanced capitalist countries. This gave an extra dimension to a series of military interventions in the affairs of Russia by the Allies. Their original purpose was strategic, in that they hoped to stop the Germans exploiting the advantage of being able to close down their eastern front, but they were quickly interpreted by many people in the capitalist countries, and by all Bolsheviks, as anti-communist crusades. Worse still, they became entangled in a civil war, which seemed likely to destroy the new regime. Even without the doctrinal filter of Marxist theory through which Lenin and his colleagues saw the world, these episodes would have been likely to sour relations between Russia and the capitalist countries for a long time. Once translated into Marxist terms, they seemed a confirmation of an essential and ineradicable hostility. Their recollection has dogged Russian attitudes ever since. They also helped to justify the Russian Revolution's turn downwards into authoritarian government. Fear of the invader, as the restorer of the old order and patron of landlords, combined with Russian traditions of autocracy and police terrorism to stifle any liberalization of the regime. The Russian communists' conviction that revolution was about to occur in Central and Western Europe was in one sense correct, yet crucially wrong. In its last year, war's revolutionary potential indeed became plain, but in national, not class, forms. The Allies were provoked, in part by the Bolsheviks, to a revolution strategy of their own. The military situation looked bleak for them at the end of 1917. It was obvious that they would face a German attack in France in the spring, without the advantage of a Russian army to draw off their enemies, and that it would be a long time before American troops arrived in large numbers to help them in France. But they could adopt a revolutionary weapon. They could appeal to the nationalities of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This had the additional advantage of emphasizing in American eyes the ideological purity of the Allied cause, now that it was no longer tied to Tsardom. Accordingly, in 1918, subversive propaganda was directed at the Austro-Hungarian armies, and encouragement was given to Czechs and South Slavs in exile. Before Germany gave in, the dual monarchy was already dissolving under the combined effects of this and a Balkan campaign which at last began to provide victories. This was the second great blow to old Europe. The political structure of the whole area, bounded by the Urals, the Baltic, and the Danube Valley, was now in question, as it had not been for centuries. There was even a Polish army again in existence. It was patronized by the Germans as a weapon against Russia, while the American president announced that an independent Poland was an essential of Allied peacemaking. All the certainties of the past century seemed to be in the melting pot. The crucial battles were fought against this increasingly revolutionary background. By the summer, the Allies had managed to halt the last great German offensive. It had made huge gains, but not enough. When the Allied armies began to move forward victoriously in their turn, the German leaders sought an end. They, too, thought they saw signs of revolutionary collapse at home. When the Emperor abdicated, the third of the dynastic empires had fallen. The Habsburgs had already gone, so that the Hohenzollerns just outlasted their old rivals. A new German government requested an armistice, and the fighting came to an end. The cost of this huge conflict has never been adequately computed. One figure, which is approximate, indicates its scale. About 10 million men had died as a result of direct military action. Yet typhus probably killed another million in the Balkans alone. Even such horrible figures as these do not indicate the physical cost in maiming, blinding, the loss to families of fathers and husbands, the spiritual havoc and the destruction of ideals, confidence and goodwill. Europeans looked at their huge cemeteries and were appalled at what they'd done. The economic damage was immense, too. Over much of Europe, people starved. A year after the war, manufacturing output was still nearly a quarter below that of 1914. Russia's was only 20% of what it had then been. Transport was in some countries almost impossible to procure. Moreover, all the complicated, fragile machinery of international exchange was smashed, and some of it could never be replaced. At the center of this chaos lay, exhausted, a Germany which had been the economic dynamo of Central Europe. "We are at the dead season of our fortunes," wrote a young British economist at the Peace Conference, J.M. Keynes. "Our power of feeling or caring beyond the immediate questions of our own material well-being is temporarily eclipsed. We have been moved beyond endurance and need rest. Never in the lifetime of men now living has the universal element in the soul of man burnt so dimly." Delegates to a peace conference began to assemble at the end of 1918. It was once the fashion to emphasize their failures, but perspective and the recognition of the magnitude of their tasks imposes a certain respect for what they did. It was the greatest settlement since 1815, and its authors had to reconcile great expectations with stubborn facts. The power to make the crucial decisions was remarkably concentrated. The British and French Prime Ministers and the American President Woodrow Wilson dominated the negotiations. These took place between the victors. The defeated Germans were subsequently presented with their terms. In the diverging interests of France, aware above all of the appalling danger of any third repetition of German aggression, and of the Anglo-Saxon nations, conscious of standing in no such peril, lay the central problem of European security, but many others surrounded and obscured it. The peace settlement had to be a world settlement. It not only dealt with territories outside Europe, as earlier great settlements had done, but many non-European voices were heard in its making. Of 27 states whose representatives signed the main treaty, a majority, 17, lay in other continents. The United States was the greatest of these. With Japan, Great Britain, France, and Italy, she formed the group described as the principal victorious powers. For a world settlement, nevertheless, it was ominous that no representative attended from Russia, the only great power with both European and Asian frontiers. Technically, the peace settlement consisted of a group of distinct treaties made not only with Germany, but Bulgaria, Turkey, and the succession states, which claimed the divided dual monarchy. Of these, a resurrected Poland, an enlarged Serbia, called Yugoslavia, and an entirely new Czechoslovakia were present at the conference as allies, while a much reduced Hungary and the Germanic heart of old Austria were treated as defeated enemies with whom peace had to be made. All of this posed difficult problems, but the main concern of the peace conference was the settlement with Germany, embodied in the Treaty of Versailles, signed in June 1919. This was a punitive settlement, and explicitly stated that the Germans were responsible for the outbreak of war. But most of the harshest terms arose not from this moral guilt, but from the French wish, if possible, so to tie Germany down that any third German war was inconceivable. This was the purpose of economic reparations, which were the most unsatisfactory part of the settlement. They angered Germans and made acceptance of defeat even harder. Moreover, they were economic nonsense, nor was the penalizing of Germany supported by arrangements to ensure that Germany might not one day try to reverse the decision by force of arms, and this angered the French. Germany's territorial losses, it went without saying, included Alsace and Lorraine, but were otherwise greatest in the east to Poland. In the west, the French did not get much more reassurance than an undertaking that the German bank of the Rhine should be demilitarized. The second leading characteristic of the peace was its attempt, where possible, to follow the principles of self-determination and nationality. In many places this merely meant recognizing existing facts. Poland and Czechoslovakia were already in existence as states before the peace conference met, and Yugoslavia was built round the core of the former Serbia. Already, by the end of 1918, therefore, these principles had already triumphed over much of the area occupied by the old dual monarchy, and were soon to do so also in the former Baltic provinces of Russia. After outlasting even the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburgs were gone at last, and in their place appeared states which, though not uninterruptedly, have all survived to this day. The principle of self-determination was also followed in providing that certain frontier zones should have their destiny settled by plebiscite. Unfortunately, the principle of nationality could not always be applied. Geographical, historical, cultural, and economic realities cut across it. When it prevailed over them, as in the destruction of the Danube's economic unity, the results could be bad. When it did not, they could be just as bad because of the aggrieved feelings left behind. Eastern and Central Europe was studded with national minorities embedded resentfully in nations to which they felt no allegiance. A third of Poland's population did not speak Polish. A third of Czechoslovakia's consisted of minorities of Poles, Russians, Magyars, and Ruthenes. An enlarged Romania now contained over 1 million Magyars. In some places, the infringement of the principle was felt with especial acuteness as an injustice. Germans resented the existence of a corridor connecting Poland with the sea across German lands. Italy was disappointed of Adriatic spoils held out to her by her allies when they had needed her help. And the Irish had still not got home rule, after all. The most obvious non-European question concerned the disposition of the German colonies. Here there was an important innovation. Old-fashioned colonial greed was not acceptable to the United States. Instead, tutelage for non-European peoples formerly under German or Turkish rule was provided by the device of trusteeship. Mandates were given to the victorious powers, though the United States declined any, by the League of Nations to administer these territories while they were prepared for self-government. It was the most imaginative idea to emerge from the settlement, even though it was used to drape with respectability the last major conquests of European imperialism. The League of Nations owed much to the enthusiasm of the American president, who ensured Woodrow Wilson, its covenant, its constitution, pride of place, as the first part of the peace treaty. It was the one instance in which the settlement transcended the idea of nationalism. Even the British Empire had been represented as individual units, one of which was India. It also transcended that of Europe. It is another sign of the new era that 26 of the original 42 members of the League were countries outside Europe. Unfortunately, because of domestic politics, Wilson had not taken into account the United States was not among them. This was the most fatal of several grave weaknesses, which made it impossible for the League to satisfy the expectations it had aroused. Perhaps these were all unrealizable in principle, given the actual state of world political forces. Nonetheless, the League was to have its successes in handling matters which might, without its intervention, have proved dangerous. If exaggerated hopes had been entertained that it might do more, it does not mean it was not a practical as well as a great and imaginative idea. Russia was absent from the League, just as she was from the peace conference. Probably the latter was the more important. The political arrangements to shape the next stage of European history were entered into without consulting her, though in Eastern Europe this meant the drawing of boundaries in which any Russian government was bound to be vitally interested. It was true that the Bolshevik leaders did all they could to provide excuses for excluding them. They envenomed relations with the major powers by revolutionary propaganda, and were convinced that the capitalist countries were determined to overthrow their state. The British Prime Minister, Lloyd George, and Wilson were in fact more flexible, even sympathetic, than many of their colleagues and electors in dealing with Russia. Their French colleague, Clemenceau, on the other hand, was passionately anti-Bolshevik and had the support of many French ex-soldiers and investors in being so. Versailles was the first great European peace to be made by powers all the time aware of the dangers of disappointing democratic electorates. But however the responsibility is allocated, the outcome was that Russia, the European power which had potentially the greatest weight of all in the affairs of the continent, was not consulted in the making of a new Europe. Though for the time being virtually out of action, she was bound eventually to join the ranks of those who wished to revise the settlement or overthrow it. It only made it worse that her rulers detested the social system it was meant to protect. Huge hopes had been entertained of this settlement. They were often unrealistic. Yet in spite of its manifest failures, the peace has been over-condemned, for it had many good points. When it failed, it was for reasons which were for the most part beyond the control of the men who made it. In the first place, the days of a European world hegemony in the narrow political sense were over. The peace treaties of 1919 could do little to secure the future beyond Europe. The old imperial policemen were now too weakened to do their job inside Europe, let alone outside. Some had disappeared altogether. In the end, the United States had been needed to ensure Germany's defeat, but now she plunged into a period of artificial isolation from Europe. Nor did Russia wish to be involved in the continent's stabilizing. The isolationism of the one power and the sterilization of the other by ideology left Europe to its own inadequate devices. When no revolution broke out in Europe, the Russians turned in on themselves. When Americans were given the chance by Wilson to be involved in Europe's peacekeeping, they refused it. Both decisions are comprehensible, but their combined effect was to preserve an illusion of European autonomy, which was no longer a reality, and could no longer be an adequate framework for handling its problems. Finally, the settlement's gravest immediate weakness lay in the economic fragility of the new structures it presupposed. Here, its terms were more in question. Self-determination often made nonsense of economics. But it is difficult to see on what grounds self-determination could have been set aside. Ireland's problems are still with us, more than a half-century after an independent Irish Free State appeared in 1922. The situation was all the more likely to prove unstable because many illusions persisted in Europe, and many new ones arose. Allied victory and the rhetoric of peacemaking made many think that there had been a great triumph of liberalism and democracy. 4 autocratic anti-national illiberal empires had collapsed, after all, and to this day the peace settlement retains the distinction of being the only one in history made by great powers, all of whom were democracies. Liberal optimism also drew strength from the ostentatious stance taken by Wilson during the war. He had done all he could to make it clear that he saw the participation of the United States as essentially different in kind from that of the other allies, being governed, he reiterated, by high-minded ideals and a belief that the world could be made safe for democracy if other nations would give up their bad old ways. Some thought that he had been shown to be right. The new states, above all the new Germany, adopted liberal parliamentary constitutions, and often republican ones too. Finally, there was the illusion of the League. the dream of a new international authority, which was not an empire, seemed at last a reality. Yet all this was rooted in fallacy and false premise. Since the peacemakers had been obliged to do much more than enthrone liberal principles, they had also to pay debts, protect vested interests, and take account of intractable facts. Those principles had been much muddled in practice. Above all, they had left much unsatisfied nationalism about, and had created new and fierce nationalist resentments in Germany. Perhaps this could not be helped, but it was a soil in which other things than liberalism could grow. Further, the democratic institutions of the new states, and the old ones too for that matter, were being launched on a world whose economic structure was terribly damaged. Everywhere, poverty, hardship, and unemployment exacerbated political struggle, and in many places they were made worse by the special dislocations produced by respect for national sovereignty. The crumbling of old economic patterns of exchange in the war made it much more difficult to deal with problems like peasant poverty and unemployment, too. Russia, once the granary of much of Western Europe, was now inaccessible economically. This was a background which revolutionaries could exploit. The communists were happy and ready to do this, for they believed that history had cast them for this role, and soon their efforts were reinforced by another radical phenomenon, fascism. Communism threatened the new Europe in two ways. Internally, each country soon had a revolutionary communist party. They effected little that was positive, but caused great alarm. They also did much to prevent the emergence of strong progressive parties. This was because of the circumstances of their birth. A Comintern, or Third International, was devised by the Russians in March 1919 to provide leadership for the international socialist movement, which might otherwise, they feared, rally again to the old leaders, whose lack of revolutionary zeal they blamed for a failure to exploit the opportunities of the war. The test of socialist movements for Lenin was adherence to the Comintern, whose principles were deliberately rigid, disciplined, and uncompromising, in accordance with his view of the needs of an effective revolutionary party. In almost every country this divided socialists into two camps, those who adhered to the Comintern and took the name Communist, and those who, though sometimes claiming still to be Marxists, remained in the rump national parties and movements. The two movements were now in competition for working-class support, and fought one another bitterly. The new revolutionary threat on the left, which was presented by communism, was all the more alarming to many Europeans because there were indeed revolutionary disturbances which the communists sought to exploit. The most conspicuous led to the installation of a Bolshevik government in Hungary, but more startling, perhaps, were attempted communist coups in Germany, some briefly successful. The German situation was especially ironical, for the government of the new republic which emerged there in the aftermath of defeat was dominated by socialists who were forced back to reliance upon conservative forces, notably the professional soldiers of the old army, in order to prevent revolution. This happened even before the founding of the Comintern, and it gave a special bitterness to the divisions of the left in Germany. But everywhere, communist policy made united resistance to conservatism more difficult, while at the same time alarming other sections of the population with revolutionary rhetoric and conspiracy. Above all, in Eastern Europe, this was because the social threat was seen also as a Russian threat. The Comintern was manipulated as an instrument of Russian foreign policy by the Russian leaders. This was justifiable, given their assumption that the future of world revolution depended upon the preservation of the first socialist state as a citadel of the international working class. In the early years of civil war and slow consolidation of Bolshevik power in Russia, this led to the deliberate incitement of disaffection abroad in order to preoccupy capitalist governments. But in Eastern and Central Europe there was more to it than this, because the actual territorial settlement of that area was in doubt long after the Versailles Treaty. The First World War did not end there, until in March 1921, a peace treaty between Russia and the new Polish Republic provided frontiers lasting until 1939. Poland was the most anti-Russian by tradition, the most anti-Bolshevik by religion, as well as the largest and most ambitious of the new nations. But all of them felt threatened by a recovery of Russian power, and were now especially troubled because it was tied up with the threat of social revolution. This connection did much to incline many of these states to turn, before 1939, to dictatorial or military governments, which would at least guarantee a strong anti-communist line. Fear of communist revolution in Eastern and Central Europe was most evident in the immediate post-war years, when economic collapse and uncertainty about the outcome of the Polish-Russian War, which at one time appeared to threaten Warsaw itself, provided the background. In 1921, with peace at last, and symbolically the establishment of orderly official relations between Russia and Great Britain, there was a noticeable relaxation. This was connected with the Russian government's own sense of emerging from a period of acute danger in the Civil War. It did not produce much in the way of better diplomatic manners, because it was all the time cut across by revolutionary propaganda and denunciation of capitalist countries. But from the Russian point of view, they at last had time to engineer the recovery of their own shattered land. In 1921, Russian pig iron production was about 1/5 of its 1913 level, that of coal a tiny 3% or so, while the railways had less than half as many locomotives in service as at the start of the war. Livestock had declined by over a quarter, and cereal deliveries were less than 2/5 of those of 1916. On to this impoverished economy there fell in 1921 a drought in South Russia, and more than 2 million died in the subsequent famine. Even cannibalism was reported. Liberalization of the economy brought about a turnaround. By 1927, both industrial and agricultural production were nearly back to pre-war levels. The regime in these years was undergoing great uncertainty in its leadership. This had already been apparent before Lenin died in 1924, but the removal of a man whose acknowledged ascendancy had kept forces within it in balance opened a period of evolution and debate in the leadership of the Communist Party. This was not about the centralized autocratic nature of the regime which had emerged from the 1917 revolution, for none of the protagonists considered that political liberation was conceivable, or that the use of secret police and party oversight could be dispensed with in a world of hostile capitalist states. But they could disagree about economic policy and tactics, and personal rivalry sometimes gave extra edge to this. Broadly speaking, two viewpoints emerged. One emphasized that the revolution depended on the goodwill of the mass of Russians, the peasants. They had first been allowed to take the land, then antagonized by attempts to feed the cities at their expense, then conciliated again by the liberalization of the economy, and what was known as NEP, the New Economic Policy, which Lenin had approved as an expedient. Under it, the peasants had been able to make profits for themselves, and accordingly had begun to grow more food and sell it to the cities. The other viewpoint showed the same facts in a longer perspective. To conciliate the peasants would slow down industrialization, which Russia needed to survive in a hostile world. The party's proper course, argued those who took this view, was to rely upon the revolutionary militants of the cities and to exploit the still non-Bolshevized peasants in their interest, while pressing on with industrialization and the promotion of revolution abroad. The communist leader Trotsky took this view. What happened was roughly that he was shouldered aside, but his view prevailed. From the intricate politics of the party there emerged eventually the ascendancy of a member of its bureaucracy, Joseph Stalin, a man far less attractive intellectually than either Lenin or Trotsky, and equally ruthless, but of greater historical importance. Gradually arming himself with a power which he used against former colleagues and old Bolsheviks as willingly as against his enemies, he carried out the real Russian Revolution, to which the Bolshevik seizure of power had opened the way, and created a new elite on which a new Russia was to be based. For him, the industrialization of Russia was paramount. The road to it lay through finding a way of forcing the peasant to pay for it, by supplying the grain he would rather have eaten
if not offered a good profit. 2 5-year plans carried out an industrialization program from 1928 onwards, and their roots lay in the collectivization of agriculture. The party now, for the first time, conquered the countryside. In a new civil war, millions of peasants were killed or transported, and grain levies brought back famine. But the towns were fed, though the police apparatus kept consumption down to the minimum. There was a fall in real wages. But by 1937, 80% of Russian industrial output came from plant built since 1928. Russia was again a great power, and the effects of this would alone assure Stalin a place in history. The price in suffering was enormous. The enforcement of collectivization was only made possible by brutality on a scale far greater than anything seen under the Tsars, and it made Russia a totalitarian state far more effective than the old autocracy had been. Stalin, in this light, nonetheless, looks a fully Russian figure, a despot whose ruthless use of power is anticipated by an Ivan the Terrible or a Peter the Great. He was also a somewhat paradoxical claimant to Marxist orthodoxy, which taught that the economic structure of society determined its politics. Stalin precisely inverted this, and demonstrated that if the will to use political power was there, the economic substructure could be revolutionized by force. Critics of liberal capitalist society in other countries often pointed to Soviet Russia, of which they held a very rosy picture, as an example of the way in which a society might achieve progress and a revitalization of its cultural and ethical life. But this was not the only model available to those who found the civilization of the West disappointing. In the 1920s, in Italy, a movement appeared called fascism. It was to lend its name to a number of other, and only loosely related radical movements in other countries, which had in common a rejection of liberalism and strong anti-Marxism. The Great War had badly strained constitutional Italy. She was poorer than other countries, regarded in 1914 as great powers. Her share of fighting had been very heavy and often unsuccessful, and much of it had taken place on Italian territory. Inequalities had accentuated social divisions as the war went on. With peace came even faster inflation, too. The owners of property, whether agricultural or industrial, and those who could ask higher wages because of a labor shortage, were more insulated against it than the middle classes and those who lived on investment or fixed incomes. This was on the whole the class which before 1914 supplied the most convinced supporters of the unification completed in 1870. They had sustained a constitutional and liberal state, while conservative Roman Catholics and revolutionary socialists had long opposed it. They had seen the war begun in 1915 as an extension of the Risorgimento, as a crusade to remove Austria from the last soil she ruled, which was inhabited by those of Italian blood or speech. Like all nationalism, this was a muddled, unscientific notion, but it was powerful. With the peace settlement came deep disillusion. Many nationalist dreams were left unrealized. Moreover, as the immediate post-war economic crisis deepened, the socialists grew stronger in Parliament and seemed more alarming. They had now in the background a new encouragement that a socialist revolutionary state existed in Russia. Disappointed and frightened, tired of anti-nationalism, many Italians began to cast loose from liberal parliamentarianism and to look for a way out of Italy's disappointments. They became sympathetic to intransigent nationalism abroad, which found expression in wide sympathy for an adventurer who seized the Adriatic port of Fiume, which the peace conference had failed to give to Italy, and violent anti-Marxism at home. The second was bound to be attractive in a Roman Catholic country, but it was not only from the traditionally conservative church that the new leadership against Marxism came. In 1919, a journalist and ex-serviceman, who had before the war been an extreme socialist, Benito Mussolini, formed a movement called the Fascio di Combattimento, which can be roughly translated as Union for Struggle. It sought power by any means, among them violence by groups of young thugs,
directed at first against socialists and working-class organizations, then against elected authorities. The movement prospered. Italy's constitutional politicians could neither control it nor tame it by cooperation. Soon the fascists, as they came to be called, often enjoyed official or quasi-official patronage and protection from local officials and police. Gangsterism was semi-institutionalized. By 1922 they had not only achieved important electoral success, but had virtually made orderly government impossible in some places by terrorizing their political enemies, especially if they were communist or socialist. In that year, other politicians having failed to master the fascist challenge, the king called Mussolini to form a government. He did so on a coalition basis, and the violence came to an end. This was what was called in later fascist mythology the March on Rome, but was not quite the end of constitutional Italy. Mussolini only slowly turned his position into a dictatorship. In 1926, government by decree began. Elections were suspended. There was little opposition. The new regime had terrorism in plenty at its roots, and it explicitly denounced liberal ideals, yet Mussolini's rule was far short of totalitarian, and was much less brutal than the Russian, of which he sometimes spoke admiringly. He undoubtedly had aspirations to revolutionary change, and many of his followers, much stronger ones, but this turned out in practice to be largely a propaganda claim. Mussolini's own temperamental impatience with an established society, from which he felt excluded, lay behind it, as much as real radical pressure in his movement. Italian fascism in practice and theory rarely achieved coherence. Instead, it reflected more and more the power of established Italy. Its greatest domestic step was a diplomatic agreement with the papacy, which, in return for substantial concessions to the authority of the Church in Italian life, which persists to this day, recognized the Italian state officially for the first time. For all fascism's revolutionary rhetoric, the Lateran Treaties of 1929, which embodied this agreement, were a concession to the greatest conservative force in Italy. "We have given back God to Italy, and Italy to God," said the Pope. Just as unrevolutionary were the results of fascist criticism of free enterprise. The subordination of individual interest to the state boiled down to depriving trade unions of their power to protect their members' interests. Few checks were placed on the freedom of employers, and fascist economic planning was a mockery. Only agricultural production notably improved. The same divergence between style and aspiration on the one hand, and achievement on the other, was also to be marked in movements elsewhere which have been called fascist. Though indeed reflecting something new and post-liberal, they were inconceivable except as expressions of mass society. Such movements in almost all countries, in practice, made compromising concessions to conservative influences. This makes it difficult to speak of the phenomenon fascism at all precisely. In many countries regimes appeared which were authoritarian, even totalitarian in aspiration, intensely nationalist and anti-Marxist. But fascism was not the only possible source of such ideas. Such governments as those which emerged in Portugal and Spain, for example, drew upon traditional and conservative forces rather than upon those which arose from the new phenomenon of mass politics. In them, true radicals who were fascists often felt discontented at concessions made to the existing social order. Only in Germany, in the end, did a movement some termed fascist succeed in a revolution which mastered historical conservatism. For such reasons, the label of fascism sometimes confuses as much as it clarifies. Perhaps it is best merely to distinguish two separable phenomena of the 20 years after 1918. One is the appearance, even in stable democracies such as Great Britain and France, of ideologists and activists who spoke the language of a new, radical politics, emphasized idealism, willpower and sacrifice, and looked forward to rebuilding society and the state on new lines without respect to vested interests or concessions to materialism. This was a phenomenon which could be found in many places, but only triumphed in two major states, Italy and Germany. In each of these, economic collapse,
outraged nationalism, and anti-Marxism were the sources of success, though that in Germany did not come until 1933. If one word is wanted for this, let it be fascism. In other countries, usually underdeveloped economically, it might be better to speak of authoritarian rather than fascist regimes, especially in Eastern Europe. There, large agricultural populations presented problems aggravated by the peace settlement. Sometimes alien national minorities appeared to threaten the state. Liberal institutions were only superficially implanted in many of the new countries, and traditional conservative social and religious forces were strong. As in Latin America, where similar economic conditions could be found, their apparent constitutionalism tended to give way sooner or later to the rule of strong men and soldiers. This proved the case before 1939 in the new Baltic states, Poland and all the successor states of the dual monarchy, except Czechoslovakia, the one effective democracy in Central Europe or the Balkans. The need of these states to fall back on such regimes demonstrated both the unreality of the hopes entertained of their political maturity in 1918 and the new fear of Marxist communism, especially acute on Russia's borders. Such pressure operated also, though less acutely, in Spain and Portugal, where the influence of traditional conservatism was even stronger and Catholic social thinking counted for more than fascism. The failures of democracy between the wars did not proceed at an even pace. In the 1920s it was still possible to hope for the liberal futures of the new states. Their bad economic start was followed by a gradual recovery of prosperity, in which most of Europe outside Russia shared, and the years from 1925 to 1929 were on the whole good ones. Currencies emerged from appalling inflation in the first half of the decade, and were once more stable. The resumption by many countries of the gold standard was a sign of confidence that the old pre-1914 days were returned. In 1925, the production of food and raw materials in Europe for the first time passed the 1913 figure, and a recovery of manufacturing was also underway. With the help of a worldwide recovery of trade and huge investment from the United States, now an exporter of capital, Europe reached in 1929 a level of trade not to be touched again until 1954. Yet collapse followed. Economic recovery had been built on insecure foundations. In spite of appearances, the pre-war economic order was not resumed. When faced with a sudden crisis, the new prosperity crumbled rapidly, and there followed not merely a European but a world economic crisis, which was the single most important event between two world wars. The complex but remarkably efficient economic system of 1914 was irreparably damaged. International exchange was hampered by a huge increase of restrictions immediately after the war, as new nations strove to protect their infant economies with tariffs and exchange control, and bigger and older nations tried to repair their enfeebled ones. The Versailles Treaty made things worse by saddling Germany, the most important of all the European industrial states, with an indefinite burden of reparation in kind and in cash, which not only distorted her economy and delayed its recovery for years, but also took away much of the incentive to make it work. To the east, Germany's greatest potential market, Russia, was almost entirely cut off behind an economic frontier which little trade could penetrate. The Danube Valley and the Balkans, another great area of German enterprise, was divided and impoverished. Temporarily, these difficulties were gradually overcome by the availability of American money, which Americans were willing to supply, though they would not take European goods and retired behind their tariff walls. But this brought about a dangerous dependence on the continued prosperity of the United States. In the 1920s, the United States produced nearly 40% of the world's coal and over half the world's manufactures. This abundance, enhanced by the demands of war, had transformed the life of many Americans, the first people in the world to be able to take for granted the possession of family automobiles. Unfortunately, American domestic prosperity carried the world.
On it depended the confidence which provided American capital for export. Because of this, a swing in the business cycle turned into a world economic disaster. In 1928, short-term money began to be harder to get in the United States. There were also signs that the end of the long boom might be approaching. These two factors led to the calling back of American loans from Europe. Soon some European borrowers were in difficulties. Meanwhile, demand was slackening in the United States as people began to think a severe slump might be on the way. Almost accidentally, this detonated a particularly sudden and spectacular stock market collapse in October 1929. It did not matter that there was thereafter a temporary rally, and that great bankers bought to restore confidence. It was the end of American business confidence and of overseas investment. After a last brief rally in 1930, American money for investment abroad dried up. The world slump began. Economic growth came to an end because of the collapse of investment, but another factor was soon operating to accelerate disaster. As the debtor nations tried to put their accounts in order, they cut imports. This caused a drop in world prices, so that countries producing primary goods could not afford to buy abroad. Meanwhile, at the center of things, both the United States and Europe went into a financial crisis. As countries struggled unsuccessfully to keep the value of their currencies steady in relation to gold, an internationally acceptable means of exchange, hence the expression gold standard, they adopted deflationary policies to balance their books, which again cut demand. By 1933, all the major currencies, except the French, were off gold. This was the symbolic expression of the tragedy, the dethronement of one old idol of liberal economics. Its reality was a level of unemployment which may have reached 30 million in the industrial world. In 1932, the worst year for industrial countries, the index of industrial production for the United States and Germany was in each case only just above half of what it had been in 1929. The effects of economic depression rolled outwards with a ghastly and irresistible logic. The social gains of the 1920s, when many people's standard of living had improved, were wiped out. No country had a solution to unemployment, and though it was at its worst in the United States and Germany, it existed in a concealed form all round the world, in the villages and farmlands of the primary producers. The national income of the United States fell by 38% between 1929 and 1932. This was exactly the figure by which the prices of manufactured goods fell. But at the same time, raw material prices fell by 56%, and foodstuffs by 48%, respectively. Everywhere, therefore, the poorer nations and the poorer sectors of the mature economies suffered disproportionately. They may not always have seemed to do so because they had less far to fall. An Eastern European or an Argentinian peasant may not have been absolutely much worse off, for he was always badly off, while an unemployed German clerk or factory hand certainly was, and knew it. There was to be no world recovery before another great war. Nations cut themselves off more and more behind tariffs, and strove in some cases to achieve economic self-sufficiency by an increasing state control of their economic life. The disaster was a promising setting for the communists and fascists who expected or advocated the collapse of liberal civilization, and now began to flap expectantly about the presumably dying carcass. The end of the gold standard and the belief in non-interference with the economy marked the collapse of liberal civilization in its economic dimension, as strikingly as the rise of totalitarian regimes and the rise of nationalism to its destructive climax mark it in its political. Liberal civilization, frighteningly, had lost its power to control events. Many Europeans still found it hard to see this, though, and they continued to dream of the restoration of an age when that civilization enjoyed unquestioned supremacy. They forgot that its values had rested on a political and economic hegemony, which for a time had worked, but was already visibly in decay all round the world. 3. A new Asia in the making. Europe's troubles could not be confined to one continent. They were bound soon to cramp her ability to dominate affairs elsewhere, and the earliest signs of this came in Asia. European colonial power in Asia was, in the perspective of world history, only very briefly unchallengeable and unchallenged. By 1914, one European power, Great Britain, had made an ally of Japan in order to safeguard her interests in the Far East, rather than rely on her own resources. Another, Russia, had been beaten by Japan in war, and had turned back towards Europe after 20 years of pressure towards the Yellow Sea. Even the bullying of China, which seemed likely to prove fatal at the time of the Boxer Rebellion, was relaxed. She lost no more territory to European imperialists after that. As tensions in Europe mounted and the difficulty of frustrating Japanese ambitions indefinitely became clear, European statesmen realized that the time for acquiring new ports or dreaming of partitions of the sick man of the Far East was over. It would suit everyone better to turn to what was always, in effect, British policy, that of an open door through which all countries might seek their own commercial advantage. That advantage, too, showed signs of being much less spectacular than had been thought in the sanguine days of the 1890s, and here was another reason to tread more softly in the Far East. The peak of the European onslaught on Asia, and its greatest successes, were therefore past by 1914. The internal revolutionizing of Asia, which stemmed from colonialism and Western culture and economic influences, had already produced defensive reflexes which had to be taken seriously. They had gone furthest in Japan, and it was their indirect operation as catalysts of modernization, channeled through this local and Asian force, which set the pace of the next phase of the 100 Years' War of East and West. Japanese dynamism dominates Asian history in the first 40 years of this century. China's revolution had no similar impact until after 1945, when, together with new change-making forces from outside, that country again surpassed Japan in importance, as a shaper of Asian affairs, and closed the Western Age in Asia. Japan's dynamism showed itself both in economic growth and territorial aggressiveness. For a long time, the first was more obvious. It was part and parcel of an overall process of westernizing Japan, which could in the 1920s still sustain a mood of liberal hopefulness about Japanese society and politics. It therefore helped to mask Japanese imperialism. In 1925, universal suffrage was introduced, and in spite of much available evidence from the West that this had no necessary connection with liberalism or moderation, it seemed to confirm once again a pattern of steady constitutional progress begun in the 19th century. This confidence, shared both by foreigners and by Japanese, did not go long untroubled by the results of industrial growth, but was for a time helped by it, notably in the mood of expansive optimism awoken by the Great War, which gave Japan great opportunities. Markets, especially in Asia, in which she had been faced by heavy Western competition, were abandoned to her when their former exploiters found they could not meet the demands of the war in their own countries. The Allied governments ordered great quantities of munitions from Japanese factories. A world shipping shortage gave her new shipyards the work they needed. Though the boom collapsed in 1920, expansion was resumed later in the decade, and in 1929 the Japanese had an industrial base which, though it still engaged less than 1 in 5 of the population, had in 20 years seen its steel production rise almost tenfold, its textile production tripled, and its coal output doubled. Her manufacturing sector was beginning to influence other Asian countries, too. She imported iron ore from China and Malaya, coal from Manchuria. Still small though her manufacturing industry was by comparison with that of the Western powers, and though it coexisted with an enduring small-scale and artisan sector, Japan's new industrial strength was beginning to shape both domestic politics and foreign relations in the 1920s. In particular, it affected her relations with mainland Asia. A contrast to the preeminent and dynamic role of Japan was provided there by the continuing eclipse of China, potentially the greatest of Asian and world powers. The 1911 revolution had been of enormous importance, but did not by itself end this eclipse. In principle, it marked an epoch far more fundamentally than the French or Russian revolutions. It was the end of more than 2,000 years of history, during which the Confucian state had held China together, and Confucian ideals had dominated Chinese culture and society. Inseparably intertwined, Confucianism and the legal order fell together. The 1911 revolution proclaimed the shattering of the standards by which traditional China lived. On the other hand, the revolution was limited, in two ways especially. In the first place, it was destructive rather than constructive. The monarchy had held together a vast country, virtually a continent, of widely different regions. Its collapse meant that the centrifugal regionalism, which so often expressed itself in Chinese history, could again have full reign. Many of the revolutionaries were animated by a bitter envy and distrust of Peking. Local concentrations of power, secret societies, the gentry and military commanders were ready and willing to take a grip of affairs in their own regions. These tendencies were somewhat masked, while Yuan Shikai remained at the head of affairs until 1916, but then burst out. The revolutionaries were split between a group around Sun Yat-sen, called the Chinese National People's Party, or Kuomintang, KMT, and those who upheld the central government based on the parliamentary structure of Peking. Sun's support was drawn mainly from Canton businessmen and certain soldiers in the south. Against this background, warlords thrived. They were soldiers who happened to have control of substantial forces and arms, at a time when the central government was continuously weak. Between 1912 and 1928, there were some 1,300 of them. Some at times controlled important areas, and Yuan Shikai himself can be regarded as the greatest of them. Some of them carried out reforms, some were simply bandits, some had considerable status as plausible pretenders to government power. It was a little like the end of the Roman Empire, though less drawn out. Nothing took the place of the old scholar bureaucrats, and the soldiers stepped forward to fill the void. This reflected the second limitation of the revolution of 1911. It provided no basis of agreement for further progress. Sun Yat-sen had said that the solution of the national question would have to precede that of the social. But even about the shape of a nationalist future there was much disagreement, and the removal of the dynasty took away the common enemy that had delayed its emergence. Although eventually creative, the intellectual confusion marked among the revolutionaries in the first decade of the Chinese Revolution was deeply divisive and symptomatic of the huge task awaiting China's would-be renovators. From 1916, a group of cultural reformers began to gather, particularly at the University of Peking. The year before, one of them, Chen Tu-Xiu, had founded a journal called New Youth, which was the focus of the debate they ignited. Chen preached to Chinese youth, in whose hands he believed the revolution's destiny to lie, a total rejection of the old Chinese cultural tradition. Like other intellectuals who talked of Huxley and Dewey, and introduced to their bemused compatriots the works of Ibsen, Chen still thought the key lay in the West, in its Darwinian sense of struggle, its individualism and utilitarianism. It still seemed to offer a way ahead. But important though such leadership was, and enthusiastic though its disciples might be, an emphasis on a Western re-education for China was a handicap. Not only were many educated and patriotic Chinese sincerely attached to the traditional culture, but Western ideas were only sure of a ready welcome among the most untypical elements of Chinese society, the seaboard, city-dwelling merchants, and their student offspring, often educated abroad. The mass of Chinese could hardly be touched by such ideas and appeals, and the demand of other reformers for a vernacular literature was one evidence of this fact. Insofar as they were touched by nationalist feeling, the Chinese were likely to turn against the West and against the Western-inspired capitalism which, for many of them, meant one more kind of exploitation, and was the most obvious constituent of the civilization some modernizers urged them to adopt. But for the most part they were peasants, and seemed after 1911 relapsed in passivity, apparently unmoved by events, and unaware of the agitation of angry and westernized young men. They grew more miserable throughout the whole first half of this century. As the population steadily increased, nothing was done to meet the peasants' hunger for land. Instead, the number of the indebted and landless grew, their wretched lives frequently made even more intolerable by war, whether directly or through its concomitants, famine, and disease. The Chinese Revolution would only be a sure success when it could activate these people, and the cultural emphasis of the reformers sometimes masked an unwillingness to envisage the practical political steps necessary for this. China's weakness remained Japan's opportunity. A world war was the occasion to push forward again her 19th century policies. It was not only extreme nationalists who urged that the Europeans' quarrels with one another should be exploited. Japan's allies could hardly object to her seizure of the German ports in China. Even if they had done, they could do nothing about it while they needed Japanese ships and manufactures. There was always the hope, too, that the Japanese might send their own army to Europe to fight, though nothing like this happened. Instead, the Japanese finessed by arousing fears that they might make a separate peace with the Germans, and pressed ahead in China. At the beginning of 1915, the Japanese government presented to China a list of 21 demands, following them up with an ultimatum. In their entirety, they amounted to a proposal for a Japanese protectorate over China. The United Kingdom and United States did what diplomacy could do to have them reduced, but in the end the Japanese got much of what they asked for. It included further confirmation of their special commercial and leasehold rights in Manchuria. Chinese patriots were enraged, but there was nothing they could do at a moment when their internal politics were in disorder. They were so confused, indeed, that Sun Yat-sen was himself at this moment seeking Japanese support. The next intervention came in 1916, when Japanese pressure was brought to bear on the British to dissuade them from approving Yuan Shikhai's attempt to restore stability by making himself emperor. In the following year came another treaty, this time extending the recognition of Japan's special interests as far as Inner Mongolia. In August 1917, the Chinese government went to war with Germany, partly in the hope of winning goodwill and support, which would ensure her an independent voice at the peace. But only a few months later, the United States formally recognized the special interests of Japan in China, in return for the endorsement of the principle of the open door, and a promise to maintain Chinese integrity and independence. All that the Chinese had got from the Allies was the ending of German and Austrian extraterritoriality, and the concession that payment of Boxer indemnities to the Allies should be delayed. The Japanese, moreover, secured more concessions from China in secret agreements in 1917 and 1918.
Yet, when the peace came, it deeply disappointed both the great Asian powers of the future. Japan was now indisputably a world power. She had, in 1918, the third largest navy in the world.
It was true, too, that she won solid gains at the peace. She retained the former German rights in Shantung, promised to her by the British and French in 1917, was granted a mandate over many of the former German Pacific Islands, and was given a permanent seat on the Council of the League of Nations. But the gain in face implied in such recognition was offset in Japanese eyes by a failure to have a declaration in favor of racial equality written into the covenant of the League. The Chinese had much more to feel aggrieved about, for in spite of widespread sympathy over the 21 demands, notably in the United States, they were unable to obtain a reversal of the Shantung decision. Disappointed of American diplomatic support, and crippled by the divisions within their own delegation between the representatives of the Peking government and those of the Kuomintang at Canton, the Chinese refused to sign the treaty. An almost immediate consequence was a movement in China to which some commentators have given an importance as great as that of the 1911 revolution itself. This was the May 4th movement of 1919. It stemmed from a student demonstration in Peking against the peace, which had been planned for the 7th of May, the anniversary of China's acceptance of the 1915 demands, but was brought forward to anticipate action by the authorities. It escalated, though at first only into a small riot and the resignation of the head of the university. This then led to a nationwide student movement, one of the first political reflections of the widely spread establishment in China of new colleges and universities after 1911. This in turn spread to embrace others than students, and to manifest itself in strikes and a boycott of Japanese goods. A movement which had begun with intellectuals and their pupils spread to include other city dwellers, notably industrial workers and the new Chinese capitalists who had benefited from the war. It was the most important evidence yet seen of the mounting rejection of Europe by Asia. For the first time, an industrial China entered the scene. China, like Japan, had had an economic boom during the war. Though a decline in European imports to China had been partly offset by increased Japanese and American sales, Chinese entrepreneurs in the ports had found it profitable to invest in production for the home market. The first important industrial areas outside Manchuria began to appear. They belonged to progressive capitalists who sympathized with revolutionary ideas all the more when the return of peace brought renewed Western competition and evidence that China had not earned her liberation from tutelage to the foreigner. The workers, too, felt this resentment. Their jobs were threatened. Many of them were first-generation town dwellers, drawn into the new industrial areas from the countryside by the promise of employment. An uprooting from the tenacious soil of peasant tradition was even more important in China than in Europe a century before. Family and village ties were especially strong in China. The migrant to the town broke with patriarchal authority, and the reciprocal obligations of the independent producing unit, the household. This was a further great weakening of the age-old structure which had survived the revolution and still tied China to the past. New material was thus made available for new ideological deployments. The May the 4th movement first showed what could be made of such forces as these by creating the first broadly based Chinese revolutionary coalition. Progressive Western liberalism had not been enough, and there was implicit in the movement's success the disappointment of the hopes of many of the cultural reformers. Capitalist Western democracy had been shown up by the Chinese government's helplessness in the face of Japan. Now that government had another humiliation from its own subjects. The boycott and demonstration forced it to release the arrested students and dismiss its pro-Japanese ministers. But this was not the only important consequence of the May 4th movement. For all their limited political influence, reformers had, for the first time, thanks to the students, broken through into the world of social action. This aroused enormous optimism and greater popular political awareness than ever before. This is the case for saying that contemporary Chinese history begins positively in 1919 rather than 1911. Yet ultimately the explosion had come because of an Asian force, Japanese ambition. That force, not in itself a new one in China's affairs, was by 1919 operating on a China whose cultural tradition was dissolving fast. The ending of the examination system, the return of the westernized exiles, and the great literary and cultural debate of the war years had all pushed things too far for any return to the old stable state. With no effective heir to the imperial government, the era of the warlords provided no new authority to identify and sustain orthodoxy. And now even the great rival of the Confucian past, Western liberalism, was under attack because of its association with the exploiting foreigner. Western liberalism had never had mass appeal. Now its charm for intellectuals was threatened, just as another rival ideological force had appeared on the scene. The Bolshevik Revolution gave Marxism a homeland to which its adherents abroad could look for inspiration, guidance, leadership, and sometimes material support. This was a great new factor now introduced the world over into an already dissolving historical epoch, and bound to accelerate its end. Both the February 1917 revolution and the Bolshevik victory had been warmly welcomed by one of the contributors to New Youth, Li Ta-Chao, who was from 1918 librarian at Peking University. Soon he saw in Marxism the motive force of world revolution and the means to vitalize the Chinese peasantry. At that moment of disillusion with the West, Russia was very popular among Chinese students. It seemed that the successors of the Tsar had driven out the old imperialist Adam, for one of the first acts of the Soviet government had been a formal renunciation of all extraterritorial rights and jurisdictions enjoyed by the Tsarist state. In the eyes of the nationalists, Russia therefore had clean hands. Moreover, her revolution, a revolution in a great peasant society, claimed to be built upon a doctrine whose applicability to China seemed especially plausible in the wake of the industrialization provoked by the war. In 1918 there had begun to meet at Peking University a Marxist Study Society. One of its members was an assistant in the university library, Mao Zedong, and others were prominent in the May the 4th movement. By 1920 there was an outlet for Marxist ideas in one of the student magazines, which expressed the aspirations of that movement, and the first attempts had been successfully made to deploy Marxist and Leninist principles by organizing strikes in support of it. Yet Marxism opened divisions between the reformers. Chen Tu-Hsiu himself turned to it as a solution for China's problems in 1920. He threw his energies into helping to organize the emerging Chinese left around Marxism. The liberals were beginning to be left behind. The Comintern observed its opportunities and had sent its first man to China in 1919 to help Chen and Li Ta-Chao. The effects were not entirely happy. There were quarrels. Nevertheless, in circumstances still obscure, we know precisely neither names nor dates, a Chinese Communist Party was formed by delegates from different parts of China in Shanghai in 1921. Mao Zedong was among them. So began the last stage of the Chinese Revolution, and the latest twist of that curious dialectic which has run through the relations of Europe with Asia. Once more an alien Western idea, Marxism, born and shaped in a society totally unlike the traditional societies of the East, embodying a background of assumptions whose origins were rooted in Judeo-Christian culture, was taken up by an Asian people and put to their use. It was to be deployed not merely against the traditional sources of inertia in China, in the name of the Western goals of modernization, efficiency, and universal human dignity and equality, but against the source from which it too came, the European world. Communism benefited enormously in China from the fact that capitalism could reasonably be seen as the unifying, connecting principle behind foreign exploitation and aggression. In the 1920s, China's divisions were thought to justify her as of little account in international affairs, though 9 powers with Asiatic interests were got to guarantee her territorial integrity, and Japan agreed to hand back former German territories in China, which she had taken in the Great War. This was part of a complicated set of agreements made at Washington, whose core was the international limitation on naval strength. There was great uneasiness about the cost of armaments. These, in the end, left Japan relatively stronger. The 4 major powers guaranteed one another's possessions, too, and this provided a decent burial for the Anglo-Japanese alliance, whose ending had long been sought by the Americans. But the guarantee to China, everyone knew, was worth no more than the preparedness of the Americans to fight to support it. The British had been obliged by the treaties not to build a naval base at Hong Kong. Meanwhile, foreigners continued to administer the customs and tax revenues on which the Peking government of an independent China depended, and foreign agents and businessmen dealt directly with the warlords when it suited them. Though American policy had further weakened the European position in Asia, this was not apparent in China. This is one reason why Marxism's appeal to intellectuals went far beyond the boundaries of the formal structure of the Chinese Communist Party. Sun Yat-sen stressed his doctrinal disagreement with it, but adopted views which helped to carry the KMT away from conventional liberalism and in the direction of Marxism. In his view of the world, Russia, Germany, and Asia had a common interest as exploited powers against their oppressors and enemies. The four imperialist powers, Germany was well regarded after she'd undertaken in 1921 to place her relations with China on a completely equal footing. He coined a new expression, hypo-colony, for the state of affairs in which China was exploited without formal subordination as a dependency. His conclusion was collectivist. "On no account must we give more liberty to the individual," he wrote. "Let us secure liberty instead for the nation." This was to give new endorsement to the undervaluing of the ideal of individual liberty, which had always been present in the classical Chinese outlook and tradition. The claims of family, clan, and state on the individual had always been paramount, and Sun Yat-sen envisaged a period of one-party rule in order to make possible mass indoctrination to reconfirm an attitude which had been in danger of corruption by Western ideas. There was apparent, then, no grave obstacle to the cooperation of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, and KMT. The behavior of the Western powers and of the warlords provided common enemies, and the Russian government helped to bring them together. Cooperation with the anti-imperialist power with which China had her longest land frontier seemed at least prudent and potentially very advantageous. The policy of the Comintern, for its part, favored cooperation with the KMT in the interests of safeguarding Russian interests in Mongolia and constituting some kind of barrier to Japan. Russia had been left out of the Washington conferences, though no power had greater territorial interest in the Far East. For her, cooperation with the likely winners in China was an obvious course, even if Marxist doctrine had not also fitted such a policy. From 1924 onwards, the CCP was working with the KMT under Russian patronage, in spite of some doubts among Chinese communists. As individuals, though not as a party, they could belong to the KMT. Sun Yat-sen's able young soldier, Chiang Kai-shek, was sent to Moscow for training, and a military academy was founded in China to provide ideological as well as military instruction. In 1925, Sun Yat-sen died. He had made communist cooperation with his followers easier, and the United Front still endured. Sun Yat-sen's will, which Chinese schoolchildren learnt by heart, had said that the revolution was not yet complete, and while the communists in certain provinces made important advances in winning peasant support for the revolution, the new revolutionary army led by idealistic young officers made headway against the warlords. By 1927, something of a semblance of unity had been restored to the country under the leadership of the KMT. Anti-imperialist feeling resulted in a successful boycott of British goods, which led the British government, alarmed by the evidence of growing Russian influence in China, to surrender its concessions at Hankow and Qiuqiang. It had already promised to return Wei Haiwei to China, 1922, and the United States had renounced its share of the Boxer indemnity. Such successes added to signs that China was on the move at last. One important aspect of this revolution long went unremarked. Theoretical Marxism stressed the indispensable revolutionary role of the industrial proletariat. The Chinese communists were proud of the progress they had made in politicizing the new urban workers, but the mass of Chinese were peasants, still trapped in the Malthusian vice of rising numbers and land shortage. Their centuries of suffering were, if anything, intensified by the breakdown of central authority in the warlord years. Some Chinese communists saw in the peasants a revolutionary potential which, if not easy to reconcile with contemporary Marxist orthodoxy, as retailed by the Moscow theorists, nonetheless embodied Chinese reality. One of them was Mao Zedong. He and those who agreed with him turned their attention away from the cities to the countryside in the early 1920s, and began an unprecedented effort to win over the rural masses to communism. Paradoxically, Mao seems to have continued to cooperate with the Kuomintang longer than other Chinese communists, just because it was more sympathetic to the organization of the peasants than was his own party. A great success followed. It was especially marked in Hunan, but altogether some 10 million or so peasants and their families were by 1927 organized by the communists. In a few months, wrote Mao, the peasants have accomplished what Dr. Sun Yat-sen wanted but failed to accomplish in the 40 years he devoted to the national revolution. Organization made possible the removal of many of the ills which beset the peasants. Landlords were not dispossessed, but their rents were often reduced. Usurious rates of interest were brought down to reasonable levels. Rural revolution had eluded all previous progressive movements in China, and was stigmatized by Mao as the failure of the 1911 revolution. The communist success in reaching this goal was based on the discovery that it could be brought about by using the revolutionary potential of the peasants themselves. This had enormous significance for the future, for it implied new possibilities of historical development through Asia. Mao grasped this and revalued urban revolution accordingly. If we allot 10 points to the democratic revolution, he wrote, then the achievements of the urban dwellers and the military units rate only 3 points, while the remaining 7 points should go to the peasants in their rural revolution. In an image twice repeated in a report on the Hunan movement, he compared the peasants to an elemental force. The attack is just like a tempest or hurricane. Those who submit to it survive. Those who resist perish. Even the image is significant. Here was something rooted deeply in Chinese tradition, and the long struggle against landlords and bandits. If the communists tried hard to set tradition aside by eradicating superstition and breaking family authority, they nevertheless drew upon it, too. Communism's rural lodgment was the key to its survival in the crisis which overtook its relations with the KMT after Sun Yat-sen's death. Sun's removal permitted a rift to open in the KMT between a left and a right wing. The young Chiang, who had been seen as a progressive, now emerged as the military representative of the right, which reflected mainly the interests of capitalists and, indirectly, landlords. Differences within the KMT over strategy were resolved when Chiang, confident of his control of his troops, committed them to destroying the left factions and the Communist Party's organization in the cities. This was accomplished with much bloodshed in Shanghai and Nanking in 1927, under the eyes of contingents of European and American soldiers who had been sent to China to protect the concessions. The CCP was proscribed, but this was not quite the end of its cooperation with the KMT, which continued in a few areas for some months, largely because of Russian unwillingness to break with Chiang. Russian direction had already helped towards the destruction of the city communists. The Comintern in China, as elsewhere, myopically pursued what were believed to be Russian interests, refracted through the mirror of dogmatic Marxism. These interests were, for Stalin, in the first place, domestic. In external affairs, he wanted someone in China who could stand up to the British, the greatest imperialist power, and the KMT seemed the best bet for that. Theory fitted these choices. The bourgeois revolution had to precede the proletarian, according to Marxist orthodoxy. Only after the triumph of the KMT was clear did the Russians withdraw their advisers from the CCP, which gave up open politics to become a subversive underground organization. Chinese nationalism had in fact done well out of Russian help, even if the CCP had not. Nevertheless, the KMT was left with grave problems and a civil war on its hands, at a time when the revolution needed to satisfy mass demands if it was to survive. The split within the revolution was in fact a setback, making it impossible to dispose finally of the warlord problem, and, more serious, weakening the anti-foreign front, above all against Japan, whose pressure had continued in the 1920s, after the temporary setback of handing back Kiao Chu. Its domestic background was changing in an important way. When the wartime economic boom finally ended in 1920, hard times and growing social strains followed. At the end of the decade came the onset of the World Economic Depression. By 1931, half Japan's factories were idle. A shattering effect on the Japanese economy had been produced by the collapse of European colonial markets. Exports of manufactures went down by 2/3, and the importance of Japan's outlets on the Asian mainland was now crucial. Anything that seemed to threaten them provoked intense irritation. Above all, the position of the Japanese peasant deteriorated, millions being ruined or selling their daughters into prostitution in order to survive. Grave political consequences were soon manifest, though, unlike the European response, less in the intensification of class conflict than in the provocation of nationalist extremism. The forces which were to pour into this had for a long time been absorbed in the struggle against the unequal treaties. With those out of the way, a new outlet was needed, though anti-Western feeling continued, and the harsh operation of industrial capitalism in times of depression provided it with fresh fuel. There was a traditional and obvious one in Asian expansion. The circumstances seemed propitious. The Western colonial powers were clearly on the defensive, if not in full retreat. The Dutch faced rebellions in Java and Sumatra in the 1920s. The French, a Vietnamese revolt in 1930. In both places there was the sinister novelty of communist help to nationalist rebels. The British were not in quite such difficulties in India. Yet, though some Englishmen were not yet reconciled to the idea that India must move towards self-government, it was the proclaimed aim of British policy. In China, the British had already shown in the 1920s that they wanted only a quiet accommodation with a nationalist movement they found hard to assess, and not too grave a loss of face. Their Far Eastern policies looked even feebler after economic collapse, which also knocked the stuffing out of American opposition to Japan. Finally, Russian power, too, seemed in eclipse after its attempt to influence events in China. Chinese nationalism, on the contrary, had won notable successes, showed no sign of retreat, and was considered to be beginning to threaten the long-established Japanese presence in Manchuria. All these factors were present in the calculations made by Japanese statesmen as the Depression deepened. Manchuria was the crucial theatre. The Japanese presence there went back to 1905. Heavy investment had followed. At first the Chinese acquiesced, but in the 1920s began to question it, with support from the Russians, who foresaw danger from the Japanese pushing their influence towards Inner Mongolia. In 1929, the Chinese, in fact, came into conflict with the Russians over control of the railway, which ran across Manchuria, and was the most direct route to Vladivostok. But this can only have impressed the Japanese with the new vigor of Chinese power. The nationalist KMT was reasserting itself in the territories of the old empire. There had been armed conflict in 1928 when the Japanese had tried to prevent KMT soldiers from operating against warlords in North China, whom they found it convenient to patronize. Finally, the Japanese government was by no means unambiguously in control on the spot. Effective power rested in Manchuria with the commanders of the Japanese forces there, and when in 1931 they organized an incident near Mukden, which they used as an excuse for taking over the whole province, those in Tokyo who wished to restrain them could not do so. There followed the setting up of a new puppet state. Manchukuo, ruled by the last Manchu emperor, an outcry at the League of Nations against Japanese aggression, assassinations in Tokyo, the establishment there of a government much more under military influence, and the expansion of the quarrel with China. In 1932, the Japanese replied to a Chinese boycott of their goods by landing at Shanghai. In the following year, they came south across the Great Wall to impose a peace which left Japan dominating a part of historic China itself, and trying unsuccessfully to organize a secessionist North China. There matters stood until 1937, when they opened the China Incident, and with it the first campaigns of the Second World War. The KMT government thus proved unable, after all, to resist imperialist aggression. Yet from its new capital, Nanking, it appeared to control successfully all save a few border areas. It continued to whittle away at the treaties of inferiority, and was helped by the fact that as the Western powers saw in it a means of opposing communism in Asia, they began to show themselves somewhat more accommodating. These achievements, considerable though they were, nonetheless masked important weaknesses which compromised the KMT's domestic success. The crux was that, though the political revolution might have continued, the social revolution had come to a stop. Intellectuals withdrew their moral support from a regime which had not provided reforms, of which a need to do something about land was the most pressing. The peasants had never given the KMT their allegiance, as some of them had given it to the communists. Unfortunately for the regime, Chiang fell back more and more at this juncture upon direct government through his officers, and showed himself more and more conservative at a time when the traditional culture had decayed beyond repair. The regime was tainted with corruption in the public finances, often at the highest level. The foundations of the new China were therefore insecure, and there was once more a rival waiting in the wings. The central leadership of the CCP for some time continued to hope for urban insurrection. In the provinces, nonetheless, individual communist leaders continued to work along the lines indicated by Mao in Hunan. They dispossessed absentee landlords and organized local soviets, a shrewd appreciation of the value of the traditional peasant hostility to central government. By 1930 they'd done better than this, by organizing an army in Jiangxi, where a Chinese Soviet republic ruled 50 million people, or claimed to. In 1932 the CCP leadership abandoned Shanghai to join Mao in this sanctuary. KMT efforts were directed towards destroying this army, but always without success. This meant fighting on a second front at a time when Japanese pressure was strongest. The last great KMT effort had a partial success, it is true, for it drove the communists out of their sanctuary, thus forcing on them the Long March to Shenxi, which began in 1934, the epic of the Chinese Revolution, and an inspiration ever since. Once there, the 7,000 survivors found local communist support, but were still hardly safe. Only the demands of resistance to the Japanese prevented the KMT from doing more to harass them. Consciousness of the external danger explains why there were tentative essays in cooperation between CCP and KMT, again, in the later 1930s. They owed something, too, to another change in the policies of the Comintern. It was an era of popular fronts, elsewhere, which allied communists with other parties. The KMT was also obliged to mute its anti-Western line, and thus wanted a certain amount of easy sympathy in England, and above all the United States. But neither the cooperation of communists nor the sympathies of Western liberals could prevent the nationalist regime from being forced on the defensive when the Japanese launched their attack in 1937. This was the opening of 8 years' fighting, which did enormous social and physical damage to China. At the end of 1937, the government removed itself, for safety's sake, to Chongqing in the far west. There it watched the Japanese occupy all the important northern and coastal areas. League condemnation of Japan and Russian deliveries of aircraft seemed equally unable to stem the onslaught. The only bonus in the first black years was an unprecedented degree of patriotic unity in China. Communists and nationalists alike saw that the national revolution was at stake. This was the view of the Japanese, too. Significantly, in the area they occupied, they encouraged the re-establishment of Confucianism. Meanwhile, the Western powers felt deplorably unable to intervene. Their protests, even on behalf of their own citizens, were brushed aside by the Japanese, who by 1939 made it clear that they were prepared to blockade the foreign settlements if recognition of the Japanese new order in Asia was not forthcoming. For British and French weakness there was an obvious explanation. They had troubles enough elsewhere. American ineffectiveness had deeper roots. It went back to a long-established fact that however the United States might talk about mainland Asia, Americans would not fight for it, perhaps wisely. When the Japanese bombed and sank an American gunboat near Nanking, the State Department huffed and puffed, but eventually swallowed Japanese explanations. It was all very different from what had happened to the USS Maine in Havana Harbor 40 years before, though the Americans did send supplies to Chiang Kai-shek. By 1941, China was all but cut off from the outside world. At the end of that year, her struggle would at last be merged with a world war. But by then, much damage had been done to her. In the long duel between the potential Asian rivals, Japan was so far clearly the winner. On the debit side of Japan's account had to be placed the economic cost of the struggle to her, and the increasing difficulty experienced by her occupying forces in China. On the other hand, her international position had never seemed stronger. She showed it by humiliating Western residents in China, and by forcing the British in 1940 to close the Burma Road by which supplies reached China, and the French to admit an occupying army to Indochina. Here was a temptation to further adventure, and it was not likely to be resisted while the prestige of the military and their power in government remained as high as it had been since the mid-1930s. Yet there was also a negative side to this. Aggression made it more and more imperative to seize the economic resources of Southeast Asia and Indonesia. Yet it also slowly prepared the Americans, psychologically, for armed defense of their interests. It was clear by 1941 that the United States would, before long, have to decide whether it was to be an Asian power at all, and what that might mean. In the background of all this, too, lay one of the most important effects of all. For all her aggression against China, it was with the window-dressing slogan of Asia for the Asians that Japan advanced on the crumbling Western position in Asia. Just as her defeat of Russia in 1905 marked an epoch in the psychological relations of Europe and Asia, so did the independence and power which Japan showed in 1938-41. When followed by conquest of the European empires, as it was to be, it would signal the beginning of the era of decolonization. This was to be fittingly inaugurated by the one Asian power at that time, successful in its westernization. 4. The Ottoman heritage and the Western Islamic lands. During the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire all but disappeared in Europe and Africa. The basic causes were the same in each place: the disintegrating effect of nationalism and the predatory interest of European powers. The Serbian Revolt of 1804 and Muhammad Ali's establishment of himself as the governor of Egypt in 1805 together opened the final, though drawn-out era of Turkish decline. In Europe, the next step was the Greek Revolt. From that time, the story of the Ottoman Empire in Europe can be told in the dates of the establishment of new nations, until in 1914 Turkey was left with only eastern Thrace. In Islamic Africa, the decline of Ottoman power had by then gone even further, but since much of North Africa was virtually independent of the Porte early in the 19th century, nationalism was usually directed more against Europeans than against the Ottomans. It was also a culturally revolutionary force. Islam had not been so stimulated by new ideas and forms since the 7th century, and the story again begins with Muhammad Ali. Though he himself never went further west than his birthplace, Kavala, he admired European civilization and thought Egypt could learn from it. He imported technical instructors, employed foreign consuls in the direction of health and sanitation measures, printed translations of European books and papers on technical subjects, and sent boys to study in France and England. Yet he was working against the grain. His practical achievements disappointed him, though he opened Egypt to European influence as never before. Most of this influence was French, and flowed through educational and technical institutions. This in part reflected an old French interest in the trade and affairs of the Ottoman Empire, which was also marked linguistically. French was the second language of educated Egyptians. Soon there grew up a large French community in Alexandria, one of the great cosmopolitan cities of the Mediterranean. Few modernizing statesmen in the non-European world have been able to confine their borrowings from the West to technical knowledge. Some young Egyptians began to pick up political ideas. There were plenty of them available in French too. A compost was forming, which would in the end help to transform Europe's relations with Egypt. Egyptians would draw the same lesson as Indians, Japanese, and Chinese. The European disease had to be caught in order to generate the necessary antibodies against it. Modernization and nationalism became inextricably intertwined. Here lay the origin of a curious weakness in Middle Eastern nationalism. It was long to be the creed of an advanced elite, cut off from a society whose masses lived in an Islamic culture, still largely uncorroded by Western ideas. Paradoxically, the nationalists were usually the most Europeanized members of Egyptian, Syrian, and Lebanese societies, and this was true until well into the 20th century. Another landmark was the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. This did more, though indirectly, than any other single fact to doom Egypt to intervention, and therefore increasing irritation by the foreigner. Yet the canal was not the immediate cause of the first intervention of Europeans in Egypt's government since 1798. It came about because of the actions of Ismail, the first ruler of Egypt to obtain from the Sultan the title of Khedive. He had been educated in France, liked Frenchmen and up-to-date ideas, and travelled much in Europe. He was very extravagant. Fortunately, when he became ruler in 1863, the price of cotton, Egypt's main export, was high because of the American Civil War. Ismail's financial prospects therefore looked good. Unhappily, his financial management was less than orthodox. The results were to be seen in the rise in the Egyptian national debt. £7 million at Ismail's accession, it stood at nearly £100 million 13 years later. The interest charges amounted to £5 million a year, in an age when such sums still mattered. In 1876, the Egyptian government was bankrupt and ceased to pay its debts. The outcome was the management of Egypt by foreigners. 2 controllers, one British, one French, were installed to make sure that Egypt was governed by Ismail's son, with the priority of keeping up revenue and paying off the debt. They were soon blamed by nationalists for the huge burdens of taxation laid upon the Egyptian poor, in order to provide the revenue to pay interest on Ismail's loans. They were also, correctly, blamed for economies, such as the reduction of official salaries. The European financial officials who worked in the name of the Khedive were, in the nationalists' eyes, the agents of foreign imperialism. There was growing resentment of the privileged legal position of the many foreigners in Egypt, and their special courts. These grievances led to the formation of nationalist political groups, and eventually to revolution. As well as the westernizing xenophobes, there were a few who began to urge the reform of Islam, the unity of the Muslim world, and a pan-Islamic movement adapted to modern life. Some took a more local view, antagonized by the preponderance of Turks in the Khedive's entourage. But such divisions mattered less than British intervention in frustrating a revolution in 1882. That intervention took place not for financial reasons, but because British policy, even under a liberal Prime Minister who favoured nationalism in other parts of the Ottoman Empire, could not accept the danger that the security of the canal route to India might be jeopardized by an unfriendly government at Cairo. It was unthinkable at the time, but British soldiers were to remain in the canal zone until 1955. After 1882, the British became the prime targets of nationalist hatred in Egypt. They were soon bogged down there, too. Though they asserted that they wanted to withdraw as soon as a dependable government was available, they could not do so, for none acceptable to them was conceivable. Instead, British administrators took more and more of a share in the government of Egypt. This was not wholly regrettable inasmuch as they reduced the debt and mounted irrigation schemes which made it possible to feed a growing population. It doubled to about 12 million between 1880 and 1914. But they antagonized Egyptians by keeping them out of government service, by maintaining high taxes, and by being in their country at all. After 1900 there was growing unrest and violence. The British and the puppet Egyptian government proceeded firmly against agitation, but also sought a way out through reform. At first administrative, this led in 1913 to a new constitution, providing for much more representative elections to a more powerful legislative assembly. Unfortunately, the assembly could only meet for a few months before it was suspended at the outbreak of war. The Egyptian government was pushed into war with Turkey, a Khedive suspected of anti-British plotting was replaced, and at the end of the year the British proclaimed a protectorate. The Khedive now took the title of Sultan. By then, the Ottoman government had also lost Tripolitania to the Italians, who attacked that dependency in 1911, partly because of another manifestation of reforming nationalism in Turkey itself. In 1907, a successful rebellion had been started there by the Young Turk movement, which had a complicated history but a simple purpose. As one of the Young Turks once put it, "We follow the path traced by Europe, even in our refusal to accept foreign intervention." The first part of this meant that they sought constitutional and liberal government. They wished to end the despotic rule of Abdul Hamid and restore a liberal constitution granted in 1876 and subsequently withdrawn. But they wanted this less for its own sake than because they thought it would revive and reform the empire, making possible the modernization which would arrest the process of decay. Both this program and the Young Turks' methods of conspiracy owed much to Europe. They used, for example, Masonic lodges as cover, and organized secret societies such as those which had flourished among European liberals in the days of the Holy Alliance. But they much resented the increasing interference in the internal affairs of the empire by Europeans, notably in the management of finance, for, as in Egypt, the securing of interest on money, lent for internal development, had been followed by loss of independence. European bullying had also resulted, they felt, in the Ottoman government's long and humiliating retreat in the Danube Valley and the Balkans. After a series of mutinies and revolts, the Sultan gave way in 1908 over the constitution. Liberals abroad smiled on constitutional Turkey. It seemed that misrule was at last to end, but an attempted counter-revolution led to a Young Turk coup, which deposed Abdul Hamid and installed a virtual dictatorship. From 1909 to 1914, the revolutionaries ruled with increasingly dictatorial means from behind the facade of constitutional monarchy. When we look back at them, the Young Turks seem more comprehensible than they were at the time. Essentially, they faced problems faced later by many modernizers in non-European countries, and their violent methods have been emulated by many, since from necessity, or imagined necessity, they threw themselves into reform of every branch of government, importing many European advisers. But they took power in the middle of a shattering succession of humiliations in foreign affairs, which weakened their appeal and led them to rely on force. After annexation of Bosnia, the ruler of Bulgaria won an acknowledgment of Bulgarian independence, and the Cretans announced their union with Greece. After a brief pause, then came the Italian attack on Tripoli, then the Balkan Wars. Under such strain, it was soon apparent that the harmony among the peoples of a reformed empire on which liberalism had relied was a chimera. Religion, language, social custom, nationality still fragmented even what was left of the empire. The Young Turks were driven back more and more upon the assertion of one nationalism among many, that of the Ottomans. This, of course, led to resentment among other peoples. The result was once more massacre, tyranny, and assassination, the time-honored instruments of rule at the port. From 1913 they were deployed by a triumvirate of Young Turks, who ruled as a collective dictatorship until the outbreak of the war. Though they had disappointed many of their admirers, these men had the future on their side. They represented the ideas which would one day remake the Ottoman heritage, nationalism and modernization. They had even, willy-nilly, done something towards this by losing most of the little that was left of the Ottoman Empire in Europe, thus releasing themselves from a burden. But their heritage was still too encumbering in 1914. Before them lay no better alternative as a vehicle for reform than nationalism. How little pan-Islamic ideas would mean was to be shown by what happened after 1914 in the largest remaining block of Ottoman territory, the largely Muslim provinces of Asia. In 1914, these covered a large and strategically very important area. From the Caucasus, the frontiers with Persia ran down to the Gulf, near Basra, at the mouth of the Tigris. On the southern shore of the Gulf, Turkish rule ran around Kuwait, and then back to the coast as far south as Qatar. From here, the coasts of Arabia, right round to the entrance of the Red Sea, were in one way or another under British influence, but the whole interior and Red Sea coast were Ottoman. Under British pressure, the Sinai Desert had been surrendered to Egypt a few years before, but the ancient lands of Palestine, Syria, and Mesopotamia were still all Turkish. This was the heartland of historical Islam, and the Sultan was still Caliph, its spiritual leader. Yet this heritage, too, was to crumble as the strategy and politics of world war played upon it, bringing about in the end a revolutionary disruption as complete as that which had destroyed Ottoman Europe. In some of these lands, too, there had been signs before 1914 that nationalist forces were at work. In part, this was a matter of the old-established European cultural influences which operated in Syria and the Lebanon much more strongly than in Egypt. French influence was predominant, but it had been joined by American missionary efforts, which led to the foundation of schools and college, to which there came Arab boys, both Muslim and Christian, from all over the Arab world. The Levant was culturally advanced, and there was wide literacy. On the eve of the World War, over 100 Arabic newspapers were published in the Ottoman Empire outside Egypt. An important crystallization of Arab nationalism occurred with the triumph of the Young Turks and their Ottomanizing tendencies. Secret societies and open groups of dissidents were formed among Arab exiles, notably in Paris and Cairo. In the background was another uncertain factor: the rulers of the Arabian Peninsula, whose allegiance to the Sultan was shaky. The most important of them was Hussein, Sharif of Mecca, in whom by 1914 the Turkish government had no confidence. There had also been the ominous sign of a meeting of Arabs in 1913 in Persia to consider the independence of Iraq. Against this, the Turks could really only hope for benefit from the divisiveness of the different interests represented among the Arabs. Finally, although it was in no sense an immediate danger, the latest converts to the religion of nationalism were the Jews. Their history had taken a new turn when, in 1897, there appeared a Zionist Congress whose aim was the securing of a national home in Palestine. Thus, in the long history of Jewry, assimilation, barely achieved in many European countries, was now replaced as an ideal by territorial nationalism. Jewish immigration to Palestine had begun, though still on a small scale. The unrolling of the war was to change its significance. Curious parallels existed between the Ottoman and Habsburg empires in 1914. Both sought war, seeing it in part as a solution to their problems. Yet both were likely to suffer from war, because too many people inside and outside their borders saw in it an opportunity to score at their expense. In the end, too, both were destroyed by it. Perhaps at the outset only Russia was obviously presented with an opportunity by Turkey's entry into the war. For her, there appeared the chance of at last gaining the great prize of Constantinople. The long opposition of the British and French to this evaporated. The French, in any case, had their own fish to fry in the Middle Eastern pan. Though their irritation over the British presence in Egypt had subsided somewhat with the making of the Entente and a free hand for France in Morocco, there was a tradition of a special French presence in the Levant. The evocations of St. Louis and the Crusaders, with which some French Middle Eastern enthusiasts made play, did not have to be taken seriously, but it was undeniable that the French had for 100 years exercised a special protection of Catholicism in the Ottoman Empire, and this was important in Syria, to which a French army had gone in the 1860s. There was also the cultural predominance evinced by the wide use of the French language by educated men in the Levant, and much French capital invested there. These were not forces which could be overlooked. Nevertheless, in 1914, the main antagonists of Turkey outside Europe were likely to be Russia in the Caucasus and Great Britain at Suez. The defence of the canal was still the foundation of British strategic thinking in the area. In the event, it soon became clear that no great danger from the Turk threatened it. Early in 1915, when an attempt to force the Dardanelles by combined naval and land operations began, policy towards Turkey could take into account other possibilities. Two events had by then taken place, which announced the appearance of the new factors which would in the end turn the Middle and Near East upside down. At the end of 1914, an Indian-British army landed at Basra to safeguard oil supplies from Persia. This was the beginning of the interplay of oil and politics in the historical destiny of this area, though it was not to show itself very prominently until well after the Ottoman Empire had ceased to exist. An approach which the British governor of Egypt made to Hussein of Mecca in October 1914, on the other hand, bore fruit very quickly. This was the start of the use of the weapon of Arab nationalism beyond Egypt. The attraction of striking a blow against Germany's ally became all the greater as fighting went on bloodily but indecisively in Europe. This was one of the reasons for the Dardanelles expedition. Thus, Europe's civil war once more set in train forces one day to be turned against her. But there was a limit to what could be offered for Arab allies. Terms were not agreed with Hussein until the beginning of 1916. He had demanded independence for all the Arab lands south of a line running along the 37th degree of latitude. This was about 80 miles north of a line from Aleppo to Mosul, and included, in effect, the whole of the Ottoman Empire outside the borders of Kurdistan. It was much more than the British could take at the gallop. The French had to be consulted too, because of their special interest in Syria. When an agreement was made between the British and French on spheres of influence in a partitioned Ottoman Empire, it left many questions still unsettled for the future, including the status of Iraq. The future of such undertakings was soon in doubt. The Arab revolt began in June 1916 with an attack on the Turkish garrison of Medina. The rising was never to be more than a distraction, but it became a legend and prospered. Soon the British felt they must take the Arabs more seriously. Hussein was recognized as king of the Hejaz. Their own troops pressed forwards in 1917 into Palestine, taking Jerusalem. In 1918 they were to enter Damascus together with the Arabs. Before this, though, two other events had further complicated the situation. One was the American entry into the war. In a statement of American war aims, President Wilson said he favored an absolute unmolested opportunity of development for the non-Turks of the Ottoman Empire. The other was the Bolshevik publication of their predecessors' secret diplomacy. This revealed Anglo-French proposals for spheres of influence in the Middle East. One part of this agreement had been that Palestine should be administered internationally, and a further irritant was added when British policy was declared to be in favour of the establishment of a national home in Palestine for the Jewish people. The Balfour Declaration, which said this, can be accounted the greatest success of Zionism down to this time. It was not necessarily incompatible with what had been said to the Arabs, and President Wilson had joined in the good work by introducing to it qualifications to protect those who were not Jews. But it is almost inconceivable that it could have operated unchallenged, even had not yet further British and French expressions of goodwill towards Arab aspirations followed in 1918. The result was a thoroughly confused situation on the morrow of Turkish defeat. Hussein was at that moment recognized as king of the Arab peoples by Great Britain, but this did little for him. It was outside forces, primarily British and French, but soon the League of Nations too, which, rather than Arab nationalism, were to lay out the main lines of the map of the modern Arab world, and it was not until the 1930s that they were complete. There was a confused decade in which the British and French became embroiled with the Arabs, whom they had themselves conjured onto the stage of world politics, while the Arab leaders quarrelled among themselves. Islamic unity had now once more disappeared, but mercifully so had the Russian threat, even if only briefly. So only two great powers were involved in the Middle East. The British and French distrusted one another, but could agree roughly on the basis that if the British had their way in Iraq, the French could have theirs in Syria. This was legitimized subsequently by the League of Nations awarding 3 mandates to them for Arab lands. Palestine, Transjordan and Iraq went to the British, and Syria to the French, who governed high-handedly from the start, having to install themselves by force after a national congress had asked for independence or a British or American mandate. They evicted the king the Arabs had chosen, Hussein's son. Subsequently, they had to face a full-scale insurrection. The French were still holding their own, by force, in the 1930s, though there were by then signs that they would concede some power to the nationalists. Unfortunately, the Syrian situation soon also showed the dangers of nationalism in the Near East, when the Kurdish people of North Syria revolted against the prospect of submergence in an Arab state. The Arabian Peninsula was meanwhile racked by a struggle between Hussein and yet another king with whom the British had negotiated a treaty. His followers, to make things more difficult still, were Wahhabi Muslims, members of a puritanical sect who added religious to dynastic and tribal conflict. Hussein was displaced, and the new kingdom of Saudi Arabia emerged in 1932 in the place of the Hejaz. From this flowed other problems, for sons of Hussein were by this time kings of Iraq and Transjordan. After heavy fighting had shown the difficulties ahead, the British had moved as fast as they dared towards the ending of the mandate over Iraq, seeking only to secure British strategic interests. This was done by preserving a military and air force presence. In 1932, accordingly, Iraq entered the League as an independent and fully sovereign state. Earlier, Transjordan had been recognized as independent by the British in 1928, again with some retention of military and financial powers. Palestine was the most difficult problem. From 1921 onwards, when there were anti-Jewish riots by Arabs alarmed over Jewish immigration and Jewish acquisition of Arab land, that unhappy country was never to be long at peace. More was at stake than merely religious or national feeling. Jewish immigration was bound to mean the eruption of a new westernizing and modernizing force, its operation changing economic relationships and imposing new demands on a traditional society. The British mandatory power was caught between the outcry of the Arabs if it did not restrict Jewish immigration, and the outcry of Jews if it did. Furthermore, Arab governments now had to be taken into account, and they occupied lands economically and strategically important to British security. World opinion was becoming involved too. The question became more inflamed than ever when there came to power in Germany in 1933 a regime which persecuted the Jews and began to take away the legal and social gains they had been making since the French Revolution. By 1937 there were pitched battles between Jews and Arabs in Palestine, and a British army was engaged in containing an Arab insurrection. The collapse of the paramount power in the Arab lands had at many times in the past been followed by a period of disorder. What was unclear this time was whether this would be followed, as earlier periods of anarchy had eventually been, by the establishment of a new imperial hegemony. The British at least did not want that role. After a brief spell of imperial intoxication in the aftermath of victory, they desired only to secure their own fundamental interests in the area, the protection of the Suez Canal, and the swelling flow of oil from Iraq and Iran. Between 1918 and 1934, a great pipeline had been built from northern Iraq across Transjordania and Palestine to Haifa, thus giving yet another new twist to the future of these territories. The consumption of oil in Europe was not yet so large that there was any general dependence on this supply at this time, nor had the great discoveries been made which would again change the political position in the 1950s. But a new factor was making itself felt. The Royal Navy had turned over to oil for its ships. The British believed Suez to be secured best by a force in Egypt, but this caused increasing trouble. The war had brought a great growth of national feeling. Armies of occupation are never popular. When wartime sent up prices, the foreigner was blamed. Some of the Egyptian nationalist leaders had attempted in 1919 to put their case to the Paris Peace Conference, but were prevented from doing so. There followed a rising against the British, which was quickly put down. But the British were on the retreat in Egypt too. The Protectorate was ended in 1922 in the hope of getting ahead of nationalist feeling. Yet the new Kingdom of Egypt had an electoral system which returned nationalist majority after nationalist majority, thus making it impossible for an Egyptian government to come to terms which any British government would find acceptable. The result was a prolonged constitutional crisis and intermittent disorder, until in 1936 the British finally agreed to be content with the right to garrison the Canal Zone for a limited number of years. An end was also announced to the jurisdictional privileges of foreigners. The British concession was part of a general imperial withdrawal, which can be detected elsewhere after 1918. It was also a reflection of an overstretching of power and resources, as British foreign policy began to be preoccupied by other challenges. Such changes in the world relationships of individual powers were important external influences on post-Ottoman developments in Islamic lands. Another novel, but less important one, was communism. During the whole of the years between the wars, Russian radio broadcasting to the Arab countries supported the work of the first Arab communists. But for all the worry this caused, communism showed no sign of being able to displace the strongest revolutionary influence of the area, that of Arab nationalism, whose focus came, by 1938, to be Palestine. In that year a great congress was held in Syria to support the Arab cause there. Arab resentment of the brutality of the French in Syria was beginning to be evident too, as well as an Arab response to the outcry of the Egyptian nationalists against the British. In pan-Arab feeling lay a force which might override in the end the divisions of the Hashemite kingdoms. Allied agreements during the war also complicated the history of the Ottoman homeland. The British, French, Greeks, and Italians had all agreed on their shares of the booty in Turkey. The only simplification brought by the war had been the elimination of the Russian claim to Constantinople and the Straits. Faced with Greek and Italian invasion, the Sultan signed a ludicrously humiliating peace. Greece was given large concessions, Armenia was to be an independent state, while what was left of Turkey was divided into British, French, and Italian spheres of influence. This was the most blatant imperialism. As if to make the point, European financial control was re-established, together with the humiliating capitulations. The result was a resistance movement, and thereafter the first successful revision of any part of the peace settlement. It was largely the work of one man, a former young Turk, and an outstanding soldier, Mustafa Kemal, who drove out French and Greeks in turn after frightening away the Italians. With Bolshevik help he crushed the Armenians. The British decided to negotiate, and so a second treaty was made in 1923. It was a triumph of nationalism over the decisions at Paris, and it was the only part of the peace settlement which was negotiated between equals and not imposed on the defeated. It was also the only one in which Russian negotiators took part, and it lasted better than any of the other peace treaties. The capitulations and financial control disappeared. Turkey gave up her claims to the Arab lands and the islands of the Aegean, Cyprus, Rhodes, and the Dodecanese. A big exchange of Greek and Turkish populations followed, and the hatred of these peoples for one another received fresh reinforcement. So, the Ottoman Empire outside Turkey was wound up after 6 centuries, and a new republic began its existence in 1923 as a national state under a dictator who proved rapidly to be one of the most effective of modernizers. Appropriately, the Caliphate followed the empire, being abolished in 1924. In one obvious way, this was the end of the Ottoman story. In another, it was not. By 1918, the Anatolian Turks were, for the first time in 5 or 6 centuries, the majority people of the empire, and what began in 1923 was another chapter of the story of that people, now turned away from Islam and towards the goal of national modernization by a modernizing autocracy. Kemal, as he tended to call himself, the name meant perfection, was something of an enlightened despot, something of a Peter the Great, though he was not interested in territorial expansion after the successful revision of the dictated peace. The law was secularized, on the model of the Napoleonic Code, the Muslim calendar abandoned, and in 1928 the constitution was amended to remove the statement that Turkey was an Islamic state. Polygamy was forbidden. In 1935, the weekly day of rest, formerly Friday, the Islamic holy day, became Sunday, and a new word entered the language, weekend, the period from 1 p.m. Saturday to midnight Sunday. Schools ceased to give religious instruction. The fez was forbidden. Although it had actually come from Europe, it was considered Muslim. Such symbols were important. Kemal was conscious of the radical nature of the modernization he wished to achieve. They were signs, but signs of something very important, the replacement of traditional Islamic society by a European one. The alphabet was Latinized, and this had great importance for education, henceforth obligatory at the primary level. A national past was rewritten in the books and in the schools. It was popularly said that Adam was a Turk. Kemal, on whom the National Assembly conferred the name of Ataturk, or Father of the Turks, is an immensely significant figure. He is what Muhammad Ali perhaps wanted to be, the first transformer of an Islamic state by modernization. He remains strikingly interesting. Until his death in 1938, he seemed determined not to let his revolution congeal. The result was the creation of a state, then in some ways among the most advanced in the world. A much greater break with the past was involved in Turkey in giving a new role to women than in Europe. But in 1934, Turkish women received the vote, and they were encouraged to enter the professions. The most important Islamic country neither under direct imperial rule by Europeans nor Ottomans before 1914 was Persia. The British and Russians had interfered in her affairs after agreeing over spheres of influence in 1907. But Russian power had lapsed with the Bolshevik Revolution, though British forces had operated on Persian territory during the war, to ensure that this remained true. Resentment against the British was excited when a Persian delegation, too, was not allowed to state its case to the peace conference. There was a confused period during which the British struggled to find means of maintaining resistance to the Bolsheviks after their withdrawal of their forces. There could be no question of retaining Persia by force, given the overtaxing of British strength. Almost by accident, a British general had already discovered the man who was to do this, though hardly in the way anticipated. This was an officer, Reza Khan, who carried out a coup d'etat in 1921, and at once used the Bolshevik fear of the British to get a treaty which conceded all Russian rights and property in Persia and the withdrawal of Russian forces. Reza Khan then went on to defeat separatists who had British support. In 1925 he was given dictatorial powers by the National Assembly, and a few months later was proclaimed Shah of Shahs. He was to rule until 1941, when the Russians and British together turned him off the throne, and was to prove something of an Iranian Kemal. The abolition of the veil and religious schools showed his secularist aims, though they were not pressed so far as in Turkey. In 1928, an important symbolic step was taken when the capitulations were abolished. Meanwhile, industrialization and the improvement of communications were pressed forward. A close association with Turkey was cultivated. Finally, the Persian strongman won in 1933 the first notable success in a new art, the diplomacy of oil, when the concession held by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company was cancelled. When the British government took the question to the League of Nations, another was eventually negotiated, but on terms much more favourable to Persia. It was Reza Shah's greatest victory and the best evidence of the independence of Persia. A new era had opened in the Gulf, fittingly marked in 1935 by the official change of name of the state from Persia to Iran. 5. The Second World War. The demonstration that the European age was at last over was made in another world war. It began, in 1939, like its predecessor as a European struggle, and like it became a combination of wars. Like it, too, but to a far greater degree, it made unprecedented demands. This time they were on a scale which left nothing untouched, unmobilized, undisturbed. It was realistically termed total war. By 1939 there were already many signs for those with eyes to see that a historical era was ending. Though 1919 had brought a few last extensions of territorial control by colonial powers, the behavior of the greatest of them, Great Britain, showed that imperialism was on the defensive, if not already in retreat. The vigor of Japan meant that Europe was no longer the only focus of the international power system. A prescient South African statesman said as early as 1921 that the scene has shifted away from Europe to the Far East and to the Pacific. His prediction now seems more than ever justified, and it was made when the likelihood that China might soon again exercise her due weight was far from obvious. 10 years after he spoke, the economic foundations of Western preponderance had been shaken even more plainly than the political. The United States, greatest of industrial powers, had still, in 1939, 10 million unemployed. Though none of the European industrial countries was by then in quite such straits, the confidence which took for granted the health of the basic foundations of the economic system had evaporated forever. Industry might be picking up in some countries, largely because rearmament was stimulating it, but attempts to find recovery by international cooperation came to an end when a World Economic Conference broke down in 1933. After that, each nation had gone its own way. Even the United Kingdom at last abandoned free trade. Laissez-faire was dead, even if people still talked about it. Governments were, by 1939, deliberately interfering with the economy, as they had not done since the heyday of mercantilism. If the political and economic assumptions of the 19th century had gone, so had many others. It is more difficult to speak of intellectual and spiritual trends than of political and economic, but though many people still clung to old shibboleths, for the elite which led thought and opinion, the old foundations were no longer firm. Many people still attended religious services, though only a minority, even in Roman Catholic countries. But the masses of the industrial cities lived in a post-Christian world in which the physical removal of the institutions and symbols of religion would have made little difference to their daily lives. So did intellectuals. They perhaps faced an even greater problem, too, because many of the liberal ideas which had helped displace Christianity from the 18th century were by now being displaced in their turn. In the 1920s and 1930s, the liberal certainties of the autonomy of the individual, objective moral criteria, rationality, the authority of parents, and an explicable mechanical universe all seemed to be going under, along with the belief in free trade. Change was most obvious in the arts. For 3 or 4 centuries, since the age of humanism, Europeans had believed that the arts expressed aspirations, insights, and pleasures accessible in principle to ordinary men, even though they might be raised to an exceptional degree of fineness in execution, or be especially concentrated in form, so that not all individual men would always enjoy them. At any rate, it was possible for the whole of that time to retain the notion of the cultivated man who, given time and study, could discriminate with taste among the arts of his time, because they were expressions of a shared culture with shared standards. This idea was first weakened when the 19th century, in the wake of the Romantic movement, came to idealize the artist as genius. Beethoven was one of the first examples, and formulated the notion of the avant-garde. By the first decade of the 20th century, further developments had occurred which made it very difficult for trained eyes and ears to recognize art in much of what was done by contemporary artists. The best symbol of this was the dislocation of the image in painting. Here, the flight from the representational still kept a tenuous link with tradition as late as Cubism, but by then it had long ceased to be apparent to the average cultivated man, if he still existed. Artists retired into a less and less accessible chaos of private visions, whose centre was reached in the world of Dada and Surrealism. The years after 1918 are of the greatest interest, as something of a culmination of disintegration. In Surrealism, even the notion of the objective disappeared, let alone its representation. As one surrealist put it, the movement meant thought dictated in the absence of all control exerted by reason, and outside all aesthetic or moral preoccupations. Through chance, symbolism, shock, suggestion, and violence, the surrealists sought to go beyond consciousness itself. In so doing, they were only doing what many writers and musicians were trying to do too. Such phenomena provide evidence in widely different forms of the decay of liberal culture, which was the final outcome of the high civilization of the European age. It is significant that such disintegratory movements were often prompted by a sense that the traditional culture was too limited because of its exclusion of the resources of emotion and experience, which lay in the unconscious. Probably few of the artists who would have agreed with this would have read the work of the man who, more than any other, gave the 20th century a language in which to explore this area, and the confidence that it was there that the secrets of life lay. This was Sigmund Freud, the founder of psychoanalysis, and a man who deserves in the history of culture a place beside Newton or Darwin, for he changed the way educated men thought of themselves. He introduced several new ideas into ordinary discourse, the special meaning we now give to the words complex, unconscious, and obsession, and the appearance of the familiar terms Freudian slip and libido, are monuments to the power of his teaching. His influence quickly spread into literature, personal relations, education, politics. Like that of many prophets, his message was often distorted. What he was believed to have said was much more important than the specific clinical studies, which were his contribution to science. Again, like Newton and Darwin, Freud's importance beyond science, where his influence was more complex, lay in providing a new mythology. It was to prove highly corrosive. The message men took from Freud suggested that the unconscious was the real source of most significant behavior, that moral values and attitudes were projections of the influences which had molded this unconscious. That, therefore, the idea of responsibility was at best a myth, and probably a dangerous one, and that perhaps rationality itself was an illusion. It did not matter much that Freud's own assertions would have been nonsense, had this been true, or that this left out the subtlety and science of his work. This was what many people believed he had proved, and still believe. Such a bundle of ideas called in question the very foundation of liberal civilization itself. The idea of the rational, responsible, consciously motivated individual. And this was its general importance. Freud's teaching was not the only intellectual force contributing to the loss of certainty and the sense that men had little firm ground beneath their feet. But it was the most apparent in the intellectual life of the interwar period, from grappling with the insights he brought, or with the chaos of the arts, or with the incomprehensibility of a world of science, which seemed suddenly to have abandoned Laplace and Newton. Men plunged worriedly into the search for new mythologies and standards to give them bearings. Politically, this led to fascism, Marxism, and the more irrational of the old certainties, extreme nationalism, for example. People did not feel inspired or excited by tolerance, democracy, and the old individual freedoms. Such influences made it all the more difficult to deal with the deepening uncertainty and foreboding clouding international relations in the 1930s. The heart of this was the German problem, which threatened a greater upheaval than could Japan. Germany had not been destroyed in 1918. It was a logical consequence, therefore, that she would one day again exercise her due weight. Geography, population, and industrial power all meant that in one way or another a united Germany must dominate Central Europe and overshadow France. What was at issue at bottom was whether this could be faced without war. Only a few cranks thought it might be disposed of by dividing again the Germany united in 1871. Germans soon began to demand the revision of the settlement of Versailles. This demand eventually became unmanageable, though in the 1920s it was tackled in a hopeful spirit. The real burden of reparations was gradually whittled away, and the Treaty of Locarno was seen as a great landmark, because by it Germany gave her consent to the Versailles territorial settlement in the West. But it left open the question of revision in the East, and behind this loomed the larger question: how could a country potentially so powerful as Germany be related to its neighbours in a balanced, peaceful way, given the particular historical and cultural experience of the Germans? Most people hoped that this had been settled by the creation of a democratic German republic, whose institutions would gently and benevolently reconstruct German society and civilization. It was true that the constitution of the Weimar Republic, as it was called from the place where its constituent assembly met, was very liberal, but too many Germans were out of sympathy with it from the start. That Weimar had solved the German problem was revealed as an illusion when economic depression shattered the narrow base on which the German Republic rested, and set loose the destructive nationalist and social forms it had masked. When this happened, the containment of Germany again became an international problem. But for a number of reasons, the 1930s were a very unpromising decade for containment to be easy. To begin with, some of the worst effects of the world economic crisis were felt in the relatively weak and agricultural economies of the new eastern countries. France had always looked for allies against a German revival there, but such allies were now gravely weakened. Furthermore, their very existence made it doubly difficult to involve Russia, again an indisputable, if mysterious, great power, in the containment of Germany. Her ideological distinction presented barriers enough to cooperation with the United Kingdom and France, but there was also her strategic remoteness. No Russian force could reach Central Europe without crossing one of the more East European states, whose short lives were haunted by fear of Russia and communism. Romania, Poland, and the Baltic states, after all, were built from, among other things, former Russian lands. Nor were the Americans of any help. The whole trend of American policy since Wilson's failure to get his countrymen to join the League had been back towards a self-absorbed isolation, which was suited to traditional ideas. Americans who had gone to Europe as soldiers did not want to repeat the experience. Justified apparently by boom in the 1920s, isolation was paradoxically confirmed by slump in the 1930s. When Americans did not confusedly blame Europe for their troubles, the question of debts from the war years had great psychological impact, because it was believed to be tied up with international financial problems, as indeed it was, though not quite as Americans thought. They felt distrustful of further entanglement. Anyway, the Depression left them with enough on their plate. With the election of a Democratic president in 1932, they were, in fact, at the beginning of an era of important change, which would in the end sweep away this mood too. But this could not be seen. The next phase of American history was to be presided over by Democrats for 5 successive presidential terms, the first 4 of them after elections won by the same man, Franklin Roosevelt. To stand 4 successive times as presidential candidate was almost unprecedented. Only the unsuccessful socialist, Eugene Debs, also did so. To win, astonishing. To do so with, on each occasion, an absolute majority of the popular vote was something like a revolution. No earlier Democratic candidate since the Civil War had ever had one at all, and no other was to have one until 1964. Moreover, Roosevelt was a rich patrician figure. It is all the more surprising, therefore, that he should have emerged as one of the greatest leaders of the early 20th century. He did so in an electoral contest which was basically one of hope versus despair. He offered confidence and the promise of action to shake off the blight of economic depression. A political transformation followed his victory, the building of a democratic hegemony on a coalition of neglected constituencies. The South, the poor, the farmer, the Negro, which then attracted further support as it seemed to deliver results. There was some degree of illusion in this. The New Deal on which the Roosevelt administration embarked was still not grappling satisfactorily with the economy by 1939. Nonetheless, it changed the emphasis of the working of American capitalism and its relations with government. A huge program of unemployment relief with insurance was started. Millions were poured into public works. New regulation of finance was introduced, and a great experiment in public ownership was launched in a hydroelectric scheme in the Tennessee Valley. This, in the end, gave capitalism a new lease of life in a new governmental setting. The New Deal brought the most important extension of the power of the federal authorities over American society and the states that had ever occurred in peacetime, and it has proved irreversible. Thus, American politics reflected the same pressures towards collectivism which affected other countries in the 20th century. In this sense, too, the Roosevelt era was historically decisive. It changed the course of American constitutional and political history, as nothing had done since the Civil War, and incidentally offered to the world a democratic alternative to fascism and communism by providing a liberal version of large-scale governmental intervention in the economy. This achievement is all the more impressive in that it rested almost entirely on the interested choices of politicians committed to the democratic process, and not on the arguments of economists, some of the more far-sighted of whom were already advocating greater central management of the economy in capitalist nations. It was a remarkable demonstration of the ability of the American political system to deliver what people felt they wanted. The same machinery, of course, could also only deliver as a foreign policy what most Americans would tolerate. Roosevelt was much more aware than the majority of his fellow citizens of the dangers of persistent American isolation from Europe's problems. But he could reveal his own views only slowly. With Russia and the United States unavailable, only the Western European great powers remained to confront Germany, if she revived. Great Britain and France were badly placed to do this. They had memories of their difficulties in dealing with Germany, even when Russia had been at their side. Furthermore, they had been much at odds with one another since 1918. They were also militarily weak. France, conscious of her inferiority in manpower, should Germany ever rearm, had invested in a program of strategic defense by fortification, which looked impressive, but effectively deprived her of the power to act offensively. The Royal Navy was no longer without a rival, nor, as in 1914, safe in concentrating its resources in European waters. British governments long pursued the reduction of expenditure on armaments at a time when worldwide commitments were a growing strain on her forces. Economic depression reinforced this tendency. Many Englishmen, too, believed that Germany's grievances were just. They were disposed to make concessions in the name of German nationalism and self-determination, even by handing back German colonies. Both Great Britain and France were also troubled by a joker in the European pack, Italy. Under Mussolini, hopes that she might be enlisted against Germany had disappeared by 1938. This arose from a belated attempt by Italy to participate in the scramble for Africa when, in 1935, her forces invaded Ethiopia. Such action posed the question of what should be done by the League of Nations. It was clearly a breach of its covenant that one of its members should attack another. France and Great Britain were in an awkward position. As great powers, Mediterranean powers and African colonial powers, they were bound to take the lead against Italy at the League, but they did so feebly and half-heartedly, for they didn't want to alienate an Italy they would like to have with them against Germany. The result was the worst possible one. The League failed to check aggression, and Italy was alienated after all. Ethiopia lost its independence, though it later proved only for 6 years. This was one of several moments at which it later looked as if a fatal error was committed, but it is impossible to say in retrospect at what stage the situation which developed from these facts became unmanageable. Certainly, the emergence of a much more radical and ferociously opportunist regime in Germany was the major turning point. But the Depression preceded this and made it possible. Economic collapse also had another important effect. It made plausible an ideological interpretation of events in the 1930s, and thus further embittered them. Because of the intensification of class conflict which economic collapse brought with it, interested politicians sometimes interpreted the development of international relations in terms of fascism versus communism, and even of right versus left, or democracy versus dictatorship. This was easier after Mussolini, angered by British and French reactions to his invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, came to ally himself to Hitler and talked of an anti-communist crusade. But this was misleading too. All ideological interpretations of international affairs in the 1930s tended to obscure the central nature of the German problem, and therefore to make it harder to tackle. Here, Russian propaganda was important too. During the 1930s, her internal situation was precarious. The industrialization program was imposing grave strains and sacrifices. These were mastered, though perhaps also exaggerated, by a savage intensification of dictatorship which expressed itself not only in the collectivization struggle against the peasants, but in the turning of terror against the cadres of the regime itself from 1934 onwards. In 5 years, millions of Russians were executed, imprisoned, or exiled, often to forced labor. The world looked on amazed as batches of defendants grovelled with grotesque confessions before Soviet courts. 9 out of 10 generals in the army went, and, it has been estimated, half the officer corps. A new communist elite replaced the old one in these years. By 1939, over half the delegates who had attended the Party Congress of 1934 had been arrested. It was very difficult for outsiders to be sure what was happening, but it was clear to them that Russia was by no means either a civilized, liberal state, nor necessarily a very strong potential ally. More directly, this affected the international situation because of the propaganda which accompanied it. Much of this, no doubt, arose from the deliberate provocation inside Russia of a siege mentality. Far from being relaxed, the habit of thinking of the world in terms of us versus them, which had been born in Marxist dogma and the interventions, was encouraged in the 1930s. As this notion took hold, so outside did the preaching of the doctrine of international class struggle by the Comintern. The reciprocal effect was predictable. The fears of conservatives everywhere were intensified. It became easy to think of any concession to left-wing or even mildly progressive forces as a victory for the Bolsheviks. As attitudes thus hardened on the right, so communists were given new evidence for the thesis of inevitable class conflict and revolution. Yet there was not one successful left-wing revolution. The revolutionary danger had subsided rapidly after the immediate post-war years. Labour governments peacefully and undramatically ruled England for part of the 1920s. The second ended in financial collapse in 1931, to be replaced by conservative coalitions which had overwhelming electoral support, and proceeded to govern with remarkable fidelity to the tradition of progressive and piecemeal social and administrative reform which had marked Great Britain's advance into the welfare state. This direction had been followed even further in the Scandinavian countries, often held up for admiration for their combination of political democracy and practical socialism, and as a contrast to communism.
Even in France, where there was a large and active Communist Party, there was no sign that its aims were acceptable to the bulk of the electorate, even after the Depression. In Germany, the Communist Party before 1933 had been able to get more votes, but it was never able to displace the Social Democrats in control of the working-class movement. In less advanced countries than these, communism's revolutionary success was even smaller. In Spain, it had to compete with socialists and anarchists. Spanish conservatives certainly feared it, and may have been right to fear also the tendency to slide towards social revolution felt under the Republic, which was established in 1931. But they had better grounds for seeing elsewhere than in Spanish communism the real danger facing them. Yet the ideological interpretation had great appeal, even to many who were not communists. It was much strengthened by the accession to power in 1933 of a new ruler in Germany, Adolf Hitler, whose success makes it very difficult to deny him political genius. In the early 1920s he was only a disappointed nationalist agitator who had failed in an attempt to overthrow a government, the Bavarian, and who poured out his obsessive nationalism and anti-Semitism not only in hypnotically effective speeches, but in a long, shapeless, semi-autobiographical book which few people read. In 1933, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which he led, Nazi for short, was strong enough for him to be appointed Chancellor of the German Republic by the President. Politically, this may have been the most momentous single decision of the century, for it meant the revolutionizing of Germany, its redirection upon a course of aggression which ended by destroying the old Europe, and Germany too, and that meant a new world. Though Hitler's messages were simple, his appeal was complex. He preached that Germany's troubles had identifiable sources. The Treaty of Versailles was one, the international capitalists were another, the anti-national activities of German Marxists and Jews were others. He also said that the righting of Germany's political wrongs must be combined with the renovation of German society and culture, and that this was a matter of purifying the biological stock of the German people by excising its non-Aryan components. In 1922, such a message could get very little way. In 1930, it won Hitler 107 seats in the German parliament, more than the Communists, who had 77. The Nazis were already the beneficiaries of economic collapse, and it was to get worse. There are several reasons why the Nazis benefited, but one of the most important was that the Communists spent as much energy fighting the Socialists as their other opponents. This had fatally handicapped the left in Germany all through the 1920s. Another reason was that under the Democratic Republic, anti-Semitic feeling had grown because of the much more prominent part played in the state by Jews than in imperial times. It was exacerbated by economic collapse too. Anti-Semitism, like nationalism, was an appeal which cut across classes as an explanation of Germany's troubles, unlike the equally simple Marxist explanation in terms of class war, which naturally antagonized some as well, as, it was hoped, attracting others. By 1930, the Nazis showed they were a power in the land. They attracted more support, and won backers both from those who saw in their street-fighting gangs an anti-communist insurance, from nationalists who sought rearmament and revision, and from conservative politicians who thought that Hitler was a party leader like any other, who might now be valuable in their own game. The maneuvers were complicated, but in 1932 the Nazis became the biggest party in the German parliament, though without a majority. In January 1933 Hitler was called to office legally and constitutionally by the head of the Republic. There followed new elections, in which the regime's monopoly of the radio and use of intimidation still did not secure the Nazis a majority. Nonetheless, they had one when supported by some right-wing members of Parliament, who joined them in voting special enabling powers to the government. The most important was that of governing by emergency decree. This was the end of Parliament. Armed with these powers, the Nazis proceeded to carry out a revolutionary destruction of democratic institutions. By 1939, there was virtually no sector of German society not controlled or intimidated by them. The conservatives, too, had lost, for they found that Nazi interference with the independence of traditional authorities went very far. This system, like that of Stalin's Russia, rested in large measure on terror, used mercilessly against enemies of the regime. It was also unleashed against the Jews, and an astonished Europe found itself witnessing revivals in one of its most advanced societies of the pogroms of medieval Europe, or Tsarist Russia. This was indeed so amazing that many people outside Germany found it difficult to believe that it was happening. Confusion over the nature of the regime made it even more difficult to deal with it. Some saw Hitler simply as a nationalist leader bent, like an Ataturk, upon the regeneration of his country and the assertion of its rightful claims. Others saw him as a crusader against Bolshevism, even when people only thought he might be a useful barrier against it. That increased the likelihood that men of the left would see him as a tool of capitalism. But no simple formula will contain Hitler or his aims, and there is still great disagreement about what these were, and probably a reasonable approximation to the truth is simply to recognize that he expressed the resentments and exasperations of German society in their most negative and destructive forms, and embodied them to a monstrous degree. When his personality was given scope by economic disaster, political cynicism, and a favorable arrangement of international forces, he could release these negative qualities at the expense of all Europeans in the long run, his own countrymen included. The path by which Germany came to be at war again in 1939 is complicated, and there is still much argument about when, if ever, there was a chance of avoiding the final outcome. One important moment clearly was when Mussolini, formerly wary of German ambitions in Central Europe, became Hitler's ally. After he had been alienated by British and French policy over his Ethiopian adventure, a civil war broke out in Spain when a group of generals mutinied against the left-wing republic. Hitler and Mussolini both sent contingents to support the man who emerged as the rebel leader, General Franco. This, more than any other single fact, gave an ideological color to Europe's divisions. Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco were all now identified as fascist, and Russian foreign policy began to coordinate support for Spain within Western countries by letting local communists abandon their attacks on other left-wing parties and encouraging popular fronts. Thus Spain came to be seen as a conflict between right and left in its purest form. This was a distortion, but it had much effect in accustoming people to think of Europe as divided into two camps. British and French governments were by this time well aware of the difficulties of dealing with Germany. Hitler had already in 1935 announced that her rearmament, forbidden at Versailles, had begun. Until their own rearmament was completed, they remained very weak. The first consequence of this was shown to the world when German troops re-entered the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland, in which their presence had been forbidden by the Treaty of Versailles. No attempt was made to resist this move. After the civil war in Spain had thrown opinion in Great Britain and France into further disarray, Hitler then seized Austria. The terms of Versailles, which forbade the fusion of Germany and Austria, seemed hard to uphold. To the French and British electorates, this could be presented as a matter of legitimately aggrieved nationalism. The Austrian Republic had also long had internal troubles. The Anschluss, as union with Germany was called, took place in 1938. In the autumn came the next German aggression, the seizure of part of Czechoslovakia. Again, this was justified by the specious claims of self-determination. The areas involved were so important that their loss crippled the prospect of future Czechoslovak self-defense. But they were areas with many German inhabitants. Memel would follow, on the same grounds, the next year. Hitler was gradually fulfilling the old dream which had been lost when Prussia beat Austria, the dream of a great Germany, defined as the lands containing those of German blood. The dismemberment of Czechoslovakia was something of a turning point. It was achieved by a series of agreements at Munich in September 1938, in which Great Britain and Germany took the main parts.
This was the last great initiative of British foreign policy to try to satisfy Hitler. The British Prime Minister was still too unsure of rearmament to resist, but hoped also that the transference of the last substantial group of Germans from alien rule to that of their homeland might deprive Hitler of the motive for further revision of Versailles, a settlement which was now somewhat tattered in any case. He was wrong, because Hitler went on to inaugurate a program of expansion into Slav lands. The first step was the absorption of what was left of Czechoslovakia in March 1939. This brought forward the question of the Polish settlement of 1919. Hitler resented the Polish Corridor, which separated East Prussia from Germany, and contained Danzig, an old German city given an internationalized status in 1919. At this point, the British government, though hesitatingly, changed tack and offered a guarantee to Poland and other East European countries against aggression. It also began a wary negotiation with Russia. Russian policy remains hard to interpret. It seems that Stalin kept the Spanish Civil War going with support to the Republic as long as it seemed likely to tie up German attention, but then looked for other ways of buying time against the attack from the West, which he always feared. To him, it seemed likely that a German attack on Russia might be encouraged by Great Britain and France, who would see with relief the trouble they had so long faced turning eastwards. No doubt they would have done. There was little possibility of working with the British or French to oppose Hitler, however, even if they were willing to do so, because no Russian army could reach Germany except through Poland, and this the Poles would never permit. Accordingly, as a Russian diplomat remarked to a French colleague on hearing of the Munich decisions, there was now nothing for it but a fourth partition of Poland. This was arranged in the summer of 1939. After all the propaganda each had directed against Bolshevik Slav barbarism and fascist capitalist exploitation, Germany and Russia made an agreement in August which provided for the division of Poland between them. Authoritarian states enjoy great flexibility in the conduct of diplomacy. Armed with this, Hitler went on to attack Poland. He thus began the Second World War on the 1st of September 1939. 2 days later, the British and French honored their guarantee to Poland and declared war on Germany. Their governments were not very keen on doing so, for it was obvious that they could not help Poland. That unhappy nation disappeared once more, divided by Russian and German forces about a month after the outbreak of war. But not to have intervened would have meant acquiescing to the German domination of Europe, for no other nation would have thought British or French support worth having. So, uneasily, and without the excitement of 1914, the only two constitutional great powers of Europe found themselves facing a totalitarian regime. Neither their peoples nor governments had much enthusiasm for this role, and the decline of liberal and democratic forces since 1918 put them in a position much inferior to that of 1914. But exasperation with Hitler's long series of aggressions and broken promises made it hard to see what sort of peace could be made which would reassure them. The basic cause of the war was, as in 1914, German nationalism. But whereas then Germany had gone to war because she felt threatened, now Great Britain and France were responding to the danger presented by her expansion. They felt threatened this time. To the surprise of many observers, the first 6 months of the war were almost uneventful, once the short Polish campaign was over. It was quickly plain that mechanized forces and air power were to play a much more important part than between 1914 and 1918. The memory of the slaughter of the Somme and Verdun was too vivid for the British and French to plan anything but an economic offensive. The weapon of blockade, they hoped, would be effective against Germany. Hitler was unwilling to disturb them because he was anxious to make peace. This deadlock was only broken when the British wished to intensify the blockade in Scandinavian waters. This coincided remarkably with the German offensive to secure ore supplies, which conquered Norway and Denmark. Its launching on the 9th of April 1940 opened an astonishing period of fighting. Only a month later there began a brilliant German invasion, first of the Low Countries and then of France. A powerful armoured attack through the Ardennes opened the way to the division of the Allied armies and the capture of Paris. On the 22nd of June, France signed an armistice with the Germans. By the end of the month, the whole European coast